Chapter 641 The Age of Mining. Regarding large-scale mining, Jiangyao has done it before. But its large-scale mining is completely different from previous mining methods. In the past, considering that the civilization hiding in the dark would have thoughts about him, he was relatively cautious in mining. After all, he didn't want to be targeted by other civilizations for no reason. But now it's different. After this battle, Jiangyao basically knew what his strength was. After all, the enemy he faced this time was a coalition of 13 civilizations. These civilizations used their full strength. And as a result, the main formations were basically wiped out. At the same time, he also defeated 8 civilizations in succession. If the remaining 5 civilizations hadn't discovered them on their own side, they might have been taken advantage of by themselves. This alone is enough to prove that its own strength is no worse than other civilizations in this universe. So now, he doesn't need to be so submissive anymore. This time he is going to use all his strength to start collecting resources to prepare himself for the future. Brainworm. How is the construction of the planetary mining device going? In this way, several years passed quickly. Since Jiangyao started this plan, he asked the brainworm to start researching new mining equipment. He has been paying attention to this matter over the years. At this time, in the meeting hall, Brainworm heard Jiangyao's question and told the recent research results. Chief, combine some of the information we got from observing each other's galaxy-level mining equipment in the United Universe civilization. Then combined with the research experience of mining equipment from the many civilizations we have established. The giant creation-level mining device has basically taken shape. At this time, Jiangyao nodded when he heard the brainworm's answer and then continued to ask. If our research is successful, how much can our mining efficiency be improved in the future? After hearing this question, Brainworm thought for a while, and then said, Chief, according to our calculations, our mining efficiency can be at least doubled. Jiangyao was not surprised by this big answer. You must know that his mining efficiency is already very high now. If it can be doubled, it will be enough for him. In fact, he had great expectations for this mining equipment from the beginning. He had seen the giant mining equipment in the United Universe before, but he actually didn't care much about this equipment at first. What concerned him was that after asking around later, he learned that this equipment could only be rented and not sold. It was also for this reason that he became interested in this mining equipment. Later, through understanding, he found that this thing is really difficult to do. First of all, the mining equipment in the United Universe is about the same size as the entire solar system. And it can also mine the entire galaxy. Such a huge creation. There are so many things that need to be used. And not only is the size very terrifying, but in order to mine this equipment more efficiently, it also needs to be highly mobile. The larger the creation, the higher the quality it has to bear, and the higher the requirements for materials. At the same time, to ensure strong enough mobility, the level of this material must reach a very high level. Otherwise it will not be able to support it at all. And now through research in this area, Jiangyao has a clear understanding of the general situation. And as the research deepened, he came to know how exaggerated the technology required to make such a thing was. Chief, for us, our technology can only go so far. At this time, while Jiangyao was still in a daze, the voice of the brainworm came over again. Jiangyao, who came back to his senses after hearing the brainworm's voice, also nodded. I already know the general situation. This is not surprising. After all, it is not difficult for us to just build a giant building. What is difficult is how to ensure the stability of this building. After all, this kind of mining equipment must travel all over the universe in order to pursue efficiency. So it has very high requirements for mobility. While talking, Jiangyao seemed to think of it again and asked, with the current increase in our mining volume, this thing is stable. Hearing this, the brainworms nodded. Don't worry, Chief. You don't need to worry about the stability of planet-level mining equipment. The reason why we say the mining efficiency has been doubled is based on the combination of these data. What is the final conclusion after considering all the circumstances? Jiangyao said with some confusion. Naturally, Brainworm also began to tell Jiangyao the situation in detail. First of all, planet-level mining equipment requires too many things. Apart from some of its own things, the most important thing is naturally mining. For example, if a mining area is discovered, these mining areas cannot contain only ore. So after the mining equipment collects these things, it must separate the ore and other things as quickly as possible. Other useless substances are then used as fuel, and the ore is refined and stacked to complete a cycle. In order not to affect efficiency, These things must be completed as quickly as possible, so that the mining equipment has a chance to enter the next mining area. Therefore, the requirements for all internal aspects are very high. After all, no one can hope that the mining efficiency of what they have put so much effort into building will not be as high as before. Therefore, if you want to improve procurement efficiency, you need to do your best in all aspects. There are too many things involved in doing this well, and the requirements for technology are also very high. After all, after spending so much manpower and material resources, it is impossible to create something with a negative improvement. From the moment he started researching this thing, he felt that this matter might not be as simple as he thought. Now it seems that it is also very difficult. But fortunately, with enough technological support, what he has researched so far, it is still barely able to meet my own requirements. The main reason why he wanted to manufacture this kind of equipment was to reduce manpower. The efficiency of using this thing with the same population is twice as high as before. This means that he can liberate nearly half of the population at one time, and put this half of the population in other mining areas, so that its efficiency can be greatly improved. Therefore, he is very cautious about this matter. At the same time, since the last defeat, the manufacturing of battleships has also been stepped up. This time he needs to return to his previous strength as soon as possible. After everything is settled, it can be opened on a large scale. Considering safety issues, these ships will be invested in security. This is something that a horseman cannot do. After all, it is very difficult to make each piece of such a large development equipment, so there is no room for any loss. Only at this time did he have to admire the United Universe, the civilization's mining equipment for the entire galaxy. He estimated that the mining efficiency of that equipment was hundreds of times that of his own research on this thing, which super civilization can make a fortune just by relying on this thing. It's a pity that they didn't plan to sell this kind of equipment. If they had planned to sell it at that time, I would have just taken off after I bought this thing, even if I can decipher the principles and core technology. At this point, he shook his head, put aside these unrealistic thoughts, and then turned his attention to the subsequent mining matters. In this way, several years have passed in a flash. And in these years, in order to speed up its development, Jiangyao has released a large number of detectors and began to search for resource points in the universe. Only at this time can he realize firsthand how much influence advanced civilization has on the entire universe. Perhaps one mining area is enough for some low-level civilizations to collect for hundreds of years. But in his eyes, it can be collected in just a few days, and he still operates dozens or even hundreds of mining areas at the same time. This caused a large amount of resources to begin to gather towards him, and these resources began to be continuously processed the moment they were obtained, made into various needed things, and put into his fleet or other places. With the operations of our own civilization, the resources of the entire universe also began to decrease. Of course, he also encountered many civilizations looking for trouble along the way, but they were all eliminated by him. And these civilizations are usually advanced civilizations and super civilizations. So far he has not seen them. He was not surprised by this. After all, those civilizations were much more cautious than advanced civilizations. These civilizations usually won't take action, but once they do, they will definitely wipe you out. After all, if this goal cannot be achieved, the subsequent impact on their side will be very large. For safety, they have only two choices: either to completely eliminate the other party, or to ignore it, because these super civilizations don't understand the situation on their side. They don't dare to take action rashly. At their level, they also have a certain understanding of other civilizations in the universe. They know very well that sometimes some civilizations are so inconspicuous. But these inconspicuous or unknown civilizations may have technological capabilities that far exceed yours. After all, these super civilizations have withdrawn from the stage of history. The reason why they can survive to this day is not only their strength, but also their caution. Only civilizations that have experienced this can fully understand it. They may have experienced similar things, which makes them keep an eye on everything they do. Compared with some advanced civilizations, these civilizations have experienced too little. So when they encounter some situations, although they are very cautious, they will still test them. But what they don't know is because of their wave of tests led to their demise. And at this time, in a strange space, this is a gathering place for super civilizations. They have also experienced games in the universe, and in the end they survived. That battle cost them heavy losses. But fortunately the final result was good. Collecting resources on such a large scale, this civilization jumped out of nowhere. At this time, The top leaders of this civilization are discussing what happened in the universe during this period. In fact, players can notice this wave of operations as long as they pay a little attention. I don't know about such a civilization. This is the first time we have seen it. But it is undeniable. The other party is really not weak. Currently, 2 of the advanced civilizations we know of attacked them. But the final result was that these 2 civilizations disappeared. The other party's strength has at least reached the level of super civilization. But it came out of nowhere. However, based on the current situation, it is basically certain that they should also know that there are other super civilizations, and even say that they have fought with other super civilizations. Otherwise, they would never be able to exploit resources in such a big way. Regarding the player's speculation, this civilization has never stopped since it discovered them. At the same time, they have also observed others. The observation in front of them here is different from the observation in the conventional sense. They will not send any detectors to get close to the player's door because they know very well that without knowing the opponent's full strength. Under the circumstances, sending out detectors rashly might put oneself in a passive position. Therefore, for the player's observations, they directly focused on the advanced civilizations they knew. On the advanced civilization side, players' movements can naturally be discovered. After discovering the operations of the players, these civilizations will definitely go up to test. And the results of these civilizations' tests will naturally be the results that all these super civilizations want, combined with the time when the other party sends a detector to test, and then the time when the other party disappears. Through these simple numbers, we can figure out the level of player strength. During this period of time, they have basically been able to determine that the other party is at the level of super civilization. After determining this level, we can then analyze their actions. It is obvious that the other party can reach this level, which proves that their experience will definitely not be less than their own. And if you still dare to do this after going through so much, except for being a fool, then you have real strength. There are naturally no fools who can reach the level of super civilization. So these civilizations can basically be sure that the other party really has this strength. The reason why they dare to do this is mainly because of their confidence in their own strength. Now that this matter has been determined, he will naturally have to avoid his edge. After all, as a super civilization, no one wants to be the one who stands out and tests the strength of others. However, the current situation is also very complicated, because the speed at which players collect resources gives these super civilizations some headaches. The total amount of resources in the universe is limited. If they are not curbed and allowed to exploit resources unscrupulously, no civilization may be able to defeat them in the end. He even said that maybe he would be eliminated by them for various reasons. After all, if they find their lair, they will definitely do something evil to them. Regarding this matter, these super civilizations also find it extremely difficult. On the one hand, they are worried that the players will become bigger and bigger. On the other hand, they do not know the true situation of the other party, and no one is willing to make the first move. Chapter 642. A civilization is looking for trouble. So for the players, these super civilizations also feel a huge headache. This kind of civilization that doesn't follow the rules can really give people a headache sometimes. At this time, many super civilizations are thinking so. Of course, it's not surprising that they think so. After all, although these super civilizations have not had any contact in the past few years, they all abide by the same rules tacitly. That is low-key development. No matter it is collecting or anything else, everyone is very low-key. They will not be too public to avoid being discovered by other civilizations. In doing so, their collection efficiency will naturally not be too exaggerated. The amount of resources obtained by each civilization is about the same, so their strength will not be much different. Under such circumstances, everyone can develop peacefully. Now the players have broken this. Their collection volume is too huge. So huge that even these super civilizations are afraid of it. At the same time, they also found that the other party was constantly increasing their mining efficiency, which made them feel that things were getting more and more difficult. Finally, after a period of time, several super civilizations could no longer bear it. And at this time, somewhere in the galaxy, I saw a giant machine comparable to the size of a planet in the asteroid belt, constantly absorbing various surrounding materials. Countless substances swarmed towards this giant machine, and were eventually absorbed into the body by it. Brothers, this thing is made of minerals, but it's really mines. At this time, inside this giant mining machine, many players were looking at the data table with satisfaction. This is not only fast, but also easy to operate. You only need to keep an eye on the specific data, and leave the rest to him. The interior decoration of such a machine is very luxurious, and there are usually 2 to 3 large cities inside. These cities are places reserved for insider entertainment. They get paid for working here, and then they can spend it here. After the giant mining machinery has mined the surrounding resources, they will go to the transfer station to hand over the ore to replenish various basic resources. After doing all this, they will collect resources from the beginning. In recent years, through these mining machines collecting a large amount of ore, players have not only replaced the battleships lost before, but also built many more. At the same time, these ores were used to build many such giant mining machines. This cycle repeats itself, and so far, players have a total of more than 100 such mining machines in their hands. This also means that a large number of civilizations under his command are arranged to work inside such a giant machine. It is no exaggeration to say that these machines can be understood as a moving planet. At the same time, Jiangyao has also opened the right to lease machinery. Players can rent these machinery to mine by themselves. In this case, they can get a lot of income. In order to ensure the safety of the rental machinery, they will naturally go all out and send various heavy troops to guard it. The players inside this machine are the same as before. After checking the approximate mining data every day, they turn their attention to the city's entertainment venues. But this time, it was completely different from before, because just as they were about to leave, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the mining machinery. What happened? There will be no enemies. Scanning revealed that a large number of warships are approaching us. The number is estimated to be around 100,000. How many defense warships can you provide here? There are only 5,000 defensive warships in formation here. So special. The brothers requested support from nearby mining machines and immediately passed the news to the headquarters. The mining machine also activates the maximum power shield, and all the warships leave the port, preparing to meet the enemy. Just like this, as a series of measures were issued, the entire mining machinery side immediately became nervous. Thousands of warships flew out of the mining machinery's port, and the mining machinery's shields and various defense turrets were immediately activated. While the players were still making arrangements, the opponent's fleet had also arrived. The moment the two sides exchanged fire, both sides had already determined the general situation of the other side. Brothers, this wave of attacks on us is a super civilization. Let the escort formation from the headquarters get closer and come over quickly. We won't be able to hold on for long. We must ensure the safety of our mining machinery, no matter what. This thing is rented. If I get infected, I will suffer heavy losses. At this time, the players inside were analyzing the current situation one by one. At this time, the escort formation on the other side, which received the news, also rushed towards this side at an extremely fast speed. Some escort formations are established by players themselves, and their purpose is to assist fleets under attack when necessary. Naturally, these formations cannot work in vain. They have to receive a large amount of fees every month. These fees are naturally their attendance fees, and all personnel working outside must pay these fees. After all, when they encounter danger, these fleets will come directly to help them. Moreover, these fleets are active near the mining area all the time, which also requires energy and time. So the monthly income of a Bora company like this is not low, and the fees handed over to these escort formations are spread to every player. So basically they can't spend much money to ensure their own safety. So why not? At this time, after the escort formation received the news, several formations nearby also immediately started the epidemic jump towards the location of the incident. Brothers, mining machine no. 3 encountered Dicky. After judging that there was a super civilization, a total of 100,000 warships were sent. Now that I have sent you the specific coordinates, you can take a look at how many battleship formations can arrive within an hour. Report that fleet no. 273 can arrive. This fleet has a total of 3,000 warships. Reporting the 5,000 battleships of Task Force 143. As a series of reports sounded, the escort formation quickly compiled a rough data. At present, we can mobilize a total of 60,000 warships here, and they can all arrive within an hour. Next, I will send a coordinate point. We will meet there first, and then go there together. In addition, during the process, everyone briefly explained the situation of each regiment in their formation, and we will temporarily form a battle force. Just like this, one order after another was issued. The players took action here. Before they arrived, they had almost made all the pre-war preparations. After all, these are professionals, and they have fought a lot over the years, so they are already familiar with many things. Just like this, An unexpected incident began. At this time, the two sides fighting on the frontal battlefield were determined immediately. Compared with the situation of the other side, the players could not help but feel a little regretful compared to the super civilization that they took action at this time. Although they had thought that the other party was a super civilization from the beginning, they still had some expectations. Now things are in trouble. The opponent's battleship technology is superior to ours. The difference in the number of warships between us and them is so big. How can they sustain it for so long? At this time, this super civilization, assisted by mining machines and cooperating with the battleships and the players who dealt with them, knew that they had encountered a tough problem. Sure enough, they can exploit the universe so unscrupulously. They must be very confident in their own strength. This time our calculations were wrong. Things are not easy to handle. The opponent's strength far exceeds ours. You didn't leave any tail when you came. Not at all. In this case, after wiping out this machine of theirs, we will be prepared to wander in the universe for 100 years. And we will return after 100 years. After understanding the general situation, this civilization was naturally very cautious. It's absolutely impossible for them to go back directly after winning. They don't know if there are any little tails following them here. But at this moment, bad news came. I'm sorry, Commander. We have scanned a large number of warships, and the signals are coming this way. After preliminary judgment, the opponent has at least 60,000 warships. After hearing the news at this time, the commander couldn't help but look ugly. It was obvious that the other party's support had arrived. Did they respond so quickly? Obviously. He also knew that with the arrival of the opponent's support troops, their fleet might not be able to retain it. Just like this, as the player's support fleet rushed over, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. Although their side is powerful, they are still slightly better than the battleships that are the crystallization of the wisdom of many civilizations in the united civilized universe. Therefore, even if they have a numerical advantage, they still failed in the end. And with the end of this battle, the super civilization that was testing at this moment immediately became low-key. Obviously, they are also afraid that the other party will find their hometown and then attack them one after another. After all, it is not difficult to destroy them with the strength we have shown now. As time went by, many similar things happened. These are the temptations of those super civilizations hidden in the dark. And the basic results are almost the same. After the temptation is over, there is no news again. In fact, Jiang Yao had expected these situations from the very beginning when he made this plan. So when faced with such a situation, he did not panic. Although he suffered some losses, it was not harmful to him. And just through these losses, the other party understood the situation on his side, and they would not come to him again. Sorry. This way I can continue to mine safely. It's good to let you know my strength in this way, and then let you put away your little thoughts. Of course, if you know the current affairs, put away this wave of small thoughts, and continue to hide in the dark with a low profile. Then I will not do anything to you. But if you are not honest, don't blame me for using the power will find you and eliminate them one by one. After looking at the battle report that came, Jiang Yao muttered something in a low voice, and then turned his attention to other aspects. For him now, he doesn't need to worry too much about many things. After all, he is now very strong. He no longer has to be cautious and obedient about everything as before. Although he doesn't know what his situation is like in other universes, he is not afraid at all in this universe. But at this time, he was on his side, still collecting a lot of resources in other universes, especially those universes that have reached the pinnacle of civilization. At this time, the pinnacle civilizations of these universes have also begun to mobilize before war. Based on the information we have collected so far, we can basically confirm that hyperspace should be open soon. In about 1,000 years, the shield between hyperspace and the regular universe will become weak. At that time we will have the ability to pass through these shields and travel to other universes, which means that our battle is about to begin again. At the same time, civilizations from other universes can also come to us. The war among many universes is about to begin. All civilizations whose technological level has exceeded a certain level, or which have participated in ancient wars and survived, have begun to prepare for the war. After billions of years, a new war is about to begin again. These civilizations will plunder the resources of other universes. If they find a better universe, they will even settle there. In short, this is an opportunity for these civilizations. An opportunity for them to improve their strength again. After all, most of the resources in their own universe have fallen into their hands. And there is no point in continuing to stay. Now that they want to obtain more resources and continue to develop, they can only go to other teams to plunder. But there are powerful civilizations in every universe, so they must be fully prepared. These civilizations will use almost all their trump cards in this battle. They are lucky for the universe to have this level of civilization, because these civilizations will coordinate other super civilizations in the universe to join the battlefield during this period. Because if you want to win a battle at this level, you cannot just rely on one or two civilizations. All civilizations need to unite. And if there is no similar civilization in this universe, then their situation will not be too good. Maybe one day the opponent's army will invade the territory, and they will be wiped out by the opponent without even figuring out what's going on. This is a typical death without explanation, especially when they discovered that so many super civilizations suddenly appeared in the universe, and they brought so many battleships and plundered resources crazily. It is estimated that they were all at that time confused. All in all, sometimes the lack of information can cause you heavy losses from the beginning. Of course, for the players, they don't know what is happening in other universes at this time, and now they are enjoying collecting resources. After all, the resources collected during this period have made them a lot of money, especially after renting this kind of equipment. Their personnel pressure was immediately reduced, which also allowed them to send more people to collect various ores. Chapter 643, Discovering a Special Area. As players explore more and more, they find more and more resources, and a steady stream of mining machines are being manufactured. These mining equipment can be regarded as the largest mining equipment independently developed by Jiangyao. According to my plan, the number of this mining equipment will be expanded to at least 100,000. At this time, he is planning the future arrangements for this mining equipment. This kind of equipment will be more useful to him now, because he may really be able to travel to other universes in the future. If he wants to harvest resources quickly and on a large scale, he must have enough mining equipment. If you find the gate to the universe as before, how much you can mine in 1,000 years depends purely on your own mining capabilities. Every war consumes a lot of resources. If you want to invade other universes, you must first capture these civilizations. All resource points also need to be equipped with turrets, because if we send a fleet, it is obvious that the number of fleets may not be enough, as players operate now with more and more mining equipment. Some security company players may also not enough, so things like some turrets may become the main force in resisting the enemy. These defense facilities consume a lot of resources, and when they are recycled, there will be a lot of losses. So these resources must be consumed. This has to be deducted from the total income earned in this way. Suppose it cost 1 billion to arrange the turrets, but in the end 1.2 billion was mined. After working like this, I earn nothing. So the interview efficiency is very important. If we can dig out 3 billion and 5 billion while losing 1 billion turrets, we can make a profit. So this kind of mining equipment must be expanded as much as possible. Of course, in addition, there are many details that I need to arrange. Currently, only the Super Titan can be seen in terms of combat power. The transformation of the Starry Sky Beast must be completed as soon as possible. In this case, at least I can have 2 super combat powers in my hand. And on Jiangyao's side, the players were still thinking about all this. At this time, only a huge mining street was visible in the deep space. Sailing at high speed, this time they found an energy vein. However, compared to previous energy sails, the energy contained in this energy broadband is much higher. And this time inside the mining machine, I saw a group of players staring at their destination. As we thought, such a bizarre place must be different from other places. Sure enough, the news from the front detection team detected traces of life activities there. Did the detection team find the source? We didn't find it. We only found some traces, which can be used to infer that there are biological activities here. At the same time, these traces were not formed for a long time. It is obvious that there should be some biological activities here. At this time, after understanding the general situation, the commander-in-chief of the mining machine couldn't help but look solemn. The conventional scanning device did not detect the other party's dispute, and even our overclocking detector only detected a little something. It seems that the guy hiding here is not simple. As he spoke, he looked back at everyone, and then continued, "Brothers, let's stop here for now. I've called the security forces and sent warships over there. It shouldn't take long for their fleet to arrive. When the time comes, let them go over to check the situation. If there are any enemies, they will be eliminated easily. We will wait until they are sure it is safe before we take action here." Not long after everyone was waiting, they saw a fleet slowly stopping near their stronghold. Old fellows, we have already explained the general situation to you clearly when you came. All in all, the situation inside may be a bit dangerous. So please be careful. At this time, the commander of the mining machine looked at the security team that was about to set off and couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry. We've probably figured out the situation. We've brought more records this time. And we've also brought some special units, like Devourers. So there shouldn't be any surprises. In this way, the security team set off towards that area. And soon they entered an area that made them all feel something strange. First they discovered that this area was wrapped in a cloud that emitted various lights. What is this? It looks a bit like relatively dense interstellar dust. Be careful. At this time, they saw that the dust in the distance formed a shape similar to a cave, leaving a passage in the middle. Everyone reminded them while moving towards the passage. After entering the passage, the players discovered that something was wrong here, because this passage composed of various dusts gave them the feeling of a cave. The stone walls of this cave are covered with various ores. But players all know that the cave made of this kind of dust does not actually have any load-bearing capacity. But why the layout here is like this makes the players a little puzzled. Of course, they didn't think much about it, and they continued to go deeper, because their main purpose of coming here was to eliminate all enemies that appeared. Currently, all aspects of our detector's data are normal, and nothing has been discovered. The vision from Devourer and Euglena is also very normal. The commander of the fleet couldn't help but frown as he listened to the information. It was obvious that the current situation was somewhat different from what he expected. Did their detectors go wrong before? Or do the enemies here have several ways to avoid our detection? The team commander did not dare to be careless about what was happening in front of him. If you are overthinking this matter, that's okay. But now you are afraid that the other party will really master the corresponding abilities. If this is the case, they may encounter big trouble in the future. After all, you cannot locate or scan the enemy on the battlefield, and it is too difficult to destroy their warships. At the same time, without the assistance of these tools, to put it bluntly, players would be blind in the universe. Fighting with such an enemy, let alone defeating them, even leaving safely, may be very difficult. Brothers, the situation here is somewhat special. Everyone is always paying attention to the status of their own battleships. If anything unusual is found, report it immediately. In this way, the players move forward cautiously along the way. Finally, after a day of sailing, their detector finally got the results. Good news, Commander. We have scanned something here. After hearing the news at this time, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If you find something, that's good. As long as the other party can't completely avoid our own investigation, then everything will be fine. After finding it like this, the team leader immediately sent a vanguard reconnaissance team to that area, as their incoming signals are increasingly blocked. Various forms of communication are also greatly blocked. Obviously, the inability to find or lock these things may be related to these obstacles. It seems like things are basically clear. The reason why we can't check each other is mainly because of these obstacles. Let me just say, our detection methods are relatively high-end in this universe. How could we not detect these things every time? That's what happened for half the day. After several incidents during this period, players felt that they had been made less confident. From the beginning of the Starry Sky Beast to now, their detection devices have not played much role. This made them feel that their detection methods were out of date. After all, they could not detect what they wanted every time, which would make anyone suspicious. But now it seems that things are not as they thought. There is no problem with the detection method. The real problem is in these areas. If their detection methods hadn't been greatly improved now, players might not be able to find where they are based on their current situation. It's even said that when they are very close to here, these things will not show up on the radar. Now the players' methods have been greatly improved, so that these areas can be found. In other words, these areas are completely undeveloped, and a certain threshold is required to find these places. If they had made sure there was no danger here before, they might have regarded this place as their home base. After all, the particularity of this area is too obvious. As long as all the ores are collected, it will be basically impossible for the other party to find you. After all, the reason why they were able to find this place was because of these ores. If it weren't for these ores, they might not have been able to find this place. So this kind of place is just right for them to be their home base. But it's a pity that they found the Starry Sky Beast before and decided to make it their home base. This is a good place. If there is no danger, we can actually make arrangements here. As a deputy base, I think this location is quite suitable. Certain warships can also be deployed here. When problems arise, we can also provide support here. After determining the general situation, the security team members were finally able to relax a little. At this time, they began to discuss the availability of this place. Actually, I think our guild can arrange a wave directly. After all, as the area we develop becomes more and more extensive, the distance from our temporary base is also getting farther and farther. If we want quick support under such circumstances, we must definitely prepare a few more temporary bases. In this case, if we encounter a problem, we can ask the nearest base to send a fleet for support. If there is not enough fleet in the base, it can delay us for a while and let the troops from behind come over. Regarding this proposal, everyone also said that it can be implemented. After all, their security team can be regarded as a guild with relatively strong armed force. At the same time, because of the special nature of their work, they encountered problems and had to rush over to provide support as soon as possible. Make sure as much as possible that there is no loss on the part of the employer. After all, this is what their guild does. Whether an employer remains unscathed has a direct bearing on their reputation. You must know that among the entire group, apart from them, there are other small security companies. These security companies generally accept the fixed orders. A certain guild will give them the guard orders on a fixed basis, and they will be fully responsible. They are the only one who takes orders from non-regular employers. Their list is that most player guilds will pay a certain amount of insurance every month. Just like buying insurance, the market they open is popular. The reason why they can do this is because of their strength. Because there are enough warships. When dealing with emergencies, they can dispatch enough fleets to solve them as soon as possible. Although the fee paid by each employer is not high, the number of employers is large. So as long as their credibility is guaranteed and they can deal with problems as soon as possible, they do not mind paying a part of the funds every month. But once they are unable to handle it, or the employer's losses are relatively large, then these employers may switch to other small companies. Although other small companies accept orders from a single or several employers, the services they provide the protection is relatively complete. After all, the number of people they serve is relatively small, but they all hope to expand their number of people they serve. If it weren't for them, they probably wouldn't be able to provide single to elite services. So there must be no problems on their side. When the time comes, I will apply to the boss and the others. I think this place can be considered as a base. Although developing this place requires a certain amount of capital investment, in the long run, I think it is still relatively feasible. Then we will control the error rate to a certain level. It is basically impossible for other companies to take away our share. Okay, don't discuss this issue now. Let's explore this clearly first. Moving forward like this, the players discussed all the way, and soon came to the place where they scanned the life reaction. As soon as they arrived in the area, they were attacked. They saw countless strange-looking creatures, about 20 meters in size, attacking them directly. Facing the overwhelming attack, the team members immediately launched a counterattack. Collect the opponent's attack data. It is being collected, and will be evaluated based on the attacks it has endured so far. It can be determined that the opponent's strength is probably at the level of an advanced civilization. Based on the scanning of attack types, it is currently found that 127 different forms of creatures are attacking us. Their attack levels are basically similar to the previously determined levels of advanced civilizations. The attack form data has also come out. They used conventional advanced civilization attack methods. No other special attack methods were found. Basically, it can be concluded that the opponent is almost equal to the advanced civilization level in the universe. The data team leader, who looked at these items, nodded. Then I feel relieved. It seems that the other party is just an advanced civilization. Chapter 640 for the current situation of players. The other party is just an advanced civilization. With the team they have sent out now, it is basically not difficult to solve the opponent's problem. So after understanding the opponent's situation, the security team immediately started taking action. The next moment, the two sides were fighting together. Because of the technological gap, they were crushed all the way. Although these weird creatures have strong attack power, this is only for some low-level civilizations. Their attack power cannot have any impact on other people's warships. Fighting these creatures along the way, the players are getting deeper and deeper into this special area. This should be a connection point in hyperspace, and the connection is very weak. At this time, the players who were attacking and going deep were observing everything around them. This theory about hyperspace is also the latest information we have obtained from those advanced civilizations that we have recently solved. Yeah, This thing didn't expect us to encounter a wild one so soon. I remember it was mentioned in the information that it is very difficult to find these places. It took these super civilizations hundreds of thousands of years to encounter such places by various chances and coincidences. I didn't expect that we would find one in such a short period of time just after we got this information. It seems that these places are not as difficult to find as we thought. In this way, the players continued to move forward while discussing. The surrounding caves made of colorful interstellar dust seemed to make them feel like they were in a strange space. The surrounding space is also undergoing various changes from time to time. In addition, what surprised them was that the connections between these spaces were not close. If a jump was to be made in these areas, it could even be done without a jump engine. Just by entering these loosely connected areas, your speed will be greatly improved. There are even some twisted areas that allow you to get from one point to another instantly. But these areas are endless abyss for some low-level civilizations. The less research on space technology a civilization has, the more dangerous it will be. Because you don't know where these areas can take you. Only after studying space technology to a certain extent can you capture the connected nodes. In this case, you won't be in trouble. If these nodes are constantly changing. If you enter a certain node rashly and be transported to a certain area and cannot be located, then you may be wandering around like a headless fly. To put it simply, for some civilizations whose technological level has not developed to a certain level, this place is simply HL. As players move forward, they naturally give priority and choose to avoid these nodes. Even if they enter these nodes directly, they can accurately locate their direction and know where these nodes can transport them. But what players need to do now is to understand the surrounding situation as much as possible, rather than heading to a certain area. In this way, the players on the road were cautious. When the previous radar scanning system was turned on to the maximum, they would not let go of everything around them. Boss, now we are continuing to delve deeper into the space. And the data collected so far has been transmitted back as soon as possible. At this time, the commander of this team was reporting the situation to the headquarters while advancing. For them, the most critical thing now is the acquisition of data. As long as they have enough information, even if problems arise, their subsequent exploration can start from a very high starting point. Although they thought that there wouldn't be many problems in an area like this, the data that was supposed to be left behind by the 10,000-year-old ship still needed to be transmitted back as soon as possible. As the players' income quickly increased, they were attracted by the scene in the distance. In the distance was a complete star system. This star system consists of 1 star and 6 planets. At this time, the players who discovered this area were also talking about it. I didn't expect there to be a star system here. This is not surprising. Maybe this star system existed before this area. It is said that the special environment here created this trace. In short, everyone should be careful and explore the situation there first. The players who continued to go deeper and had their goals soon arrived at the star system. And when they scanned the situation of the star system, they were also shocked. First of all, this star system shocked them. The size of this star is approximately 100 times larger than the sun. It can make it emit a dazzling red light. And the violent energy of dinosaurs contained in these red lights makes players a little amazed. Why is this energy response so high? When they saw the data on the dashboard, everyone was a little agitated. But soon, everyone was shocked and speechless by the composition of the star system. Because this star is actually composed entirely of energy ores. And for some unknown reason, these energy ores actually exist in the form of liquid on this star. Players must know that the hardness of energy ore is very strong. It is usually solid. But who would have thought that liquid energy ore actually appeared here? Worry. What's going on? According to the data transmitted back, 90% of this star system is composed of energy ores. And the reason why it is in its current state is because these energy ores react with certain elements inside the star. But how is this possible? In our understanding, it seems that energy ore does not react with other substances. And it does not appear to be liquid at all. The players at this time were also shocked by the scene in front of them. But they knew very well that they should make a lot of money this time. Because they know very well how much energy the ore is worth. If I guess correctly, based on this amount, this should be at least equal to the total mineral veins of a star system. Under normal circumstances, the depth of the mineral veins in the star system is very dangerous. If it gathers to a point like this, we only need to transport it away, and that's it. It's like if you find a certain civilized warehouse. You only need to transport it. And you don't need to consider other things. Not to mention whether the weird scene here can benefit us. Just from the ore here, I think we should be able to get a lot. After receiving the news at this time, everyone in this team couldn't help but look happy. Usually, after discovering these special areas, some rewards will be decentralized. At the same time, so many ores have been discovered here, and a certain amount of these ores also belongs to them. Counting these things, they feel that each of them can get at least millions in this wave. It is also a sum of money for them. After all, although they own fleets, these fleets do not belong to them, but belong to the headquarters. To put it bluntly, they are all wage earners and have a fixed monthly income. Although the entire group of players now has a large number of battleships, no matter how large the number is, it cannot compare to the total number of other players. There are still most players among them. You can't afford a battleship. The battleships in their hands are basically provided by the Union, and their main body bugs are basically the lowest level. After all, as the number of people increases, if the entire market share is divided, everyone will get a share. And the less. Perhaps it was very easy to buy a bug when there were few players in the past. But now the difficulty has increased exponentially. In the past, they received 1 million resources, so each person could get 100,010 lives. But now they have obtained the same resource, which may be divided into tens of thousands. In the end, when it is divided, each person does not get much. This is also the reason why the overall number of everyone has increased. But the number of fleets has not increased significantly. It is mainly because the base of the entire group is too large. So the current wave has surprised the members of this group of exploration teams. Brothers, we have made a lot of money in this wave. When this wave is over, each of us will be able to buy a battleship. I can finally have my own warship. You must know that the income of having your own warship at a guild and using the guild's warship are completely different. By the way, fellows, when this income comes in, what warships are you going to buy? I will directly buy a destroyer when the time comes. Although the money we have is enough to buy a cruiser, I think we still have to leave some reserves for ourselves for emergencies. I'm going to buy an industrial ship directly, and then go out for transportation. Industrial ship? I don't like this kind of certificate very much. I still prefer combat warships. There is no other way. If you want to support your family, industrial ships are currently the most stable. Yes, I also plan to buy one of these. After all, although we have a windfall from heaven this time, my use of this windfall is the key to us now. Combat-type warships can be allocated in large battles. But this also depends on the level of your warship. And it also depends on your total income from this battle. Like when we attacked those super civilizations before. Even the captain of the frigate made a lot of money. But we can't just look at the surface. When there are no wars, the maintenance cost of the ship plus some messy things are also a lot. Not a small amount of income. Yes, especially the maintenance cost. This thing will be successful even if you don't use the battleship. And there is a monthly fee. But industrial sword is different. Because the transportation industry has never been interrupted. In fact, we can join a large transportation company to run business. When we have connections here, we can break away and take some private orders. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. At this time, their fleet also stayed not far from the star system, because they received a message from above asking them to stay here. So after they stopped here and made sure there were no other dangers around them, they began to chat about these things in the auditorium. In fact, for current players, this universe is full of opportunities. Many times, just like this team, they make a lot of money through an unintentional exploration. But this still depends on luck. And most of the time it is the same as other ordinary players. For many ordinary players, especially those in combat organizations, every battle is where they make a fortune. But income and risk are directly proportional. Under normal circumstances, if someone who provides a battleship participates in a battle, the share you can get is almost 2 to 3 times that of the battleship you provided. Therefore, as long as they have a warship with a high enough income, they can replace their warship with a higher level warship. As the strength of battleships increases, the resources they can obtain will also increase. But their costs will also increase accordingly. The first is the issue of equipment. You must know that current warships can be equipped with some things. The quality of the equipment directly affects the survivability of the warship. So usually, if you spend so much savings to buy a battleship, you naturally don't want it to die in a certain battle. So you need to buy better equipment for it. And this is another expense. In short, miscellaneous after calculating the cost. It is still very stressful for the combatants. Take this attack on those super civilizations as an example. In this battle, the players won a great victory, but they also suffered heavy losses. In a war of this level, the players who lost a lot can also gain a lot. The income will at least allow them to make up for the lost warships, and still have enough money to buy 1 or 2 more warships. This kind of income seems pretty good, but in fact, if it is divided, each person will not be able to share much. After all, it is impossible for there to be only one person on a battleship. Usually, the entire configuration of a battleship is the captain and deputy captain of the battleship. These 2 people are the main sponsors of the battleship. In addition to the main staff, there are also some auxiliary non-staff personnel. These non-staff personnel can be understood as wage earners. Usually, a warship is 5 to 50 people inside, depending on its tonnage. And the share composition of this battleship is also very different. In some warships, all the shares are owned by the captain and deputy captain. Naturally, they get the most every time the profits come in. After paying the wages of the ship's members, the rest is theirs. It's up to them to decide whether to pay bonuses or not. The warships composed of this kind of shares can be considered relatively good. Apart from this kind of warship composed of shares, the other remaining type is more complicated. The captain and deputy captain only took part of it because of insufficient funds, and the remaining part was contributed by the battleship members. Many people have a say in such battleship shares. Sometimes simple things can become complicated. All in all, they now have a complete system for warships, revenue sharing and other things. Their system is very mature compared to what it was back then. Chapter 645 Discovering a New Zerg Race. In this way, several players didn't have to wait long for the security company's fleet to arrive. What's going on now, guys? The fleet commander of the security company's main fleet asked at this time. The security company has a total of 10 main fleets. All the equipment of these main fleets are the best in the company. Each fleet also has 100,000 warships. These are also the strongest capabilities of security companies. Usually it is to solve some super civilization invasion. After all, it is inevitable to encounter some super civilizations during the escort process. And there is definitely no way to defeat these super civilized and ordinary teams. So it's time for these main fleets to take action. The security company has roughly divided the area where players are active into 10 areas. And each area has such a fleet station there. At this time, everyone present saw the main fleet coming and told them the current situation. I don't need to say more about the situation of this star. Before you came here, we also conducted exploration of these planets. Except for the stars, we found nothing about other planets. And after hearing what the people here said, the commander leading the team couldn't help but feel a little confused. I remember it was mentioned before I came here that you were attacked by a group of unknown creatures. What happened? The commander of the station team, who heard the commander's question, thought for a while, and then said, "We did encounter a wave when we came in. And then, they stopped moving after we wiped them out. I guess they saw that we were stronger. So they stayed away for the time being." Hearing this, the commander nodded to show that he understood. "Okay. I already know the general situation. It seems that these creatures should be intelligent life forms. So I finally chose to hide after discovering that the strength gap between the two sides was relatively large. But how can we allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Since there is an advanced civilization here, we cannot take it lightly. We must find them." Thinking of this, the commander began to sort out the situation here. The current situation seems to be that the environment here is quite special. It is not easy to find that civilization here, because the impact on the detection equipment is too great. But fortunately it's not completely unusable. After thinking for a while, the commander quickly made a decision. In this way, our fleet will spread out and conduct a blanket search here. At the same time, we will count the total amount of ore here. After determining the total amount, we will also arrange the dividends for the discoverers. As for the subsequent mining, please contact the nearby planetary mining machines and negotiate the approximate mining price. Then let them come over to start the work. However, considering the situation nearby, you must be careful about security matters. However, even if the opponent is just an advanced civilization and encounters a sneak attack by them, the planetary mining machine's own security measures should be able to solve this problem. In this way, the commander quickly made various deployments here. Maybe it was because of the specialness here, or maybe because he felt that something was wrong with the situation here. After making these arrangements, he immediately contacted the senior management of the security company. "Everyone, I have told you the general situation here, but I think it may not be as simple as we think. The space here is completely different from other areas. I think we can contact the exploration company to explore it in detail. Maybe there will be something inside." I heard the senior executive of the security company here thinking for a while, and then said, "Isn't it possible for our technology to explore? I walked around here and didn't find anything." You also know that the overclocking detectors are controlled by the company over there. Only by using those things can we ensure that we can give more accurate information. At this time, everyone in the security company couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. Things like overclocking detectors are monopolized by the Discovery Company. They also rely on this kind of thing to make a lot of money. And everyone is envious of this. Compared with them, exploration companies that have to take practical actions only need to provide information and have a steady stream of income. However, there is no way around this. After all, those detectors are monopolized by the exploration company. At that time, when they purchased the overclocking detector, everyone discussed that it must be fully funded by one company, and other companies could not participate. In short, it is a bidding model. Because if every company pays, then this kind of thing will not have much value. So it is impossible to get a piece of the pie. Although the situation at that time was that everyone could pay for it. The situation at United Universe was special. At that time, this kind of detector was also in a bidding mode. We had to compete with other civilizations. If other companies in the player group wanted to participate, it would definitely not be possible to compete with other civilizations with all their strength. Then the thing is very likely to be bought by other civilizations. So after some discussion, the players internally bid on the matter and decided to purchase the company. The purchasing company not only paid internally among the players, but also paid high prices when participating in external and other civilization bidding. This allowed them to obtain these detectors. This is also the reason why these things are monopolized by one company. Discovery Company. After all, the company paid a lot of money to buy this thing. However, judging from the current situation, their efforts have been rewarded accordingly. And this is considered a relatively smooth investment for them. Hey, the current situation can only force them to come over and find out more about this place. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, the ordinary detection equipment here plays too little role. If we want to completely understand this place, we can only continue to let them use overclocking detection equipment. But in the past, their use of overclocking detection equipment was routine. If you want to be more detailed, you will need to pay extra. And if something is really discovered here, they will also take part of the profits later. The use of overfrequency detectors in detection companies is divided into simple detection and detailed detection. Detailed detection mainly detects situations like now. For detailed detection, multiple overclocking detectors are used to conduct a blanket search here, compared with ordinary detection devices. The data obtained by this kind of detection is more detailed. But the cost is also higher. Usually 1% of the profit, 2% profit by percentage points. So it's not that the situation here is special. Generally no one is willing to spend such funds to do this kind of thing. Our detection here has yielded no results. So we can only consider letting them come. There is no way. No way. Our technical gap is really too big. This is also our biggest headache. After some discussion, they finally decided to adopt this method. After all, after a round of exploration, they found that even the nest of that group of creatures was not found. Under such circumstances, they could already see that they were with the detection methods. It is basically impossible to find the secrets here. After confirming it, they found the exploration company and discussed the price exploration. The company also sent overclocking detectors and its escort formation to this area and started working immediately. After all, this kind of order is considered a big one for Discovery Company. So they treated with caution. As they went deeper, the results soon came. First, they found the lair of that group of creatures. After the exploration company found the lair of these creatures, they naturally told the security company the news immediately. The security company that received the news also immediately dispatched a fleet to the area. I didn't expect that the efficiency of this exploration company is really high. It only took a few days to find the other party's lair. Just kidding. A professional company like this has the most advanced equipment we currently have. Secondly, the staff are also relatively experienced. Compared to laymen like us, their efficiency is naturally much higher. This is normal. After all, people rely on this industry to make a living. If they are not good at it, who will pay to find them? Okay, now that we have found the opponent's lair, it's time for us to take action. We need to conquer that area first. After determining the situation in this way, the security company's fleet also immediately headed to that area. Once there, the players carried out various controls on the surrounding area based on the information provided by the exploration company to ensure that this group of creatures did not one can escape from here. After all, this area may be a temporary base for them in the future. If this area is exposed, it will not be a good thing for them. So they have to strictly block it. After arranging everything, the security company's fleet launched an attack directly towards the area where this group of creatures was located. After this group of creatures were attacked by the players, they naturally launched a counterattack immediately. However, in the eyes of the players, their counterattack was the same as scratching an itch. There was no difference. This is just like when the players were still advanced civilizations. They were so helpless when encountering a super-civilized warship. But compared to the players at that time, this kind of creature was even more unlucky because the super-civilization had already found their home. They can't avoid it now. Just like what the players expected, this creature was defeated steadily by the players. However, as the battle line lengthened, the players also discovered that something seemed wrong, because they found that the construction method of this creature was similar to theirs. And most of their troops also appeared through hatching. Damn it. Brothers, look at the layers of these creatures, the layout of various buildings, and the buildings where the troops appear. Why do I feel that the situation is similar to that of our insect swarm? Except for the different types of arms. Everything else feels the same. Different buildings can produce different arms. Isn't it the same here? And their hatching efficiency is similar to ours. It's not even weaker than ours. This is ridiculous. Catch different types of biological samples in this way, and then send them to the research room for study to see the situation. As for this place, we will not attack for the time being. We will send enough warships to seal it off. I think the leaders of this area will definitely be very interested. At this time, the experienced security company team members quickly determined the next operation. For them, mining and discovering value is already the most basic operation. After so many years in the universe, they have encountered everything, including many similar things, so they are the first to have rich experience. It took time to figure out the best solution. Soon these samples were sent to the brainworm for research. When these samples were delivered, Jiangyao also felt a little surprised, especially after the final results came out. He also felt that this matter was a bit awesome after all. This creature is basically similar to the development model of our insect swarm. But the biggest difference between them and the insect swarm is that they are in a different universe. If we put it another way, it is no exaggeration to say that this kind of creature can be understood as the native insect race of this universe. Compared with the group of bugs I am leading now, their advantages are even more obvious. First of all, their research on genetic sequences is more in-depth, which makes their bugs reach the level of advanced civilization from birth. Compared to me, the level that requires purification is undoubtedly much more powerful for them. At the same time, there is also an insect king within them who is responsible for the dispatch of all insect swarms. He also belongs to the group consciousness. All in all, this is a new type of insect that is heavier than what I currently have. Jiangyao was also a little shocked by this news. He had never thought that such a race existed in the universe and lived in that strange place. Through understanding, he discovered that area where these creatures were was connected to another space. That space is about the size of the Milky Way. The resources of that race are basically obtained through that area, which is why they are so powerful, but still do nothing in this universe. And there was only one race in that space, so they could develop as they pleased. Even Jiangyao found this news a bit incredible. Is this the legendary lucky race? How could we have such luck if we hadn't saved the galaxy in our previous life? Indeed, this is the only way to explain the current situation. After all, with such good luck, even a pig can develop. But now Jiangyao's attitude towards dealing with such things is completely different from before. In the past, when he encountered a similar race, his first reaction was to eliminate it. But now, after learning about this race, his first reaction was to study these races to see if it was possible to kill them. Use the technology on your own insect swarm. In this case, his starting point can be improved immediately. After all, the starting point of the existing Zerg is too low, although the upper limit can be raised through later evolution. Wouldn't it be better to just start at a high level and then evolve to a higher upper limit? Chapter 646. The opponent takes the initiative to attack. In fact, Jiangyao was also surprised about this race. A replica of the Zerg, but much stronger than the Zerg I control. Our Zerg race has only reached its current level after evolving in the previous universe in the previous year based on inherited memories. The evolution of each bug took a long time, and various DNA sequences were collected. Through constant experiments and the blink of an eye, these DNAs were completely integrated into the evolutionary sequence of insects. But now this race is so simple. Jiang Yao knew very well that if the bugs in his hands were not systematically evolved inside, the current classmates might not even be considered advanced civilization at best. Of course, this has a certain relationship with the actual situation of that universe. The overall level of civilization in the universe also determines the upper limit of evolution, because only when you face stronger enemies will you work hard to evolve more powerful abilities. However, this race has such strength and is still inconspicuous in this universe, which shows that they have experienced very few wars in this universe. This shows that their starting point is very high, so high that they can reach the level of advanced civilization just by playing casually. If they experience wars all year round like me, maybe they can evolve to the level of a super civilization. This did surprise me a little bit. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao didn't hesitate much and immediately issued the order. We must ensure that this Zerg is completely in our hands. And at the same time, we must prevent them from leaving that area. In short, send a sufficient number of warships and various facilities to ensure that the area can be completely blocked. The area they are connected to must also be completely sealed off. After giving the order like this, Jiang Yao immediately asked the players to execute it. Brothers, the leader has a new mission. This time, the mission seems to be about the newly discovered insect swarm at the security company. Newly discovered mistake. What's going on? Many people didn't understand this piece of news. After all, the security company had specifically blocked it at the time. The general situation is this. The security company discovered a Zerg that belongs to this universe alone. And the most important thing is that the starting point of this Zerg is much higher than us. So the leader wants to integrate the genetic sequence of this Zerg into us, so that our starting point can reach this level. After hearing this explanation, many players couldn't help but change their expressions. It was obvious that they had guessed something based on the current situation. Old fellows, if I follow what you say, won't our bugs be able to reach the level of advanced civilization after they are born? It's almost like this. I estimate that the strength of bugs will undergo a big update in the future. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, since the official launch of the battleship, the entire strength has already tilted. The Zerg, which used to represent combat power, gradually withdrew from the stage of history and was replaced by battleships. But we are Zerg. If we talk about playing battleships, what does it look like? So I guess the relationship method wants to be reestablished in this way. Get the swarm back on track. Everyone agrees with this analysis combined with the current situation. Indeed, if the current situation is explained in this way, there is no problem. If this is the case, we need to think about it when we buy battleships or insects in the future. What's there to consider? Although the bugs started as advanced civilizations, the battleships are super civilized. What's the choice? You don't understand what's going on upstairs. The leader also mentioned that if the bugs evolve after a high start, they will reach a higher level, and it will not be difficult to evolve to a super civilization. If we can reach the level of super civilization, then I think this choice of battleships and bugs is a bit annoying. With the release of the news, many players have been discussing this topic for a while. The choice between battleships and bugs has always been a very difficult point for them. After all, except for this incident during this period, Jiang Yao's other actions were basically trying to find ways to support the insect swarm. However, because of this incident, he has taken a bigger step in supporting him. But without this incident, players around the world can still see his movements during this period. Compared to the swarm of insects, the maneuverability of a battleship is definitely not as good as that of insects. And its endurance, including combat effectiveness, is always worse than insects of the same level. And for insects, as long as there are energy ores, it can solve all problems. For battleships, you still need maintenance and other aspects. If it is damaged in the battle, it will not take long for me to recover through the energy ore. But the battleship is different. After it is damaged in the battle, it must be returned to the shipyard for repairs. Although the battleship itself has a self-repair device, there is an upper limit to the repair of. After reaching a certain degree of damage, there is simply no way to achieve perfect repairs with these nanorobots alone. To put it simply, the maintenance of battleship armor can only be regarded as solving temporary difficulties, but it cannot solve lifelong difficulties. Naturally, each has its own pros and cons. And the most critical thing is that battleships are susceptible to interference factors, which are much more than insects. All in all, both sides have their own advantages. One side is adaptable and powerful, but the cost is high, and the other side is a battleship with a very suitable price/performance ratio. However, compared to the issues discussed by most players, Many players in the combat team have already set their sights on the next battle. Ever since Jiang Yao issued relevant instructions to the insect swarm, a large number of warships have set off towards that area one after another. First of all, a group of people with strong invisibility capabilities took the lead in entering that special area. After all, the size of that area was quite exaggerated, reaching the size of a galaxy. In a scope of this size, no one can guarantee that there are no other entrances or exits. So the first thing these fleets do when entering is to find a way to detect the area where these bugs are located. It is impossible for them to seal off the entire universe, but it is still possible for them to seal off the area where the insect swarm is located. At this time, the main ones entering here are mainly the detection team. Brothers, this time we are pressed for time and have a heavy task. We need to figure out all the situations of this civilization within a month. But it is not difficult for us. The only troublesome thing is the workload. I don't know what the situation is. All in all, just try your best. The income this time is not low. At this time, the leader of the exploration team was communicating with the members below. Regarding this mission, he actually felt that things were quite troublesome. After all, it is necessary to find a stronghold owned by a civilization in a short period of time. Even if the other party is only an advanced civilization, they have far superior technology than the other party. But there will always be fish that slip through the net. And this time, the mission is not to let any fish slip through the net. Therefore, the exploration team also made a simple tactical deployment on this matter. First of all, this time it is divided into 2 blocks. The first block is responsible for searching all the bases of the Zerg inside. At the same time, they also need to search the overall activity range of the Zerg. This is their task. And the entire process mainly revolves around tracking markers and subsequent deployment. Relatively speaking, they pay more attention to the details of their work, while the other one is to fly to the edge of the universe and start exploring the situation at the edge of the universe. After all, what is the situation in this universe? Whether it is connected to other universes, or whether there are other channels is something that players need to care about. The area they explored continued to extend inward from the edge. In this way, they determined the surrounding situation in a carpet-like manner. It is basically impossible to do this if the players do not have overclocking detectors in their hands. But even if they have such equipment, the entire process will be very slow for them to operate. However, compared to the task of directly exploring all strongholds in Chongqing, this task is not as demanding in terms of time. In this way, without the knowledge of the crowd, the players have begun to deploy intensively in this universe. At this time, inside this mysterious insect swarm, the outer insect nest was destroyed by the enemy. All the reorganizations in the outer insect nests were destroyed, and no one was spared. What is certain at present is that the other party is a certain technological civilization that is much stronger than us. Based on the opponent's technological strength, I'm afraid they have already discovered our place. But I'm not sure when they will attack. At this time, the leader of the insect swarm was also worried about this matter. Of course, this is also very normal. Compared with other races, their race is lucky. After the failure of the First World War, they accidentally found this area. Then they began to recharge their batteries and develop and upgrade in this area. First of all, this area is very rich in resources, and it is also connected to a large space similar to the universe. There are too many resources and planets in this space. There are no restrictions on their development. And so far, they have not found any other living planets in this area. For this insect swarm, this is naturally good news, because it means that they will be able to mine without any risk and the resources here will strengthen themselves. But who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing after living a very stable life? They were actually targeted by other advanced civilizations. This is not good news for them. They know very well what will happen when civilization meets civilization in the universe. After all, they hid here for this reason in the first place. Now things are in trouble. Or run away. After a long time, he made this decision. Although the resources here are relatively abundant, these resources are insignificant compared with his own life. However, when he set out exploring bugs to learn about the situation outside, he found that the exit here had been surrounded by a large number of battleships from that civilization. Now that things are in trouble, the other party sees the situation and wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, the leader of this insect swarm was also a little desperate, because he knew very well that there was only one exit over there, and the other party had blocked it. It was not easy for him to get out. But when he thought about it again, he felt like he had caught something again. I have played against them before, and they have a certain understanding of our strength. And we should also have a certain understanding of their strength. Both sides are very clear about this. Logically speaking, after understanding this situation, they said so many fronts and should attack here as soon as possible. But now they are guarding the door and not attacking. This can only mean one thing. And that is that based on the strength of both sides, they feel that the warships on their side are not able to live 100% like this. So they continue to wait here and wait for more warships to come. If that's the case, then this situation is an opportunity for me. A chance for me to escape from here. Bring all the troops and fight out directly. Maybe we can break through their blockade. As long as we break through the blockade and enter the big universe, it won't be so easy for them to catch me. In such a predicament, various thoughts flew through the leader's mind. Soon, he came to such a conclusion. And after coming to such a conclusion, he naturally did not dare to neglect it. We must act now. Thinking of this, he immediately began to call out all the fighting bugs, and even said that in order to ensure safety, he even called in some functional bugs. Although these bugs did not have much combat effectiveness, they could still be used as cannon fodder. In this way, everything was arranged. And then I saw a large swarm of insects heading towards the area where the players were, killing them. Sometimes things are so strange. Because of different perceptions, the way of dealing with things is also completely different. In the eyes of this leader, the players did not attack immediately because the current military strength could not defeat him. For the players, it was because the current military strength could not ensure that none of them could escape 100%. So I didn't dare to act rashly. The difference in ideas and cognitions between the two will be directly related to the outcome of this war. Perhaps in the eyes of the leader, he was burning the boat this time. But in the eyes of the players, the other party couldn't think about it anymore, and was ready to kill them all. Naturally, the leader's actions were known to the players immediately. After all, there are eyes set up by the players. Therefore, they could know every move made by the leader immediately. When they got to know each other and started to gather troops, they were confused at first because they also wondered why the other party did what they did. But when they saw these troops coming towards them, the players were angry and funny. Chapter 647 Transformation of the Starry Sky Behemoth completed. What's going on? Brothers? We didn't go looking for them, but they took the initiative to find us. First of all, we need to know what is going on in these bugs' heads. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they stay away when they see our strength? I don't know what they are thinking, but I feel that it is not important. What is important is that since they have sacrificed their lives thousands of miles away, then naturally we cannot be polite to them. What's going on with the insects over there for the exploration team? At this time, faced with the questioning and exploration here, the members of the team were also confused. We are also confused. We don't know why these bugs are crazy. Suddenly, the bugs around us are preparing to break through our blockade. According to the news from other teams on our side, bugs in basically all areas have been mobilized. Of course, these areas are the areas we have discovered, and some areas that have not yet been discovered have also been mobilized. Looking at the traces of their mobilization, we have found quite a few bases this time. Hearing what the exploration team said, everyone present was a little confused. I said such an important thing. Why didn't you say it earlier? We were confused at the time. We were still trying to figure out what they were planning to do before telling you the situation. Who knew they would move so quickly? At this time, after hearing the reply from the exploration team, the combat team did not say much, but focused on the insect swarm. Although we don't know what conspiracy they are up to. Since the other party has come to give it away, there is no reason for us not to accept it. Thinking of this, the warships on the combat team side also immediately launched an attack on this group of insects. As the battle between the two sides started, the entire battle situation became one-sided. The gap in technology itself is huge, and in order to ensure that none of these bugs can escape, the players can be regarded as going out in full force this time. So the number of players is not bad at all. This makes it impossible for these bugs to use the method of replacing one with more. In this way, the battle between the two sides basically became a crushing situation, and the players easily crushed this group of bugs. After the battle was over, people also made simple statistics. They found that they had lost no more than 10,000 warships, and had wiped out nearly hundreds of millions of insects on the other side. This battle not only confused the players, but also the leader of the Zerg. Originally, he thought this was an evenly matched battle. Who would have thought that this was a battle of odds and ends, and their side would lose without any suspense? What on earth is going on? Why does the opponent have such strength and blockade this place instead of attacking directly? He was very confused at this time. But now his side has been taken down by the opponent. The combat units in hand were all killed and wounded. And the only ones that survived were some auxiliary bugs still in various bases. And the number of these auxiliary bugs was also very small. After all, when he recruited cannon fodder just now, he also recruited a lot of auxiliary insects. It was also because of his operation that the players started to take action immediately. After all, the players were worried about the bugs escaping before, so they had to arrange it in advance. Now that most of the cities have been solved by the players, the remaining bugs do not need to be arranged as before. So after the players' army eliminated this batch of bugs, they entered the small universe in a mighty manner and started a large-scale cleanup operation was carried out. Immediately afterwards, many bugs from the remaining heavy patrol bases were sent back to Jiangyao for research. At the same time, the leader of the insect swarm was captured. After having this leader, it will be easier to find other fish that have slipped through the net. Originally, according to our family's plan, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to resolve the issue in this area. Because of this leader's wave of operations, the players have almost cleaned up this area in just 1 year. After cleaning up this place, the next step is to search for resources in this small universe. I have to admit that the amount of resource reserves here really surprised the players. And because the resources are relatively dense, it is relatively difficult to carry out. And because the space here is closed and there is only one entrance, the safety factor is also very high. So a new era of mining began. Thank you for God's blessing. This wave has made us a lot of money. Yes, it is too easy to deal with this group of Zerg. And the most important thing is that they come with too many resources. I guess we will all make a fortune after collecting this batch of resources. In this way, players have been discussing this matter for a while. After all, this wave of truth really surprised them. But this time on Jiangyao's side, I have to say that the resource reserves in that universe are indeed a bit astonishing. With their help, the construction level of our star behemoth has reached 70%. If the mining over there is completed, all the controllers on the starry sky beast can also be arranged. In this way, I can fully control that starry sky beast, and the remaining abundant resources can be used in the starry sky beast. Some of the things are built above. First of all, the armor of the starry sky beast itself must use the best materials, with the defense of the starry sky beast itself, plus the defense of the equipment, and the powerful attack power of the starry sky beast itself, as well as the cooperation of the various turrets equipped. I think the strength of this starry sky beast will be improved by several levels. At the same time, except for the starry sky beast, other constructions also have the addition of these resources. So there is no need to worry about resource shortages in the short term. The other thing is the research on salary. The current progress has reached about 30%. As long as the later research resources are sufficient, my group will be able to reach advanced civilization in a short time. At this time, Jiangyao was thinking about everything in front of him. Ever since he learned the deeper secrets of the universe, Jiangyao has paid more attention to his own strength, because he knows very well that the enemies he faces in the future will never use them. So he must be fully prepared now. Time passed like this day by day, because all the energy was put into mining that part of the universe. The resources of that part of the universe were collected by Jiangyao in just 10 years. Of course, the reason why he set his sights on this area first was mainly because he was worried that if the universe collapsed one day, he would be embarrassed if he didn't collect the resources. These resources were all extra for him. He must ensure that profits are maximized. So it seems that he is very concerned about collecting the resources here. Of course, his efforts were rewarded accordingly. The total amount of resources he collected during this period was undoubtedly much greater than before. After all, this can be considered an undeveloped area, or an area with a low degree of development. In terms of resources, there are many resource points that are easier to develop. In this way, as the resources in this area were mined, he then turned his attention to the big universe and continued to mine according to the previous routine. However, because of the blessing of resources here, he is not constrained in doing things now. And soon all the arrangements for the starry sky beast have been completed. After these things were perfected, Jiangyao also started to operate them. Now this starry sky beast can be completely controlled according to his ideas. His operation is no different from resurrecting this starry sky beast. And this starry sky beast did not disappoint him. First of all, the starry sky beast's attack power was very terrifying, and it also had many large-scale skills. Among these skills, there are even many doomsday weapons that are no less powerful than the Super Titan. He was not surprised by this. After all, the size of this starry sky beast and the terrifying energy contained in his body were enough to explain it all. It was not in vain that he invested so much time and energy at that time. With the addition of this starry sky beast, it means that he now has another super combat power in his hands. At this time, it is no exaggeration to say that he has secured his position as the strongest civilization in the entire universe. Although his technology is not high compared to some civilizations, the weapons he possesses are unmatched. Finally, the matter of the starry sky beast has been resolved. Next, we need to consider building the starry sky beast's armor, auxiliary turrets, and other things. Although such a large armor requires the use of the highest strength materials, which consumes resources very horribly, if it succeeds, the defense and attack power of the starry sky beast itself will be improved to another level. In this case, when I face powerful enemies in the future, my chances of winning will be even greater. Of course, the problem of the starry sky beast has been solved, and other aspects cannot be left behind, especially regarding the evolution of the insect swarm. With those insects as a research material, the evolution of the insect swarm is about to be solved. I believe that in a few years, the strength of my insect swarm will be improved again. When the time comes, my energy or resources will be placed on the heavy group, and my ordinary or resources will be placed on the battleships. With a two-pronged approach, my strength will be further expanded. The war against other civilizations in the universe must also begin to be included in the schedule, especially large-scale scanning. The positions of other civilizations must also begin. I will receive all the resources of these civilizations under my command. Only in this way can I go of higher. In addition, the exploration of ruins must also be accelerated. Many ruins in this universe have never been touched by anyone, because they do not have professional equipment. Finding those instruments really depends on luck. But I am different. When I came over from the United Universe civilization, I bought a lot of these equipment. Then I can increase their exploration efforts. Jiang Yao's plans for the future are also relatively compact. The first thing he has to do is to continuously improve his strength. The second point is to integrate the resources of the universe. 3 points are also the most important. That is, research on battleships. That is, ordinary technology. And insect swarms must be done well. These things will be directly related to where he can go in the future. In this way, several decades passed in a flash. And due to sufficient resources in these decades, Jiang Yao has made great achievements in all aspects. The first thing is that the starry sky beast is also his main thing. The outer armor of the starry sky beast has been completed. The materials used in these armors are the same as those of Titan. They are all made up of modules, and their hardness is extremely exaggerated. The processing of these materials and technologies was a production line he accidentally found while exploring the ruins. Although this production line unites the civilized universe, the one on the other side is much weaker. But I have to admit that it is enough for him now. After the construction of the outer armor of the starry sky beast was completed, the construction of the space city was followed immediately. A mobile space city was built on the back of the starry sky beast as his main stronghold in the future. This was also his plan at the time. Now it is mainly aimed at the building of this city. After all, the starry sky beast is big enough. So he has arranged all the living areas in space, and so on. According to his estimate, it will take at most 100 years for all the construction of the entire starry sky beast to be completed. And by then a mobile space fortress will appear. The problem of the starry sky beast has been solved. As for other aspects, it has been almost solved. What makes him most happy is that he has been studying the black insect planet without much progress before. After years of deciphering the external energy body, it is finally possible. It's completely solved. First of all, the technology involved in this layer of energy body is not only multidimensional, shield technology, but also soul technology, etc., are involved. To put it simply, this layer of shield is super strong and can resist all aspects, various dimensional invasions, and soul technology, and a series of technological shields. This is a brand new shield system. And after understanding this shield system, and using the basis of this shield system, Jiang Yao has also made great achievements in the film research at Pao Century. The situation over there in the world is actually similar to the situation here now. The energy shield here is similar to the shield here. The underlying logic of the two sides' research is basically the same. But there are big deviations in the final details. Jiang Yao also integrated these two technologies. And finally a new shield technology appeared. However, this shield technology has a very big flaw. That is, its energy consumption is very serious. The more attacks it faces, the more energy it consumes. But there are disadvantages as well as advantages. That is, it is very difficult to break through the shield before the energy consumption is completed. Because of this characteristic, this kind of shield can only be installed on the Starry Sky Beast. Because if facing a very large battle and facing enough battleships to focus fire, even a Super Titan cannot carry so much energy or... So currently, only giant buildings or giant battleships can use this kind of shield. And what he can currently hold in his hands is this Starry Sky Beast. Chapter 648 Time flies. Now that we have new shield technology, the next operation will be much simpler. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. Looking at this huge starry sky, the giant beast Jiang Liao couldn't help but be filled with emotion. First of all, the armor itself consumes a relatively large amount of energy. In addition, the shield technology consumes a large amount of energy. In addition, controlling the Starry Sky Beast itself also consumes energy. If you calculate it like this, the energy consumption of the entire Starry Sky Beast really makes people feel a bit headache. Thinking of this, he saw the projection of the virtual Starry Sky Beast appearing in front of him. And then looking at these projections, he began to make calculations. According to my previous plan, I wanted to move my prison machine in. That thing consumes a very high amount of energy. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped and looked at the space inside the Starry Sky Beast. Apart from various mechanical instruments, there are still many usable positions inside. After a simple arrangement, Jiang Yao freed up about 1/3 of the space of the solar system. If all these weapons are deployed in this position, plus delivery devices, it should be enough. But it will be relatively compact, and the number of people supported will not be too many. After all, if you want to support a large number of people, the space requirements for storing these various things will be higher. Thinking of this, after thinking about it for a long time, he suddenly had an idea. The various facilities in the Starry Sky Beast can be used as preliminary facilities. Under normal circumstances, players can still use some of the things in my previous brain space. And the Starry Sky Beast is only used as a backup, or as an emergency. In some cases, the location where I placed the brain cannot be placed. Area. You can let the Starry Sky Beast release it here. This can also solve the problem of delivery distance to a certain extent. And by doing this, I can save about half of the original space. It would be more suitable to use this half of the space to store energy. After all, the Starry Sky Beast's demand for energy is very high now. Not to mention the energy consumption required for normal movement. The energy consumption of the Starry Sky Beast itself is terrifying. The amount of energy consumed by the Starry Sky Beast's attacks, and so on, is also very high. Under such circumstances, and with so many advanced equipment, if you want to fully use it, then the space utilization rate of the Starry Sky Beast must be to improve. The first thing is the interior. There is a lot of space inside the Sky Behemoth to reserve personnel. Apart from this, I have now freed up some more space. In this way, the energy he reserved should be barely enough for his own consumption. After solving its own problems, the armor side also has an energy warehouse. And the personnel on the armor side are relatively abundant. So the armor personnel can use part of it to supply shields. In addition, the construction of space cities must also consider shrinking the space and using part of the space to reserve energy. Only in this way can we ensure that everything is foolproof. In this way, Jiang Yao was arranging all kinds of details. After all, this Starry Sky Beast is too important to him, and it also gives him all kinds of headaches, especially in terms of energy. Ever since he was able to collect ores and set foot in the universe, he never had to worry about energy again. After all, the energy level contained in these ores is very high, and usually any facility can be satisfied by the ores. The usual consumption of ore is not very large. After all, under normal circumstances, these warships can use whether it is light energy, dark matter, or antimatter energy. It's just that during wars, because these personnel cannot satisfy the warships, ore is used. But even at this stage, as long as the ore is used, there is no need to worry about energy shortages. But who would have thought that now he would have to worry about this matter? The main reason is that the amount of energy consumed by the Starry Sky Beast is so huge that even the ore must be used in a planned way. But this is definitely not what Jiang Yao wants to see. Once it comes to planned use, it will be restricted in many places. So he feels that the energy issue must be solved as soon as possible. We must find a way to get the energy. Only with the energy can I use my newly developed shield with confidence and boldness. Jiang Yao is very satisfied with the shield he has developed, because the hardness of this shield is far beyond his imagination. Of course, He is not surprised to have such a result. After all, this shield is the shield technology cost him too much. In order to study this shield, he actually paid too much. From the beginning when he was an advanced civilization. After returning to the Blackworm planet and learning about this matter, he has been working on the Blackworm planet's shield. Research. Later, he researched soul technology and entered the Moon Spirit civilization. This research never stopped. Later, he entered the United Universe and acquired many technologies. He continued to research until he left the United Universe and set foot on the world at the edge of the universe. He has not stopped for a long time. And after so many years of hard work, he finally got this thing out. But he can't use it without restraint, which makes him feel very headache. After all, he had tested such a powerful shield before, and could easily withstand the end of his own Super Titan. Although this shield technology cannot be enjoyed by all warships, he naturally has to arrange it for the starry sky behemoths that can enjoy it. No matter what, the energy problem must be solved. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Yao decided to adopt a stupid method. The current ore can be regarded as the thing that can provide me with the highest energy level. Other means are simply not feasible. In this case, I can consider building a special energy storage device directly inside the starry sky beast. Extract the energy from the ore and store it inside. Normally, if you use an energy storage device with the same volume, it is equivalent to carrying nearly 10 times the ore. In this case, in the same space, I can carry 10 times more people. And these 10 times can fully support a war. It's just that compared to using ore directly, the energy loss rate of the storage device will be very large, which means that I need a steady supply of supplies. In this case, I will lose a lot of resources for no reason. In fact, his method is indeed feasible. But there is a big problem in it, which is the energy loss rate. Jiang Yao has studied it. No matter any storage device, it cannot lock energy as firmly as ore. It will always some energy will escape. This part of the personnel is equal to the loss value. And if this loss value is placed on the starry sky beast, the growth rate is still very large. If this kind of thing is done to other spaceships, it can be easily solved. The worst thing is to charge it when it is used. However, it cannot be done on the starry sky behemoth, because the energy storage capacity of the starry sky behemoth is too large. So it must store the energy in advance. Otherwise, when you want to use it, you may not be able to replenish the energy after using it for several years. But after recharging, people were lost every moment. So he needed to continuously invest in or to ensure the state. But after thinking for a long time, he decided that he had to do this. After all, he is actually well aware of the situation on his side now. After all, it is basically impossible to find energy that exceeds the level of or in a short period of time. Of course, if you insist on it, you can still find it, such as crystal, but this thing is too precious. And if you want to cultivate more powerful bugs in the future, you will need a lot of this thing. So he is definitely not bold enough to use this thing. Use the gadgets as energy sources. Now it seems that the only solution is to use this stupid method. Although the method is a bit stupid, I can still bear the loss. As long as we can ensure that the starry sky beast can be pulled out to participate in the battle immediately when necessary, then everything will be worth it. After some simple thinking, he finally decided to adopt this stupid method. Now that the matter on the starry sky behemoth has been resolved, the next step is other aspects. There are so many things I want to do at the moment, except for what the starry sky beast needs. Other aspects cannot be left behind. The first is the research on the bugs themselves. Today's bugs can consider adding some shield technology into them. There is definitely no way to invest in the shield of the starry sky beast, but a slightly simplified version can still be considered. But even if it is simplified, the strength of its shield is sufficient. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately made arrangements, preparing to invest this matter in the evolution of the insect swarm. In this way, in the following days, he basically devoted all his energy and time to the study of the bugs themselves. First of all, the Zerg that was wiped out this time brought him a lot of income. At the same time, the DNA sequences of these bugs themselves can also be used. Especially after studying the situation clearly, he can now ensure that all his bugs are born to reach the level of advanced civilization. And after such an improvement, he will also arrange natural shields for him, so that his insects can be regarded as high-ranking among advanced civilizations. In addition to studying these bugs, there are many details that he has not left behind. The first is to expand the number of battleships. After all, the speed of his ore mining has also been greatly increased. So he is constantly producing swords, as well as various auxiliary things. In his construction, various combat forces are always ranked first. After all, if you want civilization to continue, you can only rely on these things. Just like this, more than 10 years have passed. A lot of major events have happened to players in recent years. Even if Jiangyao can control the flow of time in the area, it is undeniable that the first batch of old players will eventually withdraw from the stage of history. At this time, Xianyu and Emperor Penguin were relatively old. And finally they quit the game and went home to retire. In fact, they were semi-retired a long time ago. But at that time, they were still able to participate in the battle. But now, after all, none of them have survived the years. Although Jiangyao tried every means to allow them to withdraw as late as possible. Even some genetic improvements were made to the Blue Star people in secret. Of course, in order not to be discovered by others. His improvement was very limited. The average lifespan of the Blue Star people now is about 120 years. This is also the limit of what he can achieve. Although it is not a big problem to improve his current skills for 1,000 or 800 years. It is too obvious to do so. From the time he traveled to this world to the subsequent development, Jiangyao knew very well that this was closely related to the players. No matter what happened, he could only make most people who wrote and think this was a game. Because only in this way can they have enough enthusiasm and courage. He knows very well that once players lose these things, their performance may not be as good as a middle-level civilization, let alone compared with an advanced civilization. So no matter what he did, he couldn't let these people know that this was the reality. Even the old players have basically retired. But many new players have joined. And many of them have shown relatively strong talents and are doing well in the game. Nowadays, a large number of new players have joined. And many more powerful new players have appeared. However, the only regret is that perhaps because the old players have better welfare benefits or other reasons. Among the descendants of this group of old players, I really haven't found a few that stand out. This incident also made him a little surprised. After all, as the old saying goes, a son inherits his father's legacy. Logically speaking, if their parents are so good, their descendants can't be far behind no matter how bad they are. However, the fact is that Jiangyao really hasn't noticed how outstanding Xianyu and his descendants are at the moment. Of course, if their backs weren't protruding, Jiangyao wouldn't give them special care. After all, for him, opportunities are always reserved for those who are capable. No matter for whatever reason. As long as his ability is not reached, he will naturally not pay too much attention. And this situation is not bad for him. Because in this case, there will not be a situation where one family is the only one. Perhaps the guilds of these old players are very powerful today. But many new players have also emerged. They have also occupied their own market and then developed steadily. One day they will be on equal footing with these old players. Or even surpass them. This also gives everyone a chance. Everyone has the opportunity to get to that point. Whether you can get there depends on you. And compared with the past, when old players occupied the market, there was not much targeting. Now all walks of life are rising. And the competitive pressure in each industry is great. The ability to break out of such competitive pressure is much better than before. It will improve a lot, which Jiangyao likes to see. In this way, as time went by, everything was progressing according to his plan. And all arrangements and preparations were being carried out in an orderly manner. Chapter 649 Discovering a New World. During this period, Jiangyao also entered a short period of development. Since the Zerg issue was resolved, Jiangyao has obtained a large amount of resources through the space in the area where the Zerg swarm is located. The highest proportion there is the rare energy or resource. As for other resources such as ordinary ores, there are countless them. Jiangyao is quite satisfied with this result. After all, he now knows his situation well. Now he needs to build as many warships as possible. Not just the number of warships in normal service. In addition, the number of reserve warships must also be guaranteed. That attack on the United Civilization was a wake-up call for him. In that battle, this situation occurred because there were not enough warships on our side. If he had enough warships at that time, he could send out a steady stream of warships in the later stage. In this way, the battle would not be so passive. The current number of reserve warships is 20 million. But this number is far from enough. In order to prevent similar things in the future, I must ensure that the number of my warships reaches at least 100 million. Although this number seems to be a lot, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get so many warships before. But it's different now. With the resources of the space where the Zerg are located, This matter can be completed. The area where the group of Zerg was located actually surprised him. The first is that there are so many resources of all kinds. Although ordinary ores are much inferior to energy ores, there are still a lot of them. Enough for him to prepare enough battleships. At the same time, the amount of energy ore has also allowed him to reach an unprecedented height, which is also a happy thing for him. At present, I have enough war reserves in my hands. It is time to launch the swarm plan. The insect swarm plan is a plan he formulated for the future. The purpose of this plan is to bring together a group of insects with super civilized combat power. Because of his own changes to the genes of the insect swarm, once the insect swarm in his hand hatches, its strength will already reach the level of an advanced civilization. It only takes a few evolutions to reach the level of super civilization. He was quite satisfied with this result. However, he also knows very well that the various resources and military forces currently in his hands are very powerful. But it is still difficult to face some enemies. So he still needs to develop more powerful weapons. But now his Zerg strength can be considered satisfactory to him. The first is that the special abilities of the Zerg in his hand have been improved. The first is the attack power. In addition to this, it is the shield technology. He has also integrated this technology into the Zerg. Although this is only a simple version of the shield, it does not prevent him from becoming the strongest shield on his side, except for the Starry Sky Beast. But the only pity is that he can't change the shield technology of Super Titan. Of course, with his current technology, he could still change the Super Titan shield. But the system in which the Super Titan is located needs to be completely changed. Because the two shields are not the same concept at all. So the previous remote repair ships cannot repair this shield. And he currently does not have the corresponding repair technology. So he can only give up on this matter. And through this incident, Jiang Yao finally understood. No wonder I heard from the United Universe before that the development of science and technology has changed civilization. And the development of science and technology has also limited civilization. If a civilization reaches my current level and also masters the same shield technology, what will it think at that time? Should it continue to use the previous shield technology or make changes? The difficulty of developing a corresponding shield recovery device is many times higher than that of developing a shield. It is very likely that the device will fail after all efforts are made. If a conventional civilization faced the current situation, what would it choose? Jiang Yao didn't know the answer to this question. It shouldn't be said that I don't know the answer. It should be said that even if I know it, it will be useless. Because he can't change. You can't change some people's minds. At the same time, there is no way to take risks. You must know that you are not safe now. There are still hidden enemies in the universe. It's too risky to make changes at this point. So if a normal civilization encountered such a thing, I'm afraid the path they would choose would be completely different. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Indeed, the current situation is very complicated. But these are different for him from other normal civilizations. Even if he changes, he still has the bugs behind him. But it's clear he has no intention of changing. Because now I have seen the disadvantages of technology. As evolution consumes resources, the disadvantages of technology are also obvious. But it doesn't matter. Now my insect swarm army will also be mobilized. By then, it won't matter even if there is not much progress in technology. While talking to himself like this, Jiang Yao was also planning his next move. During these years of stability, Jiang Yao did not encounter any enemies. So his development was relatively smooth. First of all, with the addition of the Starry Sky Behemoth, a powerful combat force, intelligent brain technology has also achieved relatively high achievements. In addition, there are more critical things. Even the number of conventional warships is also increasing. The amount of resources I have collected is enough to support me in arranging this army. So far, everything I need to arrange has been basically completed. So the next thing I need to do is simple. That is to continue to develop while exploring and searching for other civilizations. In short, no arrangements can be stopped. All my arrangements have to be made. I can already foresee danger coming in the near future. Regarding this point, in fact, the main reason why he felt this way was because of the Zerg that he captured. Although the space where the Zerg was captured was very rich in resources, he also discovered that there were many problems in that space. Although during this period, he sent enough warships to understand the situation. But the final result is that the space seems to be undergoing some unknown change. It was also because of this change that he had always been very cautious. I don't know what that part of the universe will look like in the end. But we must pay close attention to this. In addition, other research cannot be stopped. At present, The research on the Black Worm planet has been completed. The brain technology has been completed. And the number of battleships has almost been replenished. These more difficult technologies have been researched to the point. In addition, I have also researched a little bit about the thin film on the other side of the bubble world. According to the current progress, I will be able to completely break through the membrane on the bubble world in a few decades at most. By then, with this technology, I can further optimize my shield technology. In addition to these conventional technologies, I have also studied various other technologies. At present, it seems that the things I can study and the things I want to study are almost coming to an end. At this time, Jiang Yao was also a little confused about his future path. When he had nothing before, he was actually very concerned about many things. But now as time goes by, after he has everything here and is almost ready, he is also a little confused about what he can do in the future. He no longer needs to worry about the evolution of the Zerg. As long as there are resources, the evolution of the Zerg can be completed. There doesn't seem to be much to worry about in terms of technology. Based on the current situation, I may not have anything to do in the short term, but I think I still need to plan carefully. In fact, he is also very confused now about which path he will take in the future. Now he has reached a bottleneck in many aspects, and he probably doesn't have any enemies now. And even if he does, he can easily defeat them. If it weren't for the uneasy feeling that space often gave him, Jiang Yao felt that he might have entered the salty fish period long ago. Although he didn't know what was going on in that space, Jiang Yao always wanted to find something to do for himself. Otherwise he would feel a little uneasy. Although now he can slowly wait until all the remaining technologies are researched before making plans. But at the moment, he feels that he cannot do this. He had to prepare in advance. And just when Jiang Yao was still worried about this matter, suddenly the memory of the previous scene gave him an idea. He remembered the former Star Ring civilization. That civilization created a superstar ring around the entire galaxy. In order to capture that thing, he remembered that he and the players also paid a high price. Now that conventional technology has been researched, I think it is necessary for me to consider building a giant creation. Although I have seen a lot of things similar to war fortresses in the past, and I have even used them myself. But later, due to technological advancement, these things gradually withdrew from the stage of history. But given the current situation, I think I can consider getting one and combine all the technologies I currently have to create a super fortress. After we have almost finished researching the things that should be studied in the world, we can take out various technologies and integrate them together. I believe that with the addition of so many technologies, the war fortress I built will definitely play a decisive role. Jiang Yao, who couldn't stay idle like this, arranged another part-time job for himself. In short, now he knew that all he could do was to do his best to improve his strength. At this time, when Jiang Yao was still worried about his future, it was on the player's side. Presumably other players have also entered a period of comfort during this period, because they basically didn't encounter any enemies during this period. Everything developed relatively smoothly. Brothers, have you heard? The leader seems to be planning another big project. I heard about it. It is said that they are preparing to build a war fortress. I said that the leader is really busy recently. First, he has almost completed the research on various technologies and completed the messy starry sky beasts. And then a bunch of new plans have been added. It looks like he is preparing for war. But now there are no opponents for us in the entire universe. So there is no need at all. Have you forgotten that apart from our universe, there are other universes? I guess the reason why the leader did this is to prevent other universes. Judging from the current situation, this is the only possibility. Especially when encountering something like the United Universe civilization. The things in our hands are really no match for us. Players of the United Universe civilization also know very well what kind of behemoth it is. It combines the power of the entire universe, and its strength must be extremely exaggerated. If the door to the universe opens, and there happens to be such a civilization on the opposite side, then they will be able to understand what the leader is doing. Actually, it doesn't matter. For us, as long as we make money. That's all. Yes, as long as we make money. Everything is easy. In this way, the players discussed the topic at hand. And Jiang Yao naturally knew about the topic the players were discussing at the moment. He didn't intend to tell them what he thought. After all, these things were all his own guesses. If the guess was wrong and everyone made a big fuss, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So he had been arranging things in advance according to his own ideas. The things he has arranged can be taken out immediately if something similar happens. If there is no encounter, this amount is not too much to prepare for war. And while he was still making arrangements, The players on the other side of the world were exploring other worlds when they suddenly discovered something that concerned them very much. At this time, all the players in the hall were staring closely at the huge projection in the sky. And in the projection was a world of mountains and rivers. In this place, there are mountains and rivers. And the fairy atmosphere is vague. If the players hadn't known that this was a world of bubbles, they might have thought that they were not in the world of cultivating immortals in the novel. But the facts are so absurd. The world shown now is really no different from the world of cultivating immortals. I saw that among these mountains, there was an area with various antique buildings. The style and layout of these buildings are exactly the same as the Xianxia world imagined by players. At the same time, they also noticed that the clothes of the people inside were similar to what they imagined. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they saw that many of them were able to fly with swords. Here you go. What on earth is going on? Did I log into the wrong game? It's outrageous that ordinary people can fly. Old man, if I remember correctly, this should be a science fiction game. Why did a fairy suddenly come in? For this question, no one present could give an answer, but it is obvious that they are also very curious about what is happening now. After all, in a world like this, who can not be curious? Brothers, there is really something in this world. I think we can study the world and see what this situation is like. Chapter 650 Entering the World of Xianxia. In this way, after knowing the situation of this world, curious players began to observe the world in detail. Through observation, they also discovered the basic structure of this world. First, the other world obtained is a planet. But the concept of this world is completely different from what the players imagined. There are no planets in this bubble world. The entire bubble world universe is occupied by different continents. To put it simply, the entire space of this world is occupied by land. There are a total of 5 continents here. These 5 continents are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. Located on the highest level is a continent that occupies the entire bubble world. And below are 2 divided continents. Underneath the split continent are the remaining 2 continents that are as huge as the first one. The entire world has a total of 4 continents. 3 of these continents are about the same size as the entire star system. Here, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a round sky and a square place. It is also because of such a large area that the world looks particularly weird. There are people living on these continents. According to the guesses of the players, this should be this world. People of different levels live in different continents. Among these continents, there are many connections to different continents. And there are some strange environments on the edges of the continents. Apart from the strange environment, the edge space is directly connected to the edge universe. The shielding of this continent is completely different from other continents they discovered. To put it simply, the restrictions are not that big at all, making it impossible for civilization to enter. Or you can leave the continent here. But what makes the player strange is that this arrangement does not have the interference of shielding. And the peripheral space does not erode this place. In this way, the players continue to observe this continent with a little curiosity. At the same time, they also discovered that there is a lot of special energy in this world. And many individuals also possess such power. This made them feel doubly strange. And they had to admit that this world was completely different from all the worlds they knew. Old fellows, what is going on in this world? Why do I get weirder and weirder every time I look at it? I don't know. It's my first time to see such a strange world. But I think we can observe it for a while longer. Players are still relatively cautious about this world. For anything beyond their knowledge, they need to understand the situation clearly before making a decision. Of course, on Jiang Yao's side, he has been observing the world. After all, he has set foot in so many universes. And this is the first time he has seen this world. So he needs to understand the details here. From studying the peripheral energy bodies to studying the situation inside. We will finally decide whether to go in. At this time, everyone on the player's side has made a decision. In this way, the players also began to study this world. Because they had also studied a lot of bubble worlds before, and had a lot of experience. They have already produced results on some details. So the speed of studying this world is pretty good. The first is to target the outermost connections. Players are very curious about this kind of connection method. The results soon came to light on this point. It turns out that the peripheral shielding ability of this world has been weakened for some reason. That's why it's the current situation. And this kind of shielding can only block the special space outside, but cannot control the entry and exit. But according to the current situation, as time goes by, the outer space will gradually penetrate inside. If it is not repaired, It won't be long before the world is swallowed up by the outer space. Although people in this world have strong individual combat capabilities. But they have to admit that even so, they cannot resist the outside environment. At the same time, although the players are a little surprised by the results of the research on the strength they can exert, these things are not out of scope. It's like the bugs controlled by players can highlight various attacks, have strong attack capabilities, or have other special abilities. This is the result of biological evolution. Different ways of biological evolution lead to different results. Although the people here look similar to ordinary people on the surface, through research, players have found that their internal structures are different from ordinary people. It's completely different. To put it simply, the vests are exactly the same, but the cores are different. This is because of various differences that lead to their special abilities. According to the research of players, this kind of evolution is an unstable evolution. Every bug of the players can exert the same strength. This is a manifestation of stable evolution. To achieve this, it takes a lot of time and energy. Especially the requirements for technology are very high. But these creatures are different. Some of them have a relatively high degree of evolution, and some have a relatively low degree of evolution. Their future achievements are determined from the moment they are born. I'll be nice. I always feel like this arrangement is inexplicably reasonable. Yes. Doesn't this explanation explain that in the world of cultivating immortals, some people have high talents, some have low talents, and some people even have no talents? I never expected that this would be the case. Each one of them was defined from the start based on their level of talent. There are some highly talented people whose energy absorption speed and energy reserve are completely different. And the gap is not small. This means that the gap in their later strength is also very large. It's completely off the mark. It turns out that the talent for cultivating immortals can still be explained in this way. After understanding the general situation at this time, the players were also somewhat disappointed with the current situation. After all, most players were still yearning for the term cultivation in the beginning. Walking with a sword in the end of the world is what many players yearn for. But what they longed for ended up being like this. And no one could accept it. According to this kind of research, the results show that they have been ancestors for a long time. Take their bugs as an example. Not to mention the current evolution. The bugs in the past also had similar abilities to fly and release attacks to destroy the enemy. If you insist on comparing this kind of thing, the feeling of cultivating immortality will disappear all of a sudden. Immortal cultivators use spiritual power to wield sword energy. Fighter jets launch missiles. Zerg breath attacks. And so on. These are just different ways of expressing attacks. Because the attack is expressed in different ways, it feels completely different. If it is really explained in this way, then to the players, this world is just an ordinary civilization that prefers the world of immortal cultivation in their imagination. Oh my god! If this is really the case, who can stand this? Yes, a good world of cultivating immortals. If this is really the case, I feel like I don't yearn for it that much. As the research continues to deepen, the players are getting more and more information, which also allows them to gradually analyze the nature of this world. After understanding this situation, they no longer have much understanding of the current world of immortal cultivation. Yearn for. This thing is not as good as the leader's G now plan. At least the strength exerted by that G now plan is n times that of this world of cultivating immortals. Not only is the gap in strength, the gap in functionality is also very obvious. At this time, the players were discussing this world with each other. And finally they decided to go directly to that world to see it. This is also because they still have the slightest hope for this world, even after knowing the result. After a period of time like this, two areas separated the continent. There are more than a dozen people in a certain mountain village, and these people are naturally players. In order to enter here, the brainworms began to construct the creatures of this world as early as 10 days ago. The creatures constructed by brainworms are basically similar to the people in this world. To put it simply, they are clones of immortal cultivators. With these clones, controlled through soul technology, players can start walking here as natives of this world. It is also for this reason that players are even more disappointed with this world, because it only takes a short 10 days to study the structure of human genes in this world, so that ordinary people in this world can be determined. In fact, the overall structure is not complicated, which means, however, their level of evolution is not very high. Okay, ladies, put aside all the messy thoughts. The reason why we are here is just to experience the fairy tale in our imagination. Although we know that this place is different from what we imagined. Everything we imagined we have here is also like moving mountains and filling seas. and walking with swords. If you have to look at the world from its essence, then it is indeed not that satisfying. But if we simply experience it, it will be different. Yes, since we are here to experience it, why do we have to think so much about the nature of research and what we can do now? We can integrate into this world as an ordinary person, and then join the organization of cultivating immortals to experience what this world of cultivating immortals is like. Just like that, everyone walked towards the village here. The situation here is happening in different corners of the world, because there are not many players entering here this time. And the reason why Jiang Yao lets them in is to train them in advance. After all, these players can only be regarded as new players in a strict sense. They have experienced relatively few things, so they need to be constantly allowed to experience different things in order to grow. The current situation is naturally the best world to experience. This world is basically similar to the Xianxiao world that Jiang Yao imagined. Although after understanding the general situation, it is not so mysterious. But what happens in the Xianxiao world is this world is still happening. A world like this is actually quite good for training you. In this way, Jiang Yao said while secretly observing every move of the players. At this time, among the first group of players, a dozen of them had entered the village. As soon as they entered the village, they were stopped by a few burly-looking people. Who are you? What are you doing here? At this time, the big man leading the village looked at the sudden appearance of the few people with vigilance. Although when I came here, both the clothing and other brainworms were clearly arranged. The current players looked no different from ordinary people in this world. But even this still cannot dispel the doubts of the strong man in front of them. At this time, after hearing the strong man's question, several people looked at each other and said, "Hello. We are from a caravan. We were robbed by thieves while transporting goods, and a few of us escaped here." At this time, a player in the team said. Everyone nodded in agreement with this statement. After all, they knew that this explanation was a commonly used rhetoric in the world of cultivating immortals. But sometimes imagination and reality are very different. Like now, although the players thought that their side of the argument was correct, they did not notice that the eyes of the big man in front of them became more vigilant. He stretched his hand behind his back and waved it a few times. Naturally, his actions were noticed by his companions on the side, who also understood and began to retreat. And just then the big man spoke. "You came here after being chased by bandits? So what do you plan to do in our village?" At this time, several players here were also a little surprised. Let me tell you, why is this different from the script? Yes, logically speaking, shouldn't he express sympathy for us in this situation and let us settle in the village? Players are also a little strange about the current situation, but they soon figured it out. After all, it is impossible for them to meet someone who is easy to talk to every time. There are all kinds of people in this world. So they continued to speak. He is such a strong man, because we got separated from the caravan. And now it is getting dark. This forest is also very dangerous at night. So we want to stay in your village for a night. Do you think it's okay? At this time, after hearing the player's words, the expression on the big man's face became more and more alert. Borrowing? And just when he was about to say something, he noticed that the men who had just retreated were already heading this way with a large group of people. Do it. So he immediately changed his words and started to attack the players even though he was about to say something. The players were also a little confused when they saw the sudden change. What's going on? How could I know? How come we were having a good chat just now, and then suddenly got into action the next moment? At this time, the players who saw that the situation was not good also quickly fled. However, the people behind them were chasing after them. Worry. Are these people intoxicated? They keep chasing us. In this way, the players who were escaping for their lives also collapsed, because the group of people behind him have been chasing after him. It hasn't stopped since the beginning. If the brainworms hadn't strengthened some basic attributes, such as speed and endurance, when making their bodies, the players estimated that they would have been caught by the group behind them. But even if they are not caught at this time, their situation is not good. The people behind them don't seem to be kind-hearted people. Judging from the current situation, the players will probably be left in the cold if they are caught. Chapter 651 Night in this world. Worry. Worry. Why is this? At this time, the players who were being chased all the way were also in despair. Originally, when we came here, we saw that they were surrounded by deep mountains and old forests. So a group of people thought that it would be too dangerous to spend the night outside. You must know that this is a world of immortal cultivation, and there are monsters and other things in the forest. So for their own safety, they thought of staying in the village for one night. leaving the next day and looking for roads to other cities. In the end, who would have thought that he would just say something and then be chased? Brothers, who knows? I'm so depressed. These old guys are chasing us all the way. Yes, there must be so much hatred and resentment. The problem is that we are new here and our friend list is blank. Under such circumstances, what are they doing chasing after us? At this time, the players who were being chased and complaining were also a little bit depressed. Aren't you just asking for directions? He's been chasing us all the way. At this time, all the players didn't know what to say. What was happening now really made them a little bit overwhelmed. This thing really makes them feel uncomfortable. When encountering something like this, many people thought that this game was deliberately made difficult for them. They kept chasing the players for more than an hour before letting them go. Mainly because the players were so good at running that their physical strength just couldn't keep up, so they had to give up in the end. At this time, the expressions of everyone who saw the leaving players chasing after them were also uncertain. It is not difficult to see from their expressions that they are very unwilling. Go back. Gather everyone in the village tonight. There must also be more patrols in the village at night. At this time, the leader could only leave these words and led everyone away. And on the other side, the players who had just escaped gathered together. It's crazy. Old guys, what's going on here? Yes, this is such a big deal. If it weren't for the fact that the brainworms had modified our bodies and strengthened our physical strength, I would have probably ended up here. At this time, several panting people were sitting around discussing this matter with confused faces. Is it the custom in this world to kill people on sight? It's impossible. If that were really the case, wouldn't the world be in chaos? At this time, the players were discussing this matter, and no one gave them an accurate result of their discussion. But just when everyone was a little confused, a player named Zioxiel seemed to have thought of something. Guys, I'm thinking I know what's going on. At this time, after hearing Zioxiel's words, all the players looked at him in surprise. Old man? What do you mean? Did you find something? Old man? After hearing everyone's inquiries, Xiao Xiala also expressed his guess. Brothers, think about what is different about that village. Everyone looked at each other when they heard his question. It was obvious that they didn't know what Zioxiel wanted to express. Think about it. If we follow normal logic, would a normal village be built in such a deep mountain and old forest? But when they heard his words, everyone immediately reacted. Yes, why didn't I think of that? The area we are in is quite deep in this mountain range. In this place where birds don't poop. The first point is the inconvenient transportation. And there are monsters and beasts in the mountains and forests, as well as all kinds of snakes and insects, which can threaten the lives of ordinary people. To build the village here under such circumstances shows that the village may not be as simple as we thought. I seriously suspect that the people in these villages may be key criminals, repeat criminals, or other people who have committed crimes. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to live in these places. And have you noticed that the people who were chasing us just now are obviously much better than ordinary people? There are many different types of people in this world. Some are just ordinary people, and some are warriors. As for the ones with the highest status, they are immortal cultivators. These people should be considered warriors, no matter how you say it. With their skills, they can't be said to have gone to other places. Even if they go to those big cities, they can get a part-time job or a good job, which is no better than here. Just like this, everyone gradually understood the matter with each other's words. First of all, this group of people may not be good people, so be extremely wary of their sudden appearance here. Maybe if they follow the normal procedures and don't reveal any flaws, they should be able to spend the night there tonight. However, the previous communication between the players left a big gap. The experts assigned themselves the status of living in the open air, but each of them does not look like such a person at all now. Therefore, they made up such a lie, and the other party is more wary, and it is easy to see through it. After being found out, the other party will only subconsciously think that you are here for other purposes. In addition, they themselves have a guilty conscience, so they have the idea of killing people to silence them. This has been going on for a long time. I'm just wondering why these people are chasing us like crazy dogs. But veterans have to say that this game is still a bit complicated. I originally thought it was just a small copy, but I didn't expect the details to be so well done. That's for sure. After all, this game has been in operation for so many years, and many things have been improved. But what should we do next? Old men? We have to complete the tasks here for him. At this time, the players began to discuss this issue again. And when they arrived here, They received an exploration mission. And there are several quests to conquer here. Although the rewards of these tasks are nothing to old players, they are still a considerable amount of income for these new players. So now they are also thinking about how to win this place. It is mentioned in the mission content that we will receive different rewards based on the area we control. We also understood the situation in this world before we came here. Although the area we are in is a mortal country, there are also immortal cultivators here. And if this world wants to gain territory, no matter how we play, we will always face off against these immortal cultivators. The strength that the brain worm can exert with our modified body is probably only comparable to that of a mortal warrior. Immortal cultivators don't have much chance of winning at all. This matter is troublesome. No matter how we operate, we must get the help of immortal cultivators, or have weapons that can fight against immortal cultivators. Otherwise, it is basically unrealistic to occupy the area. At this time, a group of players were discussing this topic, and Jiang Yao gave them a test for this mission. Of course, the main reason why he gave such a test was to train the players. So for the players who came here this time, Jiang Yao didn't prepare much for them. The most important thing was this body. Other than that, he didn't arrange any resources. How they can develop after coming here can only depend on them. And he just used this method to select some better players. At this time, apart from these players, other players are also discussing the same topic. Of course, compared to them, the area where many players were born is better, so it will be relatively easier to develop. At this time, in the area where this group of players is, because too much time was wasted during the day today, the sun is almost setting now, and the players are deep in a forest at this time. Hey old guys, I feel like something big is going to happen tonight. At this time, the players looked at the getting darker and darker sky, and they also felt that things were getting serious. Along the way today, they also encountered a lot of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. After all, various creatures in these areas have requirements. They have not seen these yet, but they know very well that once they encounter them, they may hang here. Although there are no monsters or beasts encountered, the snakes, insects, rats and ants here have made many players very uncomfortable. Especially venomous snakes can be seen everywhere here. They can still find them during the day, but at night it becomes a big problem. Now it seems that we can only build a temporary thatched house for one night, and we have to clean up the surrounding area, a player at this time said, looking at everything around him. There are a lot of weeds and trees in their area now, which they don't need to take care of. But the surrounding weeds can easily hide some deadly gadgets, so they must clean up the surrounding area. The main purpose of building thatched houses is to prevent those snakes. After all, if you really find a place to lie down at night, maybe not 2 of the players will survive the next day. It was confirmed in this way, and several players immediately took action after the next operation. I'm drunk too. I don't know if it's too late or not. There's also the person who drilled wood to make fire after birth. Haven't you succeeded yet? Yes. Our safety at night depends on you. At this time, hearing everyone's discussion, one player was a little confused. Brothers, although lighting a fire at night can drive away some tigers, leopards, jackals, or some snakes, insects, rats, and ants, if I remember correctly, monsters are not afraid of fire. Yes, if I remember correctly, monsters don't seem to be afraid of this thing. It doesn't seem to be of much use if we make a fire. After all, as long as we build the thatched house, we shouldn't have to worry about snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the future. But when he heard the conversation among the people, Xiao Shila shook his head. I said you just don't have survival experience. Can we survive if we encounter monsters? We have to put up a fire whether we light it or not. But if there is no fire, if some tigers, leopards and jackals come over, do you think our little can the thatched house stop it? So for us now, the safest thing is to raise the fire and encounter monsters. Even if we are unlucky, if we don't encounter some poisonous insects or other beasts that don't dare to approach, or some ferocious beasts don't dare to approach, we can't. It's a little extra layer of protection. In this way, everyone was discussing and busy at the same time. Fortunately, their work efficiency was not low, and the matter was quickly completed. After all, what they built was just a simple thatched house. After the thatched house was completed, everyone suddenly discovered that their body's hunger level seemed to be very low. Damn it. I was so busy doing work that I forgot about practical things. I have to say, there are so many things going on with this body. One moment I am not physically strong. The next I am worried about being bitten by bugs. And the next I am worried about being hungry. It is really troublesome. What should we do next? Old guys? Asked a player looking at the already gray sky. What should we do? What else can we do? Just get over it tonight. And wait until tomorrow morning to find some berries. Or see if we can catch some prey, and make do with it first. With the current weather, if we dare to run too far, we might get completely lost. And we won't be able to see anything clearly at night. And we might be bitten by something. After some discussion, everyone decided to stay here for the rest of the night. In this way, the light gradually dimmed as time went by. And then night fell. Compared to the starry sky that players had seen before, the world here had a different charm. Oh my god! I never thought that the world would be like this. In fact, players have seen a lot of night skies. Sometimes on a battleship. All you see at this time is night. Sometimes on the planet. The night color of each planet is different. But this is also the first time for players seeing this night. There is no light here at night. No light at all in the real sense. There is no moon in this world, and it will not reflect sunlight. Because of the special nature of the area, the light from other planets cannot shine here. So once we arrive here late at night, I fell directly into deathly darkness. At this time, the lights of the players at night are particularly dazzling here. Fortunately, there are some towering trees around, so they don't worry about the amount of light penetrating too far. I'm going to be nice. Fortunately, I didn't go out to look for food before. After I went out at night, I really let you experience what it means to be invisible. At this time, seeing everything around them, the players were also a little happy. They didn't go out just now, based on the darkness here. If they didn't have equipment like night vision goggles, they probably wouldn't know where their home is every 2 steps they take now. Now they feel as if they are in a cave, without any light and extremely dark. Players may not know that for people in this world, night is a forbidden area. Compared to nights in other seasons where you can still see some things hidden in the darkness through some faint light. Here, things in the darkness are truly hidden, as long as they don't make any noise. You may not notice even if the other person is right next to you. At this time, the mobile players were hiding in the thatched houses and looking at the bonfire not far away. It's not peaceful here at night, and you can hear the noise around you from time to time. Chapter 652 Prepare Supplies. The players didn't have a good night, because you can hear various noises around you from time to time. When these creatures hiding in the darkness discover the light, they will inevitably come here to find out. However, when they felt the scorching temperature of the flames, they wisely chose to leave. The players can clearly see the operations of these dark creatures, and at the same time, they can't help but secretly rejoice. After building the house and setting up a bonfire, they had a relatively safe night. Time flies by like this, and soon the first ray of sunlight in the morning shines into the forest, and the world is lit up. At this time, the players were seen walking out of the thatched house one after another, after making sure that the outside of the thatched house was safe. The brothers finally made it through the night. Mad. This is really too difficult. I heard a lot of large creatures last night. If we hide in the thatched house, I really doubt that those creatures will come and fight with us based on the bonfire alone. The players all remember everything that happened last night. Some creatures in this world are actually not very afraid of fire, because last night players heard the screams of creatures that were burned after touching the flames. It can be seen that not every creature in this world is afraid of fire, and if the players didn't have thatched huts as cover yesterday, they estimate that these creatures who are not very afraid of fire might directly attack them after discovering them. I have finally seen the dangers of this world. Old fellows, it seems that from now on we must arrange tents and other things when we sleep every night. At this time, after realizing the dangers of night in this world, players are becoming more careful at night. Based on the current situation, it is not easy for us to get out of this forest. Now we have no map of the world or GPS positioning systems, so we can only walk in one direction and see if we can get out of here. Yes, this is the biggest headache. Now we don't know where we are. We are completely headless. In this way, everyone was communicating in various ways, and they knew that the current situation was very troublesome. But at any rate, they also had some combat experience. After knowing their current situation, they soon began to plan their next plan. First of all, I think since we can't be sure when we can go out, what we need to do now is to arrange everything in advance. Both matters regarding survival and safety must be resolved as soon as possible. Everyone nodded after hearing this. The first thing that needs to be concerned about is our safety issue, which is the top priority. Let's get some simple weapons first, such as wooden spears. Although they don't have much lethality, They can at least provide us with some protection. Just do it. And after the communication, the players immediately began to look for suitable branches around them. The process of making wooden spears is also relatively simple. Usually wooden spears are divided into ordinary wooden spear heads and stone spear heads. The difference between the two is that the wooden spearhead will definitely not be used as long as the stone spearhead. However, wooden spears also have many benefits. They are easy to make. If a tail fin is added, it can also be used as a throwing tool, which will be more helpful for hunting. Brothers, this time we will get 7 or 8 wooden spears in each hand. In this way, we won't need to worry about safety in the short term. While talking like this, the players quickly found suitable wood around them. After all, this thing does not have high requirements for wood. It is okay if it is hard enough. So it's not difficult to find these. After the players had almost found it, they saw another player in the team rushing over from a distance, holding a dark stone. Brothers have found it. At this time, the player said excitedly to the crowd as he looked at the other players, who had already prepared many logs. After hearing his words, everyone looked happy and immediately turned their attention to the stone in his hand. This kind of granite stone can be broken into many small pieces by just hitting the ground hard. And some of the small pieces may be very sharp. It shouldn't be a big problem to use it as makeshift knives and spearheads. As he was talking, the player raised the stone in his hand, pointed it at another stone not far away, and threw it hard. The next moment, with a dull sound, the stone immediately fell into pieces. At the same time, players immediately began to search for suitable gravel among the broken stones. Soon they found their target. Perfect. Found it. This wave of players found a total of 7 pieces of gravel suitable for making knives, and 5 pieces of gravel suitable for making spearheads. Isn't it better now? At this time, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief when they saw a few stone fragments being sorted out on the ground. With the help of these materials, the players worked hard all morning and finally made 30 throwing spears and 5 ordinary stone spears. Brothers, it's done now. We have all the tools and everything. Now it's time for us to arrange the food. Once you have the tools, it will be much easier to deal with food. Not long after, somewhere in this forest, the surrounding area was covered by dense vegetation. And not far away, a creature that looked like a wild boar was seen leisurely grazing. In a bush not far away from it, players wearing straw hats were hiding here. This distance is about the same. It shouldn't be a big problem. As he said this, everyone unconsciously clenched the spears in their hands. Everyone listened to my command. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, only a few players were seen holding spears and throwing them at the wild boar. As several sounds broke through the air, these spears pierced the wild boar creature at extremely fast speeds. Many spears pierced the side of the wild boar creature, but because the players threw them out at once, a dozen spears, so 2 of them were on target. Succeeded? As a shrill scream rang out, several people couldn't help but feel happy. Quick! Brothers, leave 2 to pick up the thrown spears, and the rest follow me. At this time, only one player was seen holding a long hair of stone and yelling at the people behind him. As he spoke, everyone immediately dropped their spears and chased the wild boar. At this time, the injured wild boar ran away with its life. Because of the wound, its speed was not very fast, and the players also followed the blood trail. Soon they saw the wild boar running slower and slower in the distance. At the same time, several players raised their spears with understanding and stabbed the wild boar. After working like this for a while, the wild boar finally fell to the ground unwillingly with its last scream. Finally caught the prey. Looking at the wild boar that fell to the ground, the players wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. It has been a day and a night since they came here, and the hungry players didn't care much. They just took care of the wild boar in a few clicks, and then started to make a fire on the spot to cook. As the aroma of barbecue came, several people sitting together looked at the barbecue in front of them and couldn't help but look happy. It's finally finished. After struggling all day, I finally got something to eat. As he spoke, the players unconsciously looked at the sky. At this time, the sun was already setting. My God, time flies so fast. After the meat was roasted, the players were discussing while eating the meat. Yeah, I feel like today passed without doing anything. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Players only did 2 things today. The first thing was to get weapons, and the second thing was to get food. Apart from these 2 things, I did nothing else today. Brothers, Today depends on the situation. We need to plan well in advance what we will do tomorrow. After hearing this player's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Today's day indeed passed very quickly. Now they are in a fledgling stage, and everything they do must be planned in advance to maximize efficiency. Brothers, although we have weapons in our hands now, these are the most primitive weapons. I decided to get a bow tomorrow. The player thought for a while, and then continued to add. I just took a closer look at the materials we have in hand. We should be able to get 2 bows out today. The gold from this wild boar can be used to make bow strings, and the bamboo-like plant I found when I was looking for materials will definitely be suitable for making a bow. I'm going to set up some bird traps later. If we are lucky, we'll have food tomorrow morning. And the bird feathers can be used to make arrows. When we make the bow and arrow, hunting will be much more efficient in the future. In order to get a prey today, we spent most of our time looking for prey and lurking and waiting. And the failure rate is still very high. As long as we get the bows and arrows out, we can go a lot further every day, because the hunting time will be saved. In this way, we can walk a long way every day. In this case, let's go tomorrow while you collect the materials for making bows and arrows. This wild boar should be enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 days. We will make the smoked meat later, and we will hurry up in the next 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, our food will be almost consumed, and we should have bows and arrows out. It won't take long to hunt by then. This year everyone nodded, and then they began to sort out the supplies they had in hand. Currently, there are about 5 pieces of knife stones that we can still use. I don't think we can cut many of these 5 pieces before they are exhausted. Then we will have to find new stones. As for the spears, we still have about 20 in hand. We lost a lot today, so that's all we have left. And as for the big bamboo tubes, we still have about 12 in hand, which should be enough to hold water. As for the wild boar meat, I checked visually, and there is still about 100 kilograms left. These are all the tools we have in hand now. Brothers, please take a look and see if there are any other tools that need to be added. We have food in hand these 2 days, so we can slow down appropriately. Prioritize the speed of changing the route. What supplies should be added? All have been resolved. I think we still need to strengthen our weapons. Although there is no problem with the warranty of the weapons we have now. They are all made of wood after all. They may overturn when encountering some beasts with relatively high defense. I think we can consider upgrade all the spears in your hand. I don't think it's necessary at all. No matter how we play with the material of the spear, it determines its strength. That's it. If you really want to find higher strength materials, you can only consider making iron yourself. On the way here, I see there is a lot of iron ore. And if we have time, we can consider operating it. Brothers, who among you knows how to make iron? I know that our family is in the knife business, so I still know a little bit about iron making. It's just that when it comes to iron smelting, even setting up the simplest furnace will take a lot of time. So I don't recommend that we do it now. There are not enough materials for bows and arrows. Otherwise, if everyone can make iron by hand, it will be quite troublesome if there is not enough time. Everyone, we actually don't need to worry so much. After all, we are only here temporarily. I think the supplies we have now are about the same. We should be able to hold on until we leave here. In this way, the players started to build thatched houses again while discussing. After working like this for 2 or 3 hours, the thatched house was built again, still doing the same operation as before. The players reinforced the surroundings of the thatched house with some wooden materials, and then raised a fire in front. By the time they finished all this, there was not much light left in the sky. I've been given another ride today. Yeah, time flies so fast. By the way, didn't Lao Tai say he was going to collect bow and arrow materials before? What's the situation here now? It's done. It's mainly too late now. If I have time tomorrow, I'll do what needs to be done. Just like that, another night passed. Early in the morning on the second day, as usual, the players started another busy day. After the players who knew how to make bows and arrows got up in the morning and finished the bows and arrows, the remaining players started making arrow feathers along the way, moving all the way until noon. The players had already made more than a dozen arrows in their hands. During the process, they shot several bird prey and collected the feathers of these birds. With the remaining materials, they estimated that they could at least make 40 or 50 arrows and come out. In this way, the players are making various things while moving forward. Each of the dozen or so players has their own division of labor. There are those in the front who are responsible for exploring the path, those in the middle who are responsible for making things, those who are carrying supplies behind them, and several others. A person responsible for security. With their respective cooperation, they encountered no danger along the way. As for the monsters, they didn't see them. But this is normal, because there are not many monsters in this world, and there are more ordinary beasts in the forest. Chapter 653, Chapter 638, Discovering the Monster. Although it's a pity that we didn't encounter any monsters, I can't say that the environment in this world is quite good. At this time, the players on the road were chatting while rushing. There was no danger along the way. But this is normal. Ordinary people in this world basically make a living by hunting. So they often compete with wild beasts in the mountains and forests. Because they have the tools, it is usually the ordinary people who win. Over time, humans also have an instinctive fear of most beasts. Therefore, these beasts usually do not take the initiative to attack players. After all, they are afraid of the large number of players they bring with them. If they act rashly, they may be injured. In the wild, when a wild animal is injured, it is basically cool. For example, some carnivorous beasts may starve to death once they are injured, and it affects their ability to hunt. After all, they are not like humans who can rest in peace if they are injured. So when they saw so many people, these beasts naturally did not dare to attack rashly. Although these beasts did not dare to attack rashly, the players were still more careful. Soon, the day passed and the players did not encounter anything. Because various supplies were relatively sufficient, the players had to travel at least dozens of miles today. Brothers, something is wrong. After finding a new foothold, the players set up camp and communicated. What's wrong? We spend at least 3 or 4 hours every day building thatched huts. So our journey will be delayed a lot. If there hadn't been enough food in the past 2 days, I would have spent more time hunting. After all, we have at least 4 or 5 hours a day spent on these meaningless things. Hearing what this player said, the other people were also a little helpless. We also know what you said, but there is nothing we can do about it. This is our current situation. We have to find all the resources we have. Brothers, do you think we can get some wood or something and build a wooden house? And as these words fell, everyone looked at this player with a very strange look. They all heard that a thatched house is troublesome enough. And you came here to build a wooden house. Aren't you looking for trouble? Seeing everyone's gaze at this time, the player naturally guessed what they were thinking. So he quickly explained, Brothers, you don't understand what I mean. What I mean is that we can make these wood into various parts in advance. Just like doing a puzzle. And when needed, put the parts out, and it can be formed directly. Not only is this safe at night, it is much safer than a thatched house. It also doesn't take long to build. If the modules are fully prepared, the house can be easily put together in half an hour. When they heard what the player said, everyone looked at each other and nodded, thinking that this method was indeed credible. This method works. But what about the weight issue of carrying these parts? After hearing what this player said, everyone reacted immediately. In the final analysis, they are stronger than ordinary people now. But it's not like the Zerg carrying a little weight will affect their schedule. This is indeed a troublesome thing. If we don't solve the problem of load bearing, everything will be in vain. After all, a wooden house where more than a dozen people live will not be too small, no matter how crowded it is. After hearing everyone's discussion, one player thought for a while, and then said, Brothers, I have an idea about this. First of all, when we build a wooden house, it doesn't actually need to look good. It just needs to be able to shelter us from wind and rain. So usually I think our wooden house just needs to be as simple as a firebox. At the same time, the underground side is completely unnecessary. When the time comes, we can lay thatch or something, and it will be fine. In addition, the thickness does not need to be too thick. You only need to assemble the other surfaces, and then grab some dry branches, leaves or thatch to spread on them. It does not take much time. If you are doing this upstairs, we might as well make a simple tent like that. I think that thing is simpler. Get some bamboo strips or something, and weave the frame of the tent. We hunt a lot of prey during this period. If we add these animal skins, we can use it as a simple tent. This kind of tent doesn't take long to put up, and the materials can be easily replaced if they break. A tent can accommodate at least 30 people. In this case, we only need 45 tents. And the most important thing is that for the tent, we can divide it into one person holding the tent frame and another person holding the animal skin. This way the burden on everyone is not high. After some discussion, the players decided to stay here for another day early tomorrow morning. This day was mainly to prepare tent materials and pray. The players who had discussed it immediately started to act. A few players, who knew some simple trap arrangements, began to set up traps around the tent. Of course, they also set up many of these traps in distant places, basically to catch some small mammals. These small animals are also food for the players. After all, no one can say for sure about hunting. It is possible that the prey may not be found a day earlier. Therefore, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, and no opportunity can be missed. During this period of time, in order to adapt to the life here, this group of players have used all kinds of methods. Every time they go offline, they will cram in survival knowledge and watch some survival programs. Anyway, they have learned a lot about various methods. So now, they are relatively familiar with the operation. At this time, while several players were still operating, one player had already found suitable wood. This is a plant that is very similar to bamboo, but its hardness and toughness are much higher than bamboo. After finding this kind of thing, the player immediately took action, got up, picked up the stone knife, and collected all these things. After collecting them, he took these things and returned to the gathering point, starting own operations. Of course, apart from him, other players are also performing their respective duties. All in all, during this period of time, the players have experienced the feeling of surviving in the wild. A few days passed like this. At this time, the players were carrying various things in large and small bags and continuing to move forward in the forest. They are now much richer than when they first came here. First of all, they have bows and arrows. Now each of them has one. Apart from the workpieces, there are only some substantial long hairs. They now also have a handful of them. And each of them also carries an animal skin backpack. Various supplies were stored in the backpack, which they obtained during this period. The players took a total of 2 days of rest this time. On the first day, they took care of the tents. And on the second day, they mainly focused their time and energy on hunting. With these 2 days of preparation, the players, it can be considered that all kinds of supplies are relatively well prepared. The last place where our brothers settled was considered rich in resources. But there are many areas in the forest that are lacking in resources. So we have to use our supplies sparingly before we find the next place to stay. At this time, the players were communicating and observing the surrounding situation on the road. Of course, the players are not making a big deal out of being so cautious, because through this period of survival, they have also gained a certain understanding of various situations in the forest. First, let's take resources as an example. Although the forest is rich in resources, this is only on the surface. There are many areas where you cannot see prey, and there are many areas where you cannot catch prey at all. Whether the first area is a foothold or not, it must meet several conditions. The first is that there are rich types of prey here, and the second is that the prey can be caught. Whether you can catch prey depends on the types of prey. Whether there are any that are easy to catch is the top priority. Players passed by an area before. There were relatively few four-cornered beasts there, and most of them could fly. It was difficult to hunt in these areas, but in some areas there were more beasts, like deer or some other beasts. Players, we only need to hide for a while to find opportunities, or to lay traps, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. However, some areas do not have these creatures at all. It is naturally much more difficult to hunt at this time. Of course, in addition to these basic knowledge, players are also learning to distinguish whether some animals and plants are poisonous. After all, they do not know most of the plants in this world, so usually they don't take it rashly. Usually they just look at the plants that animals eat to make a judgment. But today is destined to be an extraordinary day compared to the past. As usual, the players packed their luggage and set off early this morning. After staying in the forest for so many days, they desperately want to leave this ghost place. But things often backfire. Today was the same as usual. The players were on their way. But when passing through a canyon, a player suddenly realized that something was wrong. Look at that flower over there. Is it glowing? At this time, the player just took a glance and discovered that there was a glowing flower in the canyon covered with various vegetation. Following the direction he pointed, several players also looked over there, and soon they also saw the small flower emitting green light. Although this kind of light does not look eye-catching in the daytime, it was still noticed by the players. When they discovered this thing, the players immediately thought of something. Brothers, do you think this could be fairy grass? After all, this is the world of cultivating immortals. So it is not surprising to think of this thing. Old fellows, why don't we take it off for him and take a look? I think there can be one. If it is really jelly grass, wouldn't it increase our strength if we drink it? I don't think it's of much use if we eat it. We might as well find a way to take this thing out and sell it. What are you thinking about? Even if we sell this thing, we won't be able to get the money. As the saying goes, no one is innocent, but only has a treasure. When you encounter such a good thing in a world like this, even if others don't want to take advantage of it, but they see are after the strength, I guess they will still be moved. Currently we pick and eat it ourselves. I think it's better. It would be best if we could improve our strength, because as long as our strength improves, we can sell it when we encounter the same thing in the future. After all, our mission is occupy the area, and there will be many places where money will be needed in the future. Okay. Can you guys please stop talking? Let's take down the things first. Those upstairs. Don't be impulsive. We don't know whether this flower will wither if left there, or how it should be preserved. So it's best not to pick it before you determine its later use. Hearing what this player said at this time, the previous player thought about it for a while, and felt that it was the same. But just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a red giant python moving at extremely fast speeds, climbing towards the flower at a fast speed. Brothers, look! That thing should be a monster. At this time, the player who noticed the situation over there shouted subconsciously. And when he heard his voice, even if he tried to look for reputation, he could only see a length of about 10 meters. A giant python with a fiery red body appeared in front of everyone. Although the giant python looks very bulky, its speed makes the player's hands explode. According to their visual inspection, they may not be able to outrun this snake with all their strength. With such a fast speed and weird appearance, the players were immediately sure that this was definitely the monster they had longed for before. This is a creature that transcends limits. And the same is true of the strength he displayed at this time. It went towards the flower. I guess it must have wanted to swallow that flower. Brothers, what are you still doing? Hurry up and stop it. How to stop him? You guys are very fast on that thing. And now that we are still so far away from him, even if it passes, we don't even mention whether we can save Hua. I guess we are just giving up when we fight him. Are you just going to watch him swallow that flower? However, while the players were still talking, a sudden change occurred. The next moment, not far from the flower, another giant green python suddenly appeared, and it seemed to be even bigger than this one. Bigger. When the two giant pythons came out, they didn't say much, and the two sides fought together. The next moment, the attacking giant python was the first to spit out a fireball, and the other giant python appeared one after another, surrounded by lightning. And then, the lightning shot towards the giant python. At this time, several players who saw this scene were also shocked. Oh my god! These are really monsters. And they can actually unleash this kind of attack. It's simply outrageous. I didn't expect this monster to be so powerful. Although there is a fairy grass here, it is unlikely that two monster beasts will suddenly appear. You must know that we have not seen even one monster beast during this period. Chapter 654 Winning. At this time, all the players looked at what was happening in front of them, and couldn't help but marvel. This should be the legendary monster guarding. According to some routines, there will be monsters guarding the treasures nearby. I think this setting is unreasonable. You have to know that this is a good thing. Why doesn't the guarding monster eat it himself, and has to squat there? Isn't this just sick? You are really a talented person. You have to find bugs no matter what settings you set. Shouldn't I ask this question? After all, these things are helpful to monsters. Why doesn't he eat them directly? He has to stay here and wait for others to kill him and eat them. This is unreasonable. Maybe the thing is not mature yet. I don't know what you were talking about. Didn't you see that other monsters went to rob it? If they were immature, would these monsters go? Listening to what you said, I think this is indeed a question worth pondering. But what we need to consider now is how to operate it. After all, that flower is a good thing at first sight. If we can get it, I also want to get that flower. But look at the strength of those two monsters. With their strength and the wooden tools we have, it's strange that we can fight them. As long as we have some firearms or something in our hands, we can fight for it. The problem is that there is nothing. Several players are also a little helpless about the current situation. Although they also want to snatch the flower, they are also very aware of their current strength, and they are indeed satisfied. If they dare to go there now, they will simply kill each other. Forget it. With our current strength, don't think about these things. Otherwise we will be unlucky and get ourselves into trouble. Yes, we should be careful. After all, the rules of the game in this world are completely different from other places. Although the mission rewards are rich, everyone only has one life. It is really not worthwhile to waste it in these places. However, many people still have objections to this player's words. Lao Tai's mission is rich in rewards. No one knows how many volumes there are. Now an opportunity is in front of us. I think we must find a way to compete for it no matter what. If you think about it, the positions we put in this time are random. Some people put them in better positions. Some people put them in worse places. And we are the worst ones. You calculate the time. We've been stuck in this forest for almost a week. It's only been a week. Do you guys know what this concept is? If you develop well as a player, you might have established your own power by now. And a few of us haven't left the forest yet. We haven't even integrated into normal towns, let alone the influence of the forest. Even if we go out and integrate into these towns now, do you think we can catch up with others in terms of development now? Everyone is not stupid and knows to develop as fast as possible. So now if we want to suddenly emerge, we can only encounter those so-called opportunities. And now is our opportunity. After hearing this player's analysis, everyone knew that this was the case. What you said does make sense. But can we get our hands on this thing with our strength? That's why we have to find a way. At this time, while everyone was still struggling with this, a sharp-eyed player suddenly discovered the ore in the distance. Brothers, look at those yellow things over there. Are they sulfur? At this time, as the player's words fell, everyone also looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, they saw what the player was pointing to on a mountain wall in the distance. Damn it. Don't tell me. This thing really looks like that. Since there is sulfur, there should also be saltpeter. At this time, a player said while focusing on the two beasts fighting. Brothers, I think this matter can be sorted out. If that thing is sulfur, saltpeter and some charcoal, maybe we can get the gunpowder out. If we can get this thing out and make a simple explosive bag, maybe we can really kill those monsters. But brothers, this time may not be enough. You see, those two monsters are about to bear fruit. Hearing what this player said, everyone looked over there. At this time, the monster guarding the medicinal materials on the battlefield clearly had the upper hand. And the one who came to snatch it was already covered with scars. Damn it. Brothers, it looks like this. I think we can do something about it this time. Although the guarding monster wants to win, it is obvious that he will also be injured in this wave. And we can take advantage of this period to fiddle with gunpowder and other things. And then go over to trick him. After all, he will be injured for a while. It won't heal in a while. And if he gets more injured, maybe we can really make a move. In this way, the player soon made a decision. After having a simple plan, several players immediately started taking action. First, they made a detour to the area where they determined that there was sulfur. After you confirm this, the players began to search everywhere again, and soon found saltpeter. With the blessing of these two things, several players suddenly became happy. This is what it means to walk through iron shoes and find nowhere. It takes no effort to get there. Just like that, several players immediately started to get busy. In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, they also went to the offline store to check the gunpowder formula. Just like this, a bundle of explosives was taken out by the players very quickly. Brothers now have explosives. It's time to go find the monster. But how can we maximize the power of this explosive pack? Don't worry. I have a solution. Just like that, everyone immediately started to take action. And soon they saw that they had brought back a deer. But they didn't kill the road immediately. They only killed it halfway, and then tied the explosive charges to his body. After doing all this, the sellers directly threw the road into the area where the monsters were active. Just as the players thought, the injured python also discovered the movement here immediately. When he came over, he naturally saw the deer struggling on the ground. At the same time, he also found the explosive bag tied to the deer. But it was obvious that he didn't know this stuff. So he did the same thing as usual. He crawled in front of the deer and swallowed it in one gulp. After he swallowed it in one gulp, the players couldn't help but look happy. Sure enough, illiteracy kills people. You swallowed such a big explosive bag at your will. Should I say you are uneducated? Or should I say you have the self-confidence of a monster? At this time, all the players who saw the scene couldn't help but look happy. It was obvious that they did not expect that this matter would be successful so easily. Naturally, after this thing was successful, the players were also ready to hit the target. Not long after, with a dull sound, this monster beast was exploded directly from the center of its belly. Guys, this thing is blown. Don't hold back even if you attack directly. Attack from a distance first. Although this thing has been exploded, its vitality is still very tenacious. Kill him first. Just like that. The players immediately stood up, raised their bows and arrows, and started to attack the big snake. It must be said that this monster's vitality is very tenacious. And its defense is not weak. The players' bows and arrows can't break through the defense. Holy crap. Is this monster's defense so strong? Otherwise, after all, other people's identities are here. And don't forget that we are still wooden tools. It would be a dream to break through the defense. Then what should we do? If we can't break through the defense, we can't kill him. Hearing the questions from the members, a player looked around. And Sue? He thought of something. Brothers, I have a solution. Although our weapons cannot break through the defense, the place you are on now is a cliff. We can go around to the top and push rocks down from the top to kill this guy. In this way, the few of us will restrain the giant python here to prevent him from escaping. The remaining few will immediately go to the top of the cliff and push the boulder down when the time comes. After the division of labor was clearly defined, 2 players were left to take charge of the situation. The rest ran towards the cliff, because the giant python was now seriously injured. And 2 players were enough, because they don't need to attack the giant python. They just need to keep a certain distance from him and confront him. At this time, while the 2 players were confronting each other, the other players also climbed to the height of the cliff. Without any nonsense, they immediately pushed down one boulder after another. At this time, when the monster saw what was happening in front of him, he realized that something was wrong and wanted to run away. Only when the 2 players found thick branches from nowhere blocked his way. Normally, he would have ignored these 2 branches. But now, he was seriously injured. In this way, the 2 sides continued to be in a stalemate. But it was obvious that the players were slightly better this time. As boulders fell to the ground, 2 or 3 of them hit him hard, causing him more injuries. After such a wave of operations, this giant python finally couldn't hold on any longer. Damn. I didn't expect that we actually succeeded. Although it feels a bit difficult. At least we did it. At this time, a group of players were discussing with each other. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with what was happening now. I wonder what this monster meat tastes like, and whether eating it can give us some strength. I don't know if it can improve the strength, but the amount of meat is quite large. I estimate that after processing, we can eat it for several weeks. It's just that it's more troublesome to carry. What's the trouble? Let's make some arrangements, and make a few backpacks to hold these things. In that case, let's cut the flesh of this monster into pieces first. We won't need the head. It doesn't have much meat, and is quite heavy. We definitely can't take the whole thing with us. Let's pick out some good meat. After some discussion, several players immediately started taking action. And what surprised them was that they actually found a glowing diamond-shaped crystal in the monster's head. Brothers, could this be the legendary magic core? According to the settings of the world of cultivating immortals, this thing should be the gold coins exploded by this monster. Collect these things. We also need to study the other flower. In this way, after the players had processed the monster meat, they all ran to the flower and began to discuss what to do next. At this moment, looking at the flower in front of them, the players were also entangled in whether to pick it or not. There's no need to hesitate. Didn't we agree before? Just go pick it. Yes, we picked it, and ate it ourselves without fear of damage. The question is who of us will eat it. If it's useless, wouldn't it be a waste? In my opinion, we should find a way to sell it. And maybe we can get some money. Although we need money to develop our power in the later stage. We have said before that with our current strength. Do you think we can keep this thing? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they get tricked by them? Because I think we will just choose one person to eat it. If it doesn't work, we will be unlucky. But if it works, it should be much easier for us to grow in the future. In this way, they finally decided to eat this thing. Of course, only one player among a dozen players can enjoy it. In the end, they decided who would eat it after some voting. In fact, for players, these so-called immortal relationships don't actually mean much. After all, they are here just to complete a task in a copy world. In the main world, their strength is so strong, and they naturally ignore this strength. So no matter who eats it, it doesn't mean much to them. And as the player took this medicinal material, he felt the changes in himself. Brothers, this thing works. After I took it just now, I suddenly felt that my whole body had begun to change. According to this situation, I estimate that it won't be long before I can really become an immortal. At this time, the player who swallowed was feeling the changes in his body while telling everyone a story. After hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously they did not expect such a situation. But it is also a good thing for the brain. After all, the status of immortal cultivators in this world is still higher no matter how bad it is. And after this time, it will be much easier for them to distribute in the territory or recruit other people. Just one day later, this player has completely adapted to the current situation on his side. First of all, he can basically confirm that he has indeed obtained immortality. Although he can't step into the air and wield a sword now, there is still no problem in jumping 20 or 30 meters at high speed. Feeling the changes on his side at this time, he couldn't help but feel a little ecstatic. I estimate that those medicinal materials have not been fully digested in my body. After I have fully digested them, my strength will definitely increase to another level. Chapter 655, Leaving the Forest. At this time, seeing the changes in this player, all the players were naturally very satisfied. That is to say, your attributes can continue to improve after you have completely absorbed the power of the medicine. In this way, this thing is still worthy of being so hard to get. This is simply a powerful medicine that can turn an ordinary person into an immortal cultivator. If people in this world obtain it, it will undoubtedly change their lives. Yes, I have read the background introduction of this world before. Most ordinary people are like ants in front of immortal cultivators. And immortal cultivators also have their own privileges. To put it bluntly, immortal cultivators are the superiors in this world and ordinary people are the inferiors. As analyzed by the players, the effect of this herb is basically the same as what they said. If an ordinary person really obtains it by mistake, his life will change. However, such things are naturally difficult to obtain, and there are various monsters guarding them, which means that even if you encounter them, you will not be able to get them. After all, there is no gunpowder made by players in this world, because this world is mainly focused on cultivating immortals, and the research on technology is basically lagging behind. It is also for this reason that most people in this world still use some ordinary tools, and some bronzes are the mainstream. Okay, now, one of us has improved his strength. It should be easier to leave here. After getting excited, the players began to discuss the issue of leaving later. Players are also very concerned about this. After all, they have been delayed here for a very long time. But for them, in fact, the income in these individual times is obviously much lower than this time. Brothers, we can use these monster skins to get some sets of armor. This thing is very difficult to do. Ordinary stones can't be cut at all. Only something sharper can slowly open it. Let's keep these materials for now. Whether it's the fur or the crystal core of the monster, we must keep it. With our current strength, if we go out wearing this suit, we may have problems. That's right. Only one of us has some strength. If these things are really exposed, we may not be able to keep them. But with these things, once we leave here, we should have a much better start than other players. After all, these things can be sold at a good price even if we don't use them. At this time, many players also agree with this statement. After all, no matter how bad these things are, their initial starting capital after selling them will definitely be enough. Compared with other players who need to earn by themselves, it will undoubtedly be much easier for them to get started. I have to say that this dungeon is quite interesting. It clearly shows the various celestial relationships in the world of Xianxia. Just like us now. Because I was lucky, I got some things that ordinary people can't get. And then I reached the sky in one step. This is much easier than the actual job boss trying to help you get to the top in one step. Yes, this at least gives you a direction. And a lot of things depend on luck. In reality, let alone luck, even if you have the strength, you may not be able to eat that pie. This is the legendary Emperor's new cake. At this time, compared to this group of players, many other players have already established a firm foothold in the city and have begun to form their own forces. Because what they can get now are basically ordinary things. They recruit most of the people are ordinary people. Although these ordinary people have begun to take shape. If you really meet some powerful cultivators, these people are obviously not enough. But for this group of players, they are already very satisfied. After all, during this period, they also learned that many players were slaughtered as soon as they came to this world. To put it bluntly, many concepts in this world are completely different from what they know. In the real world they live in, the distance between cities and villages is actually not that far apart. So going from one city to another is very normal for them. But in such a world with limited information, it is completely different. Each village is its own small circle. And they are very wary of outsiders. If you go there rashly without explaining the reason, you may be regarded as an enemy by them. Entering the town is not as easy as imagined. After all, this world is not an ordinary world. so everyone has a strict investigation system. If the identity is unknown, problems can easily occur. However, there happen to be many players who do not have do your research. Head straight to town when you come, and end up getting caught. If you are caught, you will naturally be tortured. The result is that even if the players are tortured, they will not be able to explain the reason. So they will naturally be dealt with secretly by these people. All in all, for this group of players, they have suffered a lot. Of course, the advantage is that because of the players' various losses, various strategies have been published on relevant websites, such as how to sneak into the city, such as some of the excuses for sneaking into the city and facing the platoon, and other messy strategies. Out. At this time, several people in the forest were also looking at the guide. I see. Before entering the city, it's best to find a village about 400 to 500 miles away to live in for a few days, because this distance is not too far in this world. But it is definitely not close. When you go to the city for questioning, if you can clearly tell the general situation of the village, you can usually get away with it. The people guarding the city have heard about these villages. So as long as you are right and you are given some benefits, you can basically get over it, and no one will go to interrogate you on the spot. Although there are specialized institutions here to go to. But these institutions only go to a radius of 100 miles at most. And the frequency of going is also very low. So basically nothing will happen. And entering the village is very simple. Just say that you are a businessman who was robbed by bandits, or some other identity, and then give you some benefits. Basically, people in the village will not make things difficult for you. But it's best to have 5 or 6 people there every time. In this case, the other party will basically not dare to take advantage of you. At this time, several people were amazed when they saw the various new strategies. I can't believe it's only been so long. But this guide is already so detailed. This is normal. After all, so many people have died. They are all summarized through various deaths. 2 days ago, the game officially released the resurrection mechanism of the dungeon. Every time you die, you need to pay 100,000 points. In this way, you can create a second character, because the death penalty is not too low. So the guide will be released accordingly. After all, this is also a huge wave of traffic. However, most of the current strategies are still limited to some relatively secret strategies in daily life, and basically have not been exposed yet. These strategies are related to whether you can get rewards in the future. No one wants to expose them. However, a group of bloggers are expected to release strategies soon. After all, they mainly focus on traffic. And I took a look, and there are currently no parks related to cultivating immortals. I guess there must be people as lucky as us, but they are definitely a very small number. And these people who have obtained immortality are probably the same as us. I want to hide my obscene development first. Although on the surface it seems that we don't have much advantage now. Our potential is huge. As long as we enter the town, and then wait for our side, we must first thoroughly refine an immortal cultivator to come out. By then, we will be able to develop our own power in the town, and it will be much easier than them. Just like this, a few people were discussing with each other. Although many players have developed their strength in the current situation, their starting point is not as high as theirs. So it remains to be seen who can win the final victory in the future. It's hard to say. Okay, everyone. Now we have a good idea of the situation of other people. Although some people have developed their own power. So what? Our starting point is already very high. What we have to do now is get out of here and start growing. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah. No matter how they develop, we have such a high starting point. But we can't be too proud. According to the information I currently have, we are in a place called the Warcraft Mountains. The entire area stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, and there are all kinds of monsters in it. So we must ensure that we can leave here alive. Several people nodded when they heard this. During this time, through the strategies given by other players, they also knew the area they were currently in. This mountain range is very large, and is divided into outer and inner areas. Monsters are rare in the outer areas, and there are more ordinary beasts. But once they don't know the direction and go deep into the inner area, they will see many monsters in these places. And even some powerful immortal cultivators may die. In fact, these monsters are not particularly powerful if they insist on it. Although these monsters have a nice sound, their strength may not be as good as the native creatures in the Black Insect planet where they were. Take any one of these creatures, and it can be considered a powerful existence in this world. But the situation here is completely different from the Blackworm planet. First of all, their current identity is that of humans. not Zerg. And their basic attributes are here. If they were Zerg, it would be too easy to go smoothly here. Especially some high-level Zerg have been able to dominate here. But it is a pity that due to the rules of the game this time, they cannot use such power. So they can only develop here slowly as one person. At the same time, the rewards for this mission are also very generous. Especially for the first 100 people. Everyone can get a battlecruiser. Such a reward is irresistible to anyone. After all, it is difficult for most players to buy a frigate, let alone a battlecruiser. Therefore, all the players who enter here are very interested in the rewards this time. And there is another most critical thing. That is, everyone is based on the team. And many guild players also cooperate with guild partners. Which means that once they get the ranking, their guild will have a few more players. 10 or even all battlecruisers are enough to enhance the strength of their guild. And even if they are not ranked among the top 100, the rewards given to the next 1,000 are cruise-level battleships, which is enough for them to earn. With 1 or 200 cruisers, they can harvest other middle and high-level civilizations in the universe. As long as they harvest these civilizations, their income will be very high, so it will be easier to develop with compound profits. This is also why these players are so interested in this place. At this time, in the forest, these players were heading in a certain direction, because one person's strength had been greatly improved. The players asked him to go to the nearby mountains to see the road. After all, such a high altitude see far. Some high mountains are too easy for this player to climb to the top. He can easily reach the top and overlook the entire area. Through this method, now that they have found the correct route, they are now heading towards the area where a nearby town is located. Just a few days later, these players finally left. This time they lived in the forest for almost half a month. Finally, we are leaving this forest. This is too difficult. If we hadn't found that herb, I think we would all have been cold. Yes. On the way over, they encountered a monster. This monster was relatively powerful. If there were not already cultivators in their team, they might have been annihilated. And by climbing to the top of the mountain to look for views, they discovered that the route they had taken before was actually heading deeper into the mountains, completely in the opposite direction. If they are not corrected in time, if they continue to walk for a while based on their situation, the number of monsters they encounter may gradually increase, and it will be very normal for the number to be high by then. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise for them. If the direction was not reversed, they would not have the chance to encounter that flower at all. After all, those heavenly and earthly treasures only appear in areas with relatively few requirements where monsters and beasts are rampant. Once they appear, they have long been discovered and seized by other immortal cultivators. So this time, a few people felt that they were relatively lucky. Just like this, a few people quickly arrived at the nearest town. From a distance, this city looks like a creeping giant lying at the junction of the desert and the oasis. Behind the city is the endless desert, and in front of the city is the Warcraft mountain range. As soon as I entered the city, I was greeted by the unique atmosphere of an ancient city. The roads are paved with bluestone. People wear silk, and the surrounding shops and alleys are decorated with lights. From a distance, it looks like a prosperous scene. Chapter 656 Entering the City. At this time, several people were amazed when they saw the scene in front of them. My dear, this city is too grand. Yes, this is in stark contrast to the deep mountains and old forests where we live. What is the comparison with our mountains and old forests? To be honest, even in our real world, such an ancient city gives me the same feeling as the capitals of many dynasties. Everyone nodded in agreement with what this player said. What the city displayed now really surprised them. Originally, in their imagination, these cities were just like that at best. The people here were hungry, and the cities were in dilapidated condition. But they never expected that this place would be so prosperous. Tianshu City. The name of this city makes me feel a bit like a transportation hub. If it is a transportation hub, then the situation shown here should be reasonable. Everyone also had various speculations about this city, but they did not stay here for too long. After sighing for a while, several people arrived at the gate of the city. This city makes players marvel in various ways. First of all, it is the overall layout. This city is divided into an outer city and an inner city. The area where the players were just now was the outer city. There are no requirements for entering the outer city. Basically, everyone can enter without any interrogation. But when the players arrived at the gate of the inner city, everything changed. First of all, there are obviously many more soldiers guarding here. At the same time, there are also a large number of guards at the city gate to check people entering the city. At this time, the players were a little emotional when they saw everything in front of them. Without much hesitation, the players also went over to inquire about the situation here. After knowing the general situation, everyone decided to test the water first. At least we have an immortal cultivator here. Although we don't know the realm of immortal cultivators in this world, at least he can be regarded as an immortal cultivator. It shouldn't be too complicated for people like us to get in. I read the guide and heard that immortal cultivators have some privileges in this world. Otherwise, let's go test the water first. Just do it, and see this player break away from the crowd and walk towards the city gate. As for the other people, they were at a distance from him. And the reason why everyone kept their distance was mainly as a precaution. If something happens over there, a few people can evacuate immediately. As for the strength of that player, it is already beyond the reach of ordinary people. It shouldn't be a big problem to escape alone. After deciding on the plan, I saw this player walking towards the soldiers guarding the city. At this time, the soldiers guarding the city naturally noticed this player. Stop! If you want to enter the inner city, queue up at the back. At this time, a soldier wearing armor, who looked to be in his 20s, shouted at the player. When he heard the soldier's words, he was also stunned. Well, I want to ask. If I want to enter the inner city, what are the conditions? At this time, after being drunk, the player did not continue moving forward, but asked about the situation. After all, there were so many people here, and he was new here. So he decided to play it safe. But what he didn't know was that as he finished speaking, several soldiers immediately looked at him. After all, this question is too outrageous. The procedures for entering a city are basically the same in all cities. In this case, if you go to the city often, you will definitely know it. Even if you go there once in a while, you should have heard about it. So this is a very simple common sense question. But it is such a common sense question that the people in front of me don't know. This made everyone present not suspicious. At this time, the player seemed to realize something. Seeing the increasingly vigilant soldiers around him, he immediately understood what was wrong with what he just said. Sure enough, there is a huge gap between this world and the world I know. A problem that seemed normal to me could actually cause such a big chain reaction. At this moment, seeing these soldiers surrounding them, he immediately explained the reason. Don't get me wrong. I have been practicing in the mountains with my master since I was a child. And I don't know much about things in towns. And this experience of going down the mountain is also my first contact with the secular world. So I don't understand many things. As his words fell, he directly used the immortal power in his body and jumped into the air. This skill he mastered after refining the medicinal power of that medicinal plant. Although it has no actual combat effect. For mortals, this can distinguish him from ordinary people. Sure enough, the moment he soared into the air, the expressions of everyone around him changed drastically. And many people knelt down to salute him. Even the soldiers who were scolding him just now couldn't help but change their expressions, and hurriedly ran up to him and apologized, saying that they had offended him. Seeing this scene at this time, the player couldn't help but be a little amazed. He never expected that the identity of this immortal would be so useful in this world. But after all, as a modern person in the 21st century, he was still a little uncomfortable seeing so many people kneeling down. So he quickly asked everyone to get up first. Then he asked all the questions in his mind. Naturally, after these people learned that he was an immortal master, they knew everything about him. They even said that after knowing his identity, even the city lord of this city came here to greet him personally. I'm going to be a good boy. I have to say that the risk we took with that flower was not in vain. Yes, I didn't expect that with the status of immortal master, our treatment would be completely different. Not only can you travel freely, you can even stay in the city lord's mansion in various places. Seeing the city lord's appearance, he must be trying to win over us. This is so unusual. I just got a rough idea. Although there are many immortals in this world, there are also many realms. Some of the people we knew before are in the upper realm. These people have never been to the upper world. They have only heard the legends of the upper world and think it is the fairy world. So they have actually seen less of the immortals. After all, they do not have our technology to directly scan the general situation of this world. And in the world we are in now, although there are immortals, they are very few in number. Many immortals are very capable. So since ancient times, immortals have been unattainable in the eyes of these mortals. Take me for example. According to my understanding, I should be considered a relatively weak practitioner. Under such circumstances, even the most powerful martial arts among mortals cannot compete with me. After all, the martial arts here are very strong. The most people just jump 5 or 6 meters away. It can barely be regarded as flying over the wall. But I can fly directly, although the duration is only a few minutes. The difference is huge. Furthermore, all attributes of my reaction power have been greatly improved. To put it simply, the highest combat power here is probably the average attribute of 5 points. But I have 20 points. Under such circumstances, how can they fight with us? This is the so-called difference between immortals and mortals. At this time, on the way to the City Lord's mansion, everyone was chatting. After knowing that there were ancestors among these players, the City Lord invited the players to the City Lord's mansion to talk about it. Naturally, players are also happy to go there. After all, given their current situation, it would definitely be much easier to have a City Lord's mansion to handle things. On the way, the players also inquired about a lot of relevant information. Of course, for this information, the players' excuse was that they were not clear about many things in the deep mountains and old forests. Naturally, these people have no doubts about this excuse. After all, the illusory immortals are out of reach for these mortals. Moving forward like this, everyone soon arrived at the City Lord's mansion. And at this time, the City Lord's mansion immediately became busy with the arrival of everyone. The City Lord does not show any slight to the players, although most of them are ordinary people. As long as there is an immortal, these ordinary people are considered very important in the eyes of the City Lord. As the saying goes, if one person achieves enlightenment, chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. This is the truth. In fact, the players are still very uncomfortable with the current events. For the first time, they feel that all kinds of feudal dross are coming. Although they were not used to it, they found that they unexpectedly liked this feeling. This immortal master, I don't know why you came all the way. After everyone was arranged in the hall of the City Lord's mansion, and after taking their seats, the City Lord's mansion began to get close. Regarding the City Lord's question, the players naturally answered with ease. After all, they are also very clear about various routines. City Lord, you don't know something. I have been practicing with my master for nearly 20 years. Now my cultivation is stuck at a certain level. If I want to break through, I need to practice in the world of mortals. So I came down the mountain. After hearing this player's explanation, the City Lord immediately understood. I see. Since I'm going down the mountain to practice, I wonder what the immortal master's plans are in the future. After all, he is an old City Lord. He can see some things quite clearly, especially after hearing what the immortal opposite said. Chance. I haven't figured out what to do next. I should stay here for a while. The players replied. In fact, how could everyone not understand the old City Lord's intentions? After all, we are all smart people who play hard to get and don't speak clearly. Since you want to find an opportunity to keep us here, then I will create an opportunity for you. This is why the players answered like this. The reason is indeed similar to what they thought. When the old City Lord heard this answer, he couldn't help but look happy and said quickly, if you don't know what to do next, here is a suggestion. Why don't you all stay here temporarily for a while, so that you all have a place to stay? And secondly, I can fulfill my duty as a landlord. After hearing the words of the City Lord, everyone looked at each other and nodded. This was what they wanted. Naturally, they also know very well that there is no free lunch in this world. The reason why the City Lord kept them here must have his own ideas. Whether it's asking for help or making friends, it doesn't matter to the players. After all, they came here for a purpose. After the players came here, they also saw the prosperity of this city. They felt that using this place as their stronghold to expand outward was also a feasible plan. Especially now that they know that their identity is so easy to use. They feel more at ease about their next plan. Since the City Lord is like this, China, I would rather be respectful than obey. Where? After such a polite conversation, both parties got what they wanted, and they became more familiar with each other. Of course, the players have not forgotten their purpose of coming here. After the guests arrived, they immediately began to inquire about the situation in the world. It's understandable that you all don't understand this. After all, you have been practicing in the mountains since childhood. You don't care too much about the outside world. You happen to have this question. So I'll give you a brief explanation. First of all, this place belongs to the Xuanwu Kingdom. There are 5 major countries here, and our Xuanwu Kingdom is one of them. At the same time, our place is also a trading port for several countries. Merchants from all over the world will exchange goods here. So compared to other cities, this place is much more prosperous. After hearing the City Lord's explanation, Everyone suddenly understood the situation here. I mean, how can this place be so prosperous? It turns out that this place is not just a transportation hub, but a trading port for many countries. This is not surprising. No wonder it is divided into an inner layer and an outer layer. The outer layer does not have too complicated interrogation or verification processes. After all, there are so many people coming here. If they all need MRI, the workload will be too much. And the inside is the core area. So those who enter must be from their own country. This can be regarded as a kind of protection for people in this country. In this way, after everyone learned about the situation, they began to communicate quietly. At the same time, they also learned a lot of other related information. The first is that compared to other cities, in this city, you can occasionally encounter immortal cultivators. However, these immortal cultivators will not stay in the city for too long. They usually come down to purchase some supplies, and then leave. Through the reorganization, the players also vaguely know the situation of the immortal cultivators in this world. In many cases, he, the city leader, is not very popular with the immortal cultivators. At most, the city lord would be asked to help if he couldn't find what he needed. It is also for this reason that it is basically impossible for the city lord to get along with the immortal cultivators. However, every mortal has the desire to cultivate immortality. So every time the city lord meets a cultivator, he takes it very seriously. It is also for this reason that he rushed over as soon as the players arrived. And this time, it was not a failure for him. Of course, in addition to this information, players also learned about the situation on the other side of the Warcraft Mountains. Although there are rich resources there, not many people dare to go deep because of the gathering of monsters and beasts. This also means that even if those mountains are rich in resources, few people will venture in unless they really can't survive. Chapter 657 Prepare to enter the mountains again. Players feel that their little lives are going relatively well these days. First of all, I received all kinds of special care in the town, and had good food and drink every day. At the same time, after the city lord learned that they wanted to form their own force, he immediately helped them. Although there is some suspicion in doing so, and it will affect the rule of the city lord. Everyone understands that if the cultivators really want to win this area, they will have many ways from now on, and there is no need to do this at all. So if the other party does this, there must be other reasons. But they are just unwilling to reveal it to themselves. So the city lord did a favor, and helped them recruit people. After all, for this city lord, as long as the relationship between the two parties is established, there will be places where they can be used in the future. At that time, it might be a life-saving trump card. So the city lord did not neglect this immortal cultivator. In this way, a week passed quickly. With the help of the city lord, the players could be considered to have developed their own power. At present, they have more than 300 people under their command. Brothers, if I remember correctly, the company that is currently developing the best should only have more than 200 people. At this time, a player looked at his results during this period and couldn't help but click with satisfaction. Nod. No. After all, we are immortal cultivators. And with the help of this city lord, it is relatively easy to recruit people. But now that there are too many people, we must consider a very embarrassing thing next. Then we don't have enough money. Although the city lord has helped us recruit people, and has also helped us advance part of our living expenses during this period, this thing is definitely not long-lasting. As the saying goes, you will have to pay it back sooner or later if you come out to hang out. Yeah. This is the most embarrassing thing. People have already helped you so much, and you can't keep sucking their blood. And judging from the current situation, we already owe them too much. Everything has a degree, and players are very clear about this. The city lord has helped them too much. If they continue to be bloodsuckers, not to mention whether the city lord is willing or not, even they themselves may be a little embarrassed. The key is how to make money? Regarding this problem, everyone racked their brains, but no one could think of a suitable solution. First of all, the food, clothing, housing and transportation for 300 people is not a small amount. Although many ordinary people in this world only need to eat and drink enough to be satisfied, the people recruited by the players are not ordinary people. They are basically warriors. The living standards of these people are much higher than ordinary people. After all, they are all skilled people. Many families are willing to spend money to hire them. The main reason why these people can hang out with them is because there are immortal cultivators here. Otherwise none of them would help you. But even if there are immortal cultivators, if benefits are not arranged in place for them, the players will probably leave soon. After all, People in this world are very realistic. No one is willing to follow you if there is no benefit. So now many players are also worried about the current development. Hey, I remember that there are related strategies on that website? Aren't there many people who have formed a power and have been discussing this money-making thing? The player who suddenly thought of something asked at this time. I know what you're talking about. But basically we can't use their plans. Because most of the people they recruit are ordinary people. And the daily expenses of these people are very small. But we here are basically warriors. Apart from the fact that warriors eat more than ordinary people, the rewards from some of the places they serve are also quite high. In addition, they also need medical baths to assist them in their cultivation. So with this set of rules, they have a huge demand for funds. It is no exaggeration to say that the cost of a dancer is at least as much as that of 20 or 30 ordinary people. Everyone naturally understood after hearing this. That is to say, if their team of several hundred people were calculated according to the expenses of ordinary people, they could at least support thousands of ordinary people. You said this is a big deal. Although we have a golden start and recruit people who are the strong men they dream of, the problem is the wealth in our hands. At this point, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. By the way, how do they make money there? Let's take a look at it and see if it works. Don't think about it yet. Their way of making money is actually doing business. Using modern knowledge to do business is actually a variety of dimensionality reduction attacks for people here. If you are doing business and reselling, it is relatively easy to support the people in their hands. But it is more difficult to make more money. After all, you are not the only one in the market. And no matter how much you make by doing business with mortals, you won't get much. If you really want to make money, you probably have to do business with immortal cultivators. But obviously we don't have a way. So that's where the problem lies now. We don't have any capital no matter how we find it. And we don't have early stage goods or anything like that. So this matter needs to be considered in the long run. In fact, business players feel that if they make their business bigger, it is still possible for them to support their families. After all, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. But there are some things you can't do. Just look at the later stage. Especially the medicines needed by warriors. This is what the players promised to provide them when they joined. And this is also the bulk of the funds. First of all, these medicinal materials are relatively scarce. And the price itself is very high if you want to buy them. In addition, players need to supply more people. So they can only buy in large quantities at a time. If you buy in large quantities, you will inevitably encounter some people who sit on the ground and raise prices. Once this happens, no matter how much money they make, they may not be able to keep up in the future. After all, they will need to recruit more people later. At that time, the daily expenses will be astronomical. And it will be basically impossible for their business to continue to expand after it reaches a certain level. However, once the number of people they need to support exceeds the limit of what they can currently support, and if it cannot continue to expand, problems will easily arise. Once they stop recruiting people, if there is a problem with the capital chain midway, they may not be able to continue to maintain it. So players understand this very well. So brothers, judging from the current situation, the first point of the industry we need is that there are relatively few people participating. It does not mean that everyone can come in and take a share of our market share like an ordinary business. Only exclusive business can ensure that we can have a piece of the cake. Secondly, the profit must be large. When doing business, for example, doing some grain or other business, we may earn about 20%. But with this kind of profit, how big should we increase the total amount to meet the needs of the later period? Number of people to count. Even in the later stages, the amount of money we spend on transportation will be astronomical. In fact, things are still going well. After all, after developing to a certain level, their daily income may reach a point where they can no longer rise. Not because of profits or other reasons, but because of market and transportation capacity limitations. Brothers, how about we go to the escort agency? I heard that many warriors used to help in the escort agency. That thing is highly profitable. And with the strength we have here, it's easy to handle. Everyone shook their heads after hearing this player's suggestion. Forget that plan. Not to mention that the market competition in this industry is still relatively high. Just talking about it now, there is no way to improve our credibility in the short term. If there is no way to improve our reputation in the short term, then our early business will be miserable. Moreover, they cooperate well with other escort agencies. Unless there are special circumstances, it is impossible for them to replace them. This matter is really troublesome. This won't work, and that won't work either. While everyone was talking about it, a player thought of something and said, "Brothers, I have thought of a good idea. We can go hunting in the Warcraft Mountains. With the manpower we have here, our strength will definitely not be bad. The Warcraft Mountains are rich in resources, and few people dare to enter. Every time we go in, we will definitely make a lot of money, although the risk is very high, with so many warriors and a cultivator. As long as this kind of strength configuration is not too deep, I think we can still consider it." After hearing what this player said, several people couldn't help but look at each other. Don't tell me that I think this idea is really wrong. Although it is very risky for us to do this, with our current strength, I think this plan is also the most suitable for us. First of all, there are a lot of medicinal materials in the mountains. After collecting these, many medicinal materials are used for medicinal baths, so we can spend less money on medicinal baths. Secondly, there are still many undeveloped areas in the mountains. If we encounter something good, especially if we are lucky, if we encounter some legendary spirit stone vein or something, wouldn't it just take off? Secondly, the various beasts in the mountains. Their output can also be sold for a lot of money, such as meat and fur. It is even said that we have encountered monster beasts and the crystal core of monster beasts. In the future, we will really have a way to cultivate the immortal world. These things can also be exchanged for a lot of income. When we were there before, because of our strength, we actually didn't dare to set foot in many places. But now it's different. As long as we don't encounter too powerful monsters, we can solve them. This also means that we can go deeper than before, and we may even encounter similar fairy grass. In this way, everyone discussed it word by word. Later, after some negotiation, they decided to do it this way. "Brothers, that's what we're going to do this time. First, find a way to get a rough map of the Warcraft Mountains and divide it into simple areas. Then buy some related things and organize them. Then we will enter the Warcraft Mountains." After some discussion, the players signed up and immediately started taking action. The first was the map, because this mountain range was too huge and it was impossible to buy the entire map. The most comprehensive map that players can buy now only divides the outer third of this mountain range. Although the players are not satisfied with this map, it is not bad news for them, because there are still many areas that have not been explored in this map, which means that these areas are likely to be no one gets involved. So every time we go to destinations, we try our best to choose areas that have not yet been visited. Of course, we can also mark these areas. For example, today we explored Marker 1, and tomorrow we may go to Marker 2. All in all, we can roughly understand the situation at Mark 2 by going to Mark 1. So we will have at least some information when we go there. In this way, we go deeper little by little. After the players discussed it for a while, they called everyone over and began to tell them their plans. I only heard that the players wanted to explore the Warcraft Mountains, and the warriors were still a little afraid. After all, they also know the situation of this mountain range very well, especially those who follow the immortal cultivators. They can guess with their toes that they must have gone deep into it this time. Everyone knows how risky it is when they get inside. However, as the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. The price offered by the players this time is very attractive. 10% of the income after entering the mountain range can be divided equally among the warriors. It can also provide warriors with long-term medicinal materials for medicinal baths. If they encounter a mineral vein, warriors and the others can account for 40% in total. This thing needs to be distributed. Although they have many people, the income from this mine is not low, especially since it is a steady stream of income. If they can get one of these things, they won't have to worry about their future cultivation. Therefore, they really can't resist this temptation. And since there are immortal cultivators inside, their combat power will naturally be greatly improved. So they think this risk is still worth taking. In this way, under the bewitchment of the players, this group of people finally agreed. Of course, the players also found a few who disobeyed the command and kicked them out of the team. After determining the manpower in this way, the players immediately began to take action. First of all, sufficient supplies must be ensured before entering the mountains. At the same time, transportation tools are also indispensable. Regarding this point, the players have no spare money, so they can only rely on the city lord. The city lord was initially in a dilemma, but when the players took out the Warcraft crystal core, he immediately became excited. The value of this thing is not low, and if it is sold to immortal cultivators, it can be sold at a better price. and it may even be used as a favor to some immortal cultivators. All in all, this thing is a good thing for the city lord. Naturally, after collecting this thing, the city lord also tried his best to help the players. First of all, the food and fodder for the army, horses for transportation, and other things were clearly arranged for them. Chapter 658 Entering the Forest. With the help of the city lord, the players prepared a lot of explosive bags and prepared to enter the mountains. Just like that, a few days later, a mighty group of people was seen heading towards the Warcraft Mountains. This time the players entered the Warcraft Mountains, which naturally attracted the attention of many people in the town. Many merchants contacted them in advance, claiming to buy some of the souvenirs they obtained in the Warcraft Mountains. These local specialties naturally refer to various medicinal materials, monsters, and the like. Naturally, everyone agreed to these requests. At the same time, in order to ensure that they could make more money when they came back later, the players also flew the kites in advance. And then, they would hold an auction. The items in the auction are naturally what they gained from this trip to the Warcraft Mountains. After watching them leave the city, ordinary people in the town began to discuss it. This time, they go out and don't know what good things they can bring back. We also brought back some good things. Whether they can come back smoothly or not is another matter. How are you talking? This time, they went out with an immortal master. So what if there is an immortal master? Have you forgotten that there was also an immortal master who led a group of people into the mountains 10 years ago? And in the end, they all disappeared. But there are also immortal masters who have led people out. All in all, if you enter there, if you are an ordinary person, you will definitely die. But if there are immortal masters, it is hard to say. For the players who entered, everyone also had different opinions. Although there are immortals, there are still many people who are not optimistic about it. After all, similar things have happened before. The immortal master took a group of mortals to explore, but in the end no one came back. The players are naturally unaware of the discussions among the people in the town. At this time, they had led a large group into the mountains. As soon as they entered the mountains, the players sent a group of scouts to explore the way ahead according to the previous division of labor, and they were operating in the rear with large troops. As long as someone in front encounters danger on the road, we can respond accordingly from behind. In this case, we will basically not encounter any danger. All in all, let's be careful here. After all, none of us can tell what dangers there may be here. What they didn't know was that there was a miniature detector in the sky, monitoring their every move. Naturally, the person monitoring them was Jiangyao. After the players entered this world, he has been observing the situation here. After all, the development of this world is completely different from the world he has seen before. Of course, he also went out of his way to capture a few immortal cultivators and come back for research. After all, the structure of the human body in this world is completely different from the humans I have seen. He was also very curious about this. If I remember correctly, Immortal Cultivator is a fictional character created by Blue Star. In this universe, there are various kinds of life, and they also have their own unique expressions. Each kind of life has different situations. But why a fictional life form, like Blue Star, appears? That's what I'm more concerned about. Is this just a coincidence? Or is there a secret promoter? I think I must pay attention to this thing. Jiangyao is also very cautious about this matter. After all, this is related to some myths and legends. If the appearance of these fictional things here is a coincidence, then it will be okay. But if this kind of thing is something like a secret promoter, then you have to be careful about it. After all, he has developed to his current state. For many things that seem to be coincidences, if you trace their origins, you might find that it was a deliberate plan. Moreover, this plan is too long ago, and these myths can be traced back to the period not long after the origin of Blue Star. If someone is really plotting secretly, then the emergence of Blue Star is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. He even said that there would be many things involved here that he didn't know about. Hopefully this is just a coincidence. Jiangyao could only think about this in his heart. However, some things may not be justified if they are just coincidences. Because at this moment, a brainworm came to report to him information about the cultivators in this world. Based on our research, Chief, the similarity between cultivators on this planet and ordinary people on the southern star is 80%. As for ordinary people, the similarity between the two has exceeded 95%. The reason why cultivators in this world are so different from ordinary people is because they have something called spiritual veins in their bodies. If we trace this thing back to its origin, It can be understood as some special organs. Other things are basically the same as those of the Southern Star people. But once there are more things like retail sales, the sales will subtly transform the bodies of ordinary people over the years. Hearing this, Jiang Yao naturally understood something. If you say that, doesn't it mean that if the Nanxing people want to fly to the sky and escape from the earth, they only need to transplant their spiritual veins? Brainworm nodded at this. Yes, the biggest difference between the Southern Stars and them is that people on this planet have a probability of growing spiritual veins. But Blue Star people will definitely not. Because if you want to grow spiritual veins, you must have something special. But this East-West-South Star person doesn't. It is also because there is no such thing that there is a gap between the two. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded thoughtfully. Can you tell if there is any connection between the two? The brainworm shook his head at this. The information currently available does not allow an accurate judgment to be made. But give us some more time, and I think we'll get the answer you want soon. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded. Find out the specific situation as soon as possible. After all, players are too important to him. So no matter how he plays, he must understand the situation clearly. Players must not have any problems. As his technological level is getting higher and higher, he has discovered that many things are inextricably related. It is also because he can analyze the essence of the matter that he acts more carefully now. Many things that don't seem to be a big deal on the surface may be the layout of a certain civilization. He even said that sometimes he felt that the entire universe was the layout of a certain super civilization. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was. But no matter what your purpose is, I have to ensure my own safety. At the same time, this thing about soaking in the world is worth my research. The combat potential of people in this world is no less than that of the Zerg. If their various combat potentials are developed and used on the Zerg, then my strength can continue to improve. So the top priority is to continue to pay attention here, and dig out the secrets here. Jiang Yao has never been able to figure out what the situation in this world is. He had a vague feeling that something terrible might be involved here. But of course, this was just his feeling. At this time, while Jiang Yao is still making various speculations about the world, the players are here. Brothers, we will set up camp here tonight. At this time, a player looked at the open area and said, this area has a wide view, and the scout team has explored this area before. There are no large beasts around. After hearing what the player said, everyone in the team started to get busy. They took out various foods and tents from the carriage. Some people were responsible for setting up tents here, while others started to make fires for cooking. While the players were still discussing tomorrow's itinerary, a boy ran over not far away. My boss? My boss? At this time, everyone looked a little curious when they heard the boy's voice. My boss is like this. I estimated today that we have walked about 20 miles. People come here often, so the road here is relatively easy to walk. But if we continue to go deeper tomorrow, it will basically be a mountain road, and there is no way for carriages to pass. At this point, the boy hesitated to speak. Players can naturally guess what he wants to say next. Old fellows, I think what this guy said makes sense. The area we are in is relatively easy to walk now. But even so, there were a lot of problems with the carriage today. If we continue to go deeper and bring a car with us, I guess we won't be able to walk very far every day. I also know that it is troublesome to bring a carriage. But if we don't bring this thing, what should we do with the rations for so many of us? Otherwise, let's do some hunting in the past few days, and make the meat into smoked meat or something, so that it can be stored easily. Then we use this place as a base camp, and let them continue to cut leaves and make food near here. We will take a group of people to go deeper and leave marks around, so that some subsequent food supplies can pass through here. Supplies? Compared to supplying from the city, it is undoubtedly much easier to supply from here. Each time we advance to a slightly safer area, we can establish a supply point there. In the later stage, these people can put the supplies at the supply points and leave us. If the troops exploring earlier are out of supplies, they can go to these supply points for supplies. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. This plan is okay. In this way, even if we go deep into the forest, we don't need to collect food or anything. If we go into a place with many monsters and make food on site in the future, it will easily attract monsters. The safety factor is also much higher through supply points. Then let's do it. After the discussion was completed, the players also told everyone their plans. Of course, if they continue to go deeper, the players will naturally bring no less people. This time, they selected 30 people with relatively good skills, and then each person carried 2 or 3 days of supplies before setting off. After the players set off, The logistics team naturally became busy. They began to organize people to hunt around and make various easy-to-preserve foods. They also sent many people to cut down the surrounding trees and prepared to build a small camp here, because they may live here for a long time in the future. Some things must be arranged for them in advance. As the logistics are being arranged, naturally the exploration team led by the players is also continuing to go deep into the forest. As they delve deeper, they often pay attention to strategy websites about this planet. The website still has many people like you who come here to publish various strategies. And there are also many bloggers who directly start live broadcasts of the development of this world. While they were live broadcasting, they told everyone about the information they collected. And several players had been paying attention to one of the anchors called Tianxiawiwo. At this time, the area where this anchor is located is also the Warcraft Mountains. But what is different from others is that he is now in a relatively deep position in the Warcraft Mountains. And traces of monsters can often be seen here. I saw this blogger wearing a special cloak. And then, he was giving various popular science knowledge in this area. And he is also lucky with this cloak. The cloak found in an ancient tomb not only has very good defense power, but the most important thing is that it seems to be able to cover up the aura. In this way, as long as the surrounding beasts or monsters are not seen, they won't even find him. He also relied on this cloak to enter the deeper areas of the Warcraft Mountains. I really envy this blogger for actually getting such a good thing. At this time, several players were watching the live broadcast and sighing with emotion. There's nothing to be envious about. The situation here is actually similar to his. And the things we have are not bad either. Everyone has his or her own area. And it's good to be like him. He goes deep into the area in advance and gives us all the information we need to search for in science. Yeah. Without his strategy, we wouldn't know the situation even if we encountered some monsters. During this time, they also got to know a lot of monsters through this live broadcast. Because the anchor often took people to watch the monsters fight. So everyone could get a general idea of each monster situation. At the same time, this blogger will also do some business. Sometimes the parents of some monster beast dens went out, and if the monster eggs were still there, he would quietly go over and steal the monster eggs, and then return to a nearby town. Naturally, there are many players nearby who will come to buy it. In fact, several people present also wanted to get a monster egg, but the area where the blogger was located was opposite them, and the two sides were too far apart, so everyone had no choice but to give up. By the way, brothers, when we get deep inside, we can also learn from this blogger and get some monster eggs to sell. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. We don't have that kind of cloak. If we go to get it, and the monsters find it, they won't kill us. Yes, that thing is inherently ferocious. If it has its cubs, it will most likely come over and fight us. We can only see if there is a chance to kill his monster parents then. It will be much safer to go get the eggs after killing his parents. A monster that we can kill is probably not very powerful. Will anyone buy it? Don't worry. They won't know the strength of this monster if we don't talk about it. Chapter 659 Hunting Snake Monsters. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? At this time, a player couldn't help but suddenly realized the eggs that the blogger stole were also random. Some were strong or some were weak. Although we here can basically only steal some weak ones. As long as you don't tell me, and I don't tell everyone that these are blind box eggs. Who can know about this stuff? Just thinking about it like this, a few people felt that it was feasible. After all, monster eggs are a hard currency. So this business can be done. The first is the players. Now they urgently need to improve their strength. And the monster eggs will naturally be of great help to them. Players can improve their strength through monster eggs. And naturally the same goes for ordinary people in this world. These things can be of great help to immortal cultivators. And ordinary people are flocking to them. If there are channels, this thing can still be sold at a relatively high price. It is not easy to use this money to hire some warriors or develop your own power. Brothers, I think this business can be done. First of all, we know the group owner, so we don't have to worry too much about the channel. It's relatively easy for us to connect with some high-ranking officials in this country. Secondly, we are also immortal cultivators after all, so we don't need to worry about the other party taking advantage of others. In this case, the money we get will be relatively stable. And it will be relatively stable. By the way, fellows, I really don't understand. Although monster beasts are powerful, under normal circumstances, 7 or 8 warriors can subdue an ordinary monster beast. But the price of one monster egg is 7 or 8 warriors. It's dozens of times the hiring cost. Why do they spend so much money on this thing? Indeed, What this player thought did not make sense. He had inquired about relevant matters in the town before. The first is the hiring cost of warriors. Normally, the cost of hiring 5 or 6 warriors for 10 years is many times less than the price of one monster egg. The golden period of a warrior is only about 10 years. So with so much money and food, it is completely possible to hire more warriors. In this way, they can exert much stronger strength than monsters. And most importantly, they save money. Money. But even so, many wealthy businessmen still like monsters more than warriors. In response to this player's question, a player gave an explanation. You just can't think of things clearly at first glance. First you have to understand a problem. The service time of monsters is usually tens of hours, or hundreds of years. Not to mention the more powerful monsters. The weaker monsters can be equal to 5 or 6 warriors. Let's just talk about loyalty. If you raise a monster and take care of it from childhood to adulthood, it will only be loyal to you. But once the warrior you raise encounters some relatively high interests, the first thing they will do is kill you. Especially when you encounter some irresistible temptations. Monsters can always protect you, but warriors may directly turn against you. After all, this world is a world of immortal cultivation. There are many dark sides in this world. But because of its identity, so I haven't seen it now. But take a look at the number of players in the post who have been hacked. Many players are local natives and are hacked by various gangsters. But there is nothing they can do about it. Even us players can encounter such things. Do you think these local tycoons will encounter similar things? Whether some of the warriors hired by the local tyrants here are loyal. Need to be loyal. Need to be emotional. All kinds of management must be indispensable. And all kinds of emotions must be in place. Maybe it is very normal to marry a son or a daughter. But sometimes even if this is the case, the other party may betray you and even try to steal your family business. For them, a monster like a monster who only knows the existence of a protector is naturally their first choice for bodyguards. After hearing everyone's explanation, the player suddenly realized. So it seems like my situation is too small. According to what you said, I feel that this monster egg can be regarded as one of the more stable and high-income professions in the world. You are thinking too much in your head. This is not stable at all. If you want to get monster beasts, you must enter the Warcraft Mountains. After entering, if you want to obtain them stably, then you must go deep. Let's go deep with our strength. The Warcraft Mountains will most likely be cold, so we will be in danger of being wiped out at any time. Although this industry is profitable, there are too many uncertainties. We can start a business of breeding monster beasts. We can catch the monster beasts and raise them ourselves. In this case, we don't need to worry about these problems. As for what you are thinking, don't you think that some people in this world have not thought of it? These monsters have some special characteristics. Many monsters evolve from ordinary beasts, which means that their later reproduction is very unstable. It is very likely that this generation will still be normal monsters, and in the next generation, they will become ordinary beasts. If monster beasts that grow up in a natural environment breed, the probability of ordinary beasts appearing will be much lower. Therefore, usually artificially bred monsters will all turn into ordinary beasts after 1 or 2 generations at most. This should also be a certain rule in this world. In short, with the existence of this characteristic, it is destined that there will be no organization specializing in raising monsters in this world, and all monsters can only be obtained from the wild. Of course the risk is high, and the price goes up. Just like that, while everyone was still chatting about this matter, they saw a subordinate running over not far away. The immortal master is far away, and our waiter came to report that a snake-like monster was found. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Snake monster? Come on. Let's go take a look. In this way, under the leadership of their men, the players soon arrived near a swamp. When they arrived here, they saw a huge green python lying not far away, but it looked like it was poisonous. At the same time, players also noticed that there seemed to be a snake's nest not far from him. Damn! If there is a nest here, it should be a monster beast's nest. This wave is really a good start. If we get the egg of this monster, we can still make a little profit in this wave no matter how bad we are. Several people got excited thinking about this. Everyone, let's go back first. Set some traps nearby, and then lure this thing over. In this way, everyone quietly left here while talking. And then, they found an area that was more suitable for setting up traps, and began to arrange it. To catch this kind of monster, you only need one person to attract and lure it in front. Then make a pit trap in a certain area, and get a little kerosene in the trap. At that time, All you need to do is lure the monster here. Wait for it to fall in. Light the stove. And throw a few explosive packets into it. After such operations, this monster will basically not be able to last long. After the plan was determined in this way, everyone immediately started to operate. Because the players had a larger number of people, it didn't take long before a length of about 6 meters, a width of about 5 meters, and a depth of about 123 the giant potholes of 3 meters are clearly arranged by the players. Try to apply kerosene around the pothole as much as possible. The first point is to make sure that the surrounding walls are slippery enough. Otherwise, the thing's ability to climb the wall is not weak, and it will be embarrassing when the time comes. The second thing is to ensure the amount of kerosene at the bottom. Brother, we don't have much kerosene in our hands. If we use all of it, it may be a bit troublesome to record later. It doesn't matter. Use everything you can. When we get the monster eggs, we will go back to the town and sell them first. Let us make money first. Then we can buy some kerosene and come back. Just like this, everyone was talking and making arrangements. And soon everything was ready to end. After all these were prepared, a group of players immediately came to the place where the monster was. Brothers, you can take action. Several people glanced at each other. And then one of the players raised his crossbow towards the giant python. As an arrow flew out of the crossbow, it directly hit the giant python the next moment. The out-of-control giant python immediately straightened up and began to look around. Soon he noticed the player in the distance. After roaring in a low voice, he saw him rushing towards the player at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene at this time, this player naturally did not dare to neglect, and he immediately turned around and ran away. At this time, the giant snake behind him was also chasing after him. Everything went very smoothly, and the player successfully led the giant snake to the area where the trap was. Various branches are used above the traps set by the players, and part of the soil is attached and laid with the hands. It is difficult to see, and the load-bearing capacity of these branches is not difficult to bear the weight of a player, but it is difficult to bear the weight of a giant snake. Realistically, the players ran straight over the trap, and when the giant python crawled over here, the next moment the rattans collapsed instantly, and the giant python also fell into the cave unprepared. It's done! Seeing this scene at this time, all the players couldn't help but look happy. Come on! Hurry up over there. Hurry up and throw the torch in. As the words fell, I saw several warriors running from a distance, each of them holding a torch. Without too much hesitation, they immediately threw the torch into the pit, and then they saw a raging fire coming from the pit. Rise in. The boulders in the pit were constantly churning due to the burning of the fire. At the same time, people also heard heart-rending screams. Players also found it a bit novel that snake-like monsters in this world could make sounds. But now was not the time for them to relax, because many monsters have rough skin and thick flesh. It usually takes a very long time to burn the monsters to death with fire, especially monsters like snakes whose whole bodies are covered with scales and have very high defense. Be more careful. So everyone stood at the entrance of the cave and concentrated. They mainly wanted to prevent someone's monster from crawling out. So everyone held a very thick wooden stick in their hands. As long as a snake crawls out of it, they will send him down directly with a stick. If it were a normal situation, this would definitely be impossible. The strength burned by the flames would be affected to some extent. So it is not difficult for everyone to do this now. As for the players, they are sure that everything is over here. After that, they immediately ran towards the snake's lair without stopping. You must know that the highlight this time is the nest. Soon they arrived as they wished. After carefully looking around and making sure that the surroundings were safe, a few people quickly entered the nest. Soon they found the monster egg selected in the nest. Damn! Why is there only one? At this time, everyone looked at the giant white snake egg that was about half the size of a human, and they couldn't help but look at each other in awe. Why is there only one? Isn't this embarrassing? Many players are also a little confused about the situation in the cave. After all, snakes usually lay a large number of eggs, and the players all know this. So they thought that there would be 5 or 6 eggs here no matter how bad the situation was. However, after anyone came in, they found only one solitary seedling. Isn't this embarrassing? There is only one egg. I'm so angry that my heart aches. We have to go through so much trouble with only one egg. Maybe monsters are different from ordinary beasts. We can't define monsters in the same way as ordinary beasts. What you said makes sense. Forget it. Let's take this egg back first and then talk about it. After a careful search around the area, Everyone was able to determine that there was only such an egg here. And then, they took the egg back to the place where the giant snake was ambushed. At this time, they just returned when they got here. Everyone saw that the people surrounding the entrance of the cave were still guarding here. It's been so long. Haven't you been burned to death yet? At this time, seeing that the people surrounding them hadn't left yet, several players couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Tongjia is not here yet. This thing is too frightening to burn. It has been burning for almost half an hour. An ordinary beast would be almost scorched. But this monster is still alive and kicking down there. Several players were also a little surprised when they heard this. It seems that it will take a long time to solve it with just the flames. It's time to arrange 2 packs of explosives for him. Solve it as soon as possible. Take away the monster meat. And then take away the magic core and so on. Then we can go back and do some trading first. And buy some supplies on the way back. While talking, I saw a few players throwing the prepared explosives in. Then, there was a huge explosion. And the giant snake underneath struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. Just like this. After confirming that the giant snake was indeed in trouble, everyone tried their best to fish out the giant snake, and then began to collect the things from the giant snake. The first is the beast meat monster. The price of beast meat is not low, because these things are also very useful for warriors, especially in replenishing chi and blood. Therefore, the players sold these monster meat to the warriors in the team at a price far lower than the market price. As for the magic core players, they naturally put it away themselves. Chapter 660, Establishing a Stronghold. After collecting the loot in this way, everyone continued to move forward. They also encountered a lot of medicinal herbs along the way, and naturally they collected all of them. After walking like this for a day, they finally found a place to camp. Okay everyone, now we have found a place to settle down. Although this area is relatively deep into the Warcraft Mountains, it is still very far away from the core area. At this time, the players gathered everyone together and began to talk about their plans. We have previously set up a gathering point near the periphery, and the materials in the city are transported there and then transferred over. Now this is our gathering point in the depths. After all, if we want to go further, we definitely can't count on a supply station. So this is our second supply point. Of course, considering the situation here, you must pay attention when building this place. Only warriors can go here. After all, it is very dangerous here. In the next few days, everyone will just build their homes here. As for us, we will sell the monsters harvested this time, and get some supplies by the way. After arranging everything in this way, the players took their harvest, and set off in the direction back. At this time, other warriors in this area began to build camps. It is impossible to drive all the way into a dangerous semi like this. Many supply points must be arranged in the middle. We are just clearing up wasteland now. We only need to make clear arrangements for supply points, and other things along the way. Then it will be easier to handle later. At this time, the players were also discussing this issue on the way back. According to the size of the Warcraft Mountains, we must arrange at least 10 to 20 supply points along the way. And as we go deeper, these supply points will become more and more dangerous. We don't know how many people will die here in the early stage. Yes, but there is nothing we can do about it. Indeed, there is no solution to the current situation. It is basically unrealistic to open up wasteland without casualties. But they also know very well that once these areas are developed, they will also be able to obtain a large amount of income in the future. No one is developing these areas now. As pioneers, we will definitely take away the first batch of large amounts of resources. In the future, we can share these supply points. Of course, there will be a fee to enter the ambush site. And since we made so much money once we went in and came out, there must be a lot of jealous people. And they will come to explore when the time comes. At that stage, we only need to maintain the daily safety of the popular points, or the things that are needed. And the rest of the money will be earned by the people who move in. Everyone nodded after hearing this. If this business is done well, it will be very helpful to them. Especially in the later stage. They no longer need to worry about resources. But even though the veterans say so, it's still very difficult for our current base to make money from this. Indeed, our stronghold can be said to have nothing at present. Whether it is resources or other things, it is not perfect. We can only wait until more funds are invested in the future to expand the stronghold. It is best to build it according to the standards of the city. And there must be residential buildings and various supporting facilities. After all, the players also know very well that the people who come here have various needs. At least when you arrive at your base, you must have clear arrangements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Even the most important medical care must be arranged. Otherwise, why would others come to live in your place? Why don't they just find a place to set up a tent? Then we'll see how much money we can make from this batch. According to the information we gathered before, the price of monsters is actually not low. So we should be able to make some money back this time. Then with the capital, apart from the materials we need for exploration, the rest can be invested in construction. That's right. Most of the money we make in the early stage will probably be invested in the construction of the stronghold. Of course, we can consider it in the future. We can build a stronghold closer to the town as a core, and then wait until the stronghold is completed. From this stronghold as the center, it can slowly radiate to the depths. As long as there is a distance where we can get benefits, then our economic pressure will not be as great as before. In this way, a group of players discussed what was going to happen next. They are not too cold-hearted about making money by exploring the Warcraft Mountains. After all, they are all highly educated people, and they know very well that the money they make by themselves will never be as powerful as capital. Now all they have to do is act as capital. Let others help you make money, and you only need to provide them with a platform for development. As time went by, the players finally transported the harvest to the town. When the players first returned here, they naturally attracted crowds of spectators. After all, the Immortal led a group of people into the Warcraft forest. The matter was also widely spread here. This time, many people were envious after seeing the Immortal bring back some of the monster meat, bones, leather and other parts of the monster, as well as the monster core and monster eggs. The materials of the monsters were sold to local people by the players at market prices. As for the eggs of the monsters, they were taken away by the city lord in the form of an auction. After arranging everything in this way, the players purchased a lot of supplies, and then set off to the Warcraft Mountains again, because this city is quite special. News here quickly spread out, thus attracting a large number of people. After all, everyone knows that the Warcraft Mountain range is rich in resources, but it is also very dangerous. No one dares to enter it. Many of them are relatively sparse in the Warcraft Mountains, and ordinary herbs or resources are very rare in the outside world. Naturally, those who received the news wanted to come here to get a piece of the pie. In this way, the originally prosperous city became even more prosperous because of the players. Businessmen from all over the world gathered together, eagerly waiting for the arrival of a new batch of supplies every day. I heard that, according to the news from the people sent by the big family to inquire, tomorrow the Immortals team will come back with a batch of supplies. I heard that they seem to have brought back a lot of medicinal materials this time. The medicinal materials in the Warcraft Mountains are all rare things. Unfortunately, I am not in the medicinal materials business, so I may miss the auction this time. You are stupid. Some of these medicinal materials can prolong life. Even if you don't do this business, wouldn't it be great to buy them back and enjoy them yourself? What you said makes sense. People here are very concerned about the actions of the players. After all, these are businessmen from all over the country. Under normal circumstances, they will send people to inquire about the information in advance, and then prepare in advance. If the things they bring back are helpful to them, they will first get the funds and other things in place, and then wait until the things are brought back before taking them. The things I brought back during this period, except for some gemstones and mineral deposits, are mostly these medicinal materials. I don't know when the monsters will come to visit. Yes, I have prepared my wealth just to wait for the monster eggs. Don't even think about being a monster agent. Look at how many businessmen have come to the city now, and how many big businessmen among them are competing with them for their property. This is nothing more than nonsense. Although monsters are good, they are not within the reach of small businessmen like us, and the area where the Immortal Masters are now, strictly speaking, can only be regarded as the outer area close to the middle circle. Even if there are monsters in these areas, they are not particularly powerful. What powerful monsters are you thinking of? Do you think we can afford them? Once the Immortal Masters have the ability to hunt some powerful monsters and obtain their descendants, then this news will definitely be known to some nobles. When the time comes, they will flock to it. Yes, we can't even afford ordinary monsters, let alone some naturally powerful monsters. We can't even think about it. Time flies by like this. During this period, people in the town are more discussing what supplies the Immortal Master brings every time he comes back. Of course, the players have also made a lot of money through their efforts during this period. First of all, they established the first stronghold on the periphery, which is basically almost completed. This stronghold is relatively large in size. It is surrounded by a city wall, and has specialized personnel to guard it. Naturally, there are mostly various restaurants and hotels inside. Of course, other supporting facilities are also clearly arranged. These talents are recruited by the players. After all, everyone can see the current situation clearly. If you want to live here, you have to consider the dangers surrounding it. Even if the players think that their security measures are relatively complete, you dare to take risks. So the first batch of people were recruited by players at high prices. Of course, what they did was to open up this market. As long as these people live here for a period of time and are safe, there will be a steady stream of people in the future. People come here. After people here come over, the market will be slowly revitalized, and the market here will be opened up. Then players can continue to develop other areas. And then, they will have money and reputation. At that time, a steady stream of wealth will come. Of course, the commotion caused by the players was still very big. As time went by, players in other areas gradually learned about the situation here through those merchants. Later, after many inquiries, they were shocked, because they never expected that the person who made such a big fuss was actually a player like them. Oh my god, this is too outrageous. We have just solved our food problem, and someone has already started building a town. I have just recruited dozens of boys here. I thought I was progressing faster among us. But who would have thought that others would start building a city? By the way, haven't you noticed a key point there? That is, there seems to be immortal cultivators on the other side. I've also heard about this news. It seems that one of their team members became an immortal cultivator, and then used his identity as an immortal cultivator to get the first pot of gold. After getting the first pot of gold, they started the later operations. This is outrageous. You must know that our templates are all ordinary people. How did he become an immortal cultivator? I don't know how they became immortal cultivators, but I can guarantee that the 10 or so people in their team must have reserved all the first dozen people. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, there are immortal cultivators, and they have a high starting point. Whatever stronghold they established, there is nothing wrong with calling it a country. No one cares about this area anyway. In the early stage, they used the slogan of a stronghold to recruit some people who wanted to explore. In the later stage, they can start to recruit their own soldiers. In this way, they will grow bigger and bigger and have more strongholds. They can become a small country over there. All kinds of envy. Don't they look like they are about to take off? Players have been discussing this topic for a while. After all, the opponent's development speed really makes them envious. And they also know very well that according to the routine of those people, as long as the first stronghold can make continuous profits, then the second stronghold will be established. As the number of strongholds increases, they will have their own army and so on, and can collect all the wealth in the world. After all, the world of Warcraft Mountains itself is rich in resources, and they can already make a fortune. And people who want to come here to make a fortune also need to pay fees to live here, plus various daily expenses, etc., all of which cost money. And that group of players can pocket all of this, and then use the money to continue recruiting and building, which is like a snowball getting bigger and bigger. Those behind want to catch up with their progress, but this requires very good luck. After all, there is already a certain gap between the two. Even if you develop and catch up later, you must make up for the time gap between the two when they started. The most important thing is that this model cannot be replicated yet. People have to have a permanent ancestor to stay, and they rely on this reputation to attract people to come. If they don't have this relationship, what can they rely on? But soon everyone stood up again from the loss. They still have to get some of the rewards from the first few and the last few. And they have just started now. Although they have made progress, it is really difficult to decide who will win in the later stage. After all, they are currently only developing in the realm of mortals. The progress in the realm of mortals may not be worth mentioning in the realm of immortals. In this way, everyone is striving to develop with various thoughts. Of course, Jiang Yao is always paying attention to their actions. At the same time, he has made great progress in his research on the immortal cultivators here. Now he is basically certain that the people here may have been in the same situation as the Blue Star people a long time ago. But they may have been transformed by some advanced civilization, which is why they are different now. Chapter 661 Space Cracks Appear. Although such a possibility does exist, the conclusions drawn by Jiang Yao so far are mostly based on speculation. What the situation is, most of them are still in the speculation stage now, and we can't risk making a decision yet. But what is certain is that there must be some connection. But after talking about this topic, Jiang Yao also felt that the matter was difficult. If it was only at this stage that he discovered the connection between some things. Thinking back to the past, he always felt as if he was in a cage. If all this is true, there is a civilization that has laid out its plans on Blue Star a long time ago. And then when he developed to the technology he is now, he discovered what this secret meant, and he understood it very well. Not to mention that every step I take is secretly controlled by certain people. But at least they have their shadow, no matter how much I take. There are so many bubble worlds here on the edge. And it is certain that bubble worlds are the testing ground for some powerful civilizations. However, the problem also lies here. Who are these powerful civilizations, and how many secrets are hidden in the ancient world? These are what I need to pay attention to. I don't know what exactly happened, but I always feel that the world is not that simple. Thinking of this, Jiangyao took back his thoughts. Currently, the best players have developed and already have the prototype of a country. As they recruit more troops, their strength will increase day by day. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. When they develop to a certain extent, they will inevitably attract the attention of surrounding forces. At that time, in order to consolidate their position or reduce the threat, these entities will inevitably send troops to the players. At that time, how should this group of people be solved? Jiangyao is actually looking forward to the subsequent operations of the players. After all, they will not only face mortals when the time comes, and these countries may send immortal cultivators over when necessary. This should be considered a big challenge for players. I don't know what they plan to do next. Jiangyao is also very curious about the players' subsequent plans. After all, this group of players are slowly becoming familiar with various battlefields, and their own experience is not very rich. And it is for this reason that they use this world for training. And while he was still thinking about these things, news came from the small universe where the Zerg on this planet is located. Ever since he conquered that race, that area has become his own material collection ground. Therefore, he is still very concerned about the situation there. After all, the output of various resources provided there is not a lot every day. You said a space crack was discovered over there? At this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but frown while listening to Brainworm's report. Do you know where the space crack leads to? The leader has sent a large number of detectors into the crack, but there is no news yet. However, based on the information we have so far, we can basically confirm that the crack may not be an ordinary crack. Jiangyao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It's not an ordinary crack? Please tell me in detail. That's right. There's a very strange thing about that crack, and that's stability. Normally, space cracks are unstable and do not exist for a long time. However, this crack is not only expanding, but also very stable. This is the first time we have seen this. Based on our current technology, we can basically determine that this crack will probably always exist. At this time, Jiangyao was also slightly startled when he heard what Brainworm said. There has been, although he didn't know what the existence of this crack meant at this time, he instinctively felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. Continue to pay close attention to the situation in that crack, and send enough detectors into the crack to understand the situation on the other side. At this time, while Jiangyao was still deploying, he was in another parallel universe. The situation in this universe is basically similar to the situation in Jiangyao's universe. There is also an independent space here similar to that of the Zerg. The size of the space here is basically the same as the size of the space here in Jiangyao. Chief, we have discovered a space crack in the portal area. According to the speed at which the space crack spreads, the entire portal will be opened in a few years. At this moment, the leader nodded when he heard this. How prepared are we? Report to the leader that everything is almost ready. All our achievements have been transferred to that area, and the fortress has also begun construction at the entrance. It should be completed before long. In addition, the defense system for this universe has also begun to be deployed and should be resolved within 2 years. As for other civilizations under the Alliance, they have also been informed and are now actively preparing for war. The logistics resources are almost here, and all the factories are on standby. When the battle begins, they will manufacture some of the things they need. In short, we are almost done with the preparations before the war. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the leader nodded. Of course, the same thing happens in many universes. Of course, these are all people who know the real situation, so the universe will not be prepared in advance. There are many universes that are similar to Jiangyao's situation. They didn't know about this, so they paid close attention to what happened in this area. Like Jiangyao, they also sent a large number of special features to enter this space crack. But the situation was similar to Jiangyao's. After the detector entered, there was no news. The main reason is that before the portal is fully opened, this space is very chaotic and filled with all kinds of abnormal energy. Anything that enters will not be able to withstand the impact of this majestic force. So usually, you can only enter after the cosmic portal is completely opened and the surrounding space is stable. As the cracks in these spaces gradually expand, they will eventually cover the entire area. And this area becomes the only way from other universes to get here. In such a large area of the entire galaxy, it is very difficult to hide the fleet or discover the enemy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, in order to ensure the safety of their own universe, experienced civilizations will deploy various defenses and various reconnaissance equipment here in advance to determine the safety here. Of course, the areas linked here are naturally other universes. As the portal opens, this area of other universes will merge with this area. In this way, fleets from various universes can communicate with each other. When all universes are connected together, then the real war will begin. At present, most civilizations in these parallel universes have already begun to prepare for the war. Of course, they are not just starting to prepare now. Many civilizations even started preparing for this battle thousands of years ago. Regarding the current situation, the unknown universe has naturally fallen into a disadvantage. The universe with the united civilization in it will be slightly better, even if they don't know it. As a united civilization, they will at least go to one place. So when the time comes, they will still be able to think of a way to face sudden attacks from other universes. Resistant. But things like Dark Sanctuary are completely different here. Each civilization only considers itself and will not unite at all. Even if it is discovered, only 1 or 2 civilizations may know about it. And then, they will hide one thing. After all, it is even they don't know what will happen next. In this case, it is even said that when the portal opens in the later period and fleets of other civilizations arrive in this universe, most civilizations in this universe may not be aware of this matter. In the end, they are attacked by other civilizations, and then in a period of confusion be wiped out. Normally, in a battle like this in the Dark Universe, civilization suffers the most heavy losses. Under normal circumstances, after a battle is over, the remaining civilizations in many Dark Civilization universes may be wiped out, and a large amount of resources are taken to other universes. This is a general trend. A general trend of confrontation between the universe and the original universe, standing in a higher dimension. After something like this happens, it will not only be plunder between civilizations, but also affect the operation of the entire universe. First of all, the total amount of matter in the universe remains unchanged. After any matter disappears in whatever form, it will eventually return to the universe. The Yuan universe is a precision instrument. Although it seems huge, you are extremely delicate. Any slight change will affect the balance within it. As the dimensions of the universe continue to decrease, other things about them will not change. In this way, when the universe decreases to one end and restarts, it can successfully complete the restart, because no delicate part of the universe is lost. But if the resources in the universe are plundered by other universes, and these resources are consumed to a certain amount, it will affect the operation of the machine of the universe. Maybe the universe will not restart, but will continue to expand. Death in. If something like this happened, it would be a disaster for any civilization. The size of the universe in different dimensions is different. The lower the latitude, the larger its size will become. When the size of the universe reaches a certain level, if it can be restarted, then they will return to the principle. However, if it cannot be restarted, it will extend infinitely to a point that an existing universe cannot bear, and eventually fall apart. Then it will be gradually swallowed up and disintegrated by the hyperspace outside the universe, and this universe will disappear. Therefore, when all universes are connected together, it is not only related to the development of civilization in this universe, but also related to the survival of this universe. Naturally, very few civilizations know about this matter. All civilizations that know this matter have basically experienced a universe restart or destruction, and all of them that exist from within are powerful civilizations. Of course, there are exceptions to this, such as Jiangyao, who obtained this news through the insect swarm knowledge base. It's just that he only knows that the universe will continue to be dimensionally reduced, but he doesn't know why this will happen. Of course, regarding these interests, there are many unknown civilizations, but the known literature is very rare. At this time, Jiangyao didn't know what would happen in the future. He was currently studying another space crack. What's going on with this thing? It's still expanding infinitely. According to this trend, I'm afraid it will swallow up the entire galaxy. At this time, he was also having a headache about this space crack. He originally thought that this space crack would expand like other cracks and stop after reaching a certain level. However, the current situation does not seem to be like this. Since the crack appeared, it is constantly expanding now. This made him feel that something was wrong. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, he had a bad feeling. The appearance of this crack is really too strange. If we continue to expand at this pace, it will be a troublesome thing for me if we don't stop. How to stop Jiangyao has tried many methods and found that they are ineffective. So now he can only watch helplessly as this crack continues to expand. Forget it. We can only take one step at a time. Since he couldn't stop his expansion, Jiangyao had no choice but to accept it. And he was also curious about how far this thing could expand. With this mentality in mind, he asked Cerebrate to send a large fleet to secretly monitor every move in that crack. As for him, he still focused on the world of cultivating immortals. After all, he is more concerned about how the players there develop and expand their power. These players are his main players in the future, so he naturally needs to understand their growth clearly. Only in this way can he guide when necessary. At this time, everything in that world was developing pretty much as he imagined. Players had established 7 towns in the Warcraft forest, and the number of people coming to these towns was increasing day by day. Moreover, the pricing of these towns was also different. The closer they were, the more people came to these towns. Towns in central areas are more expensive, but the surrounding resources are also richer, because various resources can be obtained here. More and more people come here, and the place gradually becomes prosperous. Although there are some monsters and beasts coming to the town from time to cause trouble. When the players built the town, various defense measures were relatively complete, so several monster invasions failed. These invasions also built up the prestige of the towns, letting many people know that these towns were very safe. So a large number of people moved in, which made these towns finally feel a little bit more popular in most countries in the world. Threaten. It's just that this mountain range does not belong to anyone. So the early thinking of these countries was to win over them. They want to incorporate the towns built by players into their own names. Chapter 662 Players' strongholds are being targeted, and this time on the player's side. At this time, the stronghold they established has begun to take shape. Looking at the market with people coming and going, they were all in a happy mood. After a period of hard work by brothers, our market has begun to take shape. Businessmen from many countries will sell and purchase goods in our market. Most of the shops we have prepared have been rented out, and collecting rent every month is currently a huge expense. Coupled with the taxes collected on imported and exported goods here, we can be considered a start in this wave. Now they have more than 700 warriors and more than 1,000 ordinary people under their command. At the same time, there are many immortal cultivators in their strongholds, and their relationship with them is also very good. Although they had tried to bring this group of people under their command, in the end they found that this group of immortal cultivators was too difficult to deal with. So they gave up the idea. After all, these immortal cultivators all think very highly of themselves. If the characters don't have enough things to impress them, then it's basically a fool's errand to accept them. As for things that can impress them, everyone doesn't have them now. After all, they are only developing their own power in the mortal kingdom. When we become more developed in the future, we will be able to recruit immortal cultivators. However, if we want to recruit immortal cultivators, it is definitely unrealistic in the short term. During this period, I have also investigated that immortal cultivators need spiritual stones for their cultivation. Unless we can master a temporary mineral vein. Don't even think about it. With our current strength, don't even think about mastering the spirit stone veins. Even if we find it, we won't dare to announce it. Otherwise we will definitely be robbed. But after talking about this topic, the players thought of another thing. Brothers, let's not talk about this for now. There is nothing left. Speaking of robbing, I suddenly remembered that we needed to deal with the affairs of those imperial envoys some time ago. At this time, everyone became serious when they heard this. If this matter is not handled properly, all our efforts will be in vain. The question is how to deal with this matter. People from these countries have made it very clear that they want us to come under their command. Otherwise they will send troops to us. Maid, these people are really going too far. They want to get the power we have built up with great difficulty without giving anything. Players are also very angry at these ideas of the Empire. They worked hard to establish a foothold here. But these people sent people to tell them that the area they established was illegal and must be classified as their own. And they had to pay a large amount of taxes every year. It's considered legal. I get angry when I talk about this matter. In the final analysis, our development to this point is inseparable from our own efforts. Yes, if it weren't for our hard work, how could you have been established so easily? We have put in so much effort and sold so many good things during this period of time to build this place. But in the end, these people don't want to take anything. They just want to sit back and enjoy the gains. This is naked robbery. Even if they want to rob, what can you do? Now they are strong and we are weak. Many players are also very troubled by this matter. Brothers, I think we can't let them succeed in this matter so easily. Now that they are powerful, there is nothing we can do against them. But we are not soft persimmons. If they want to get free prostitution from us, they must pay a price. How do you say that? It's very simple. Since they are unkind, don't blame us. If you don't believe us, let's give them a try. Do they have a total of 4 empires now? We directly disclose the information these empires give us to other empires. In this case, other forces will also be ready to attack us. We'll see how they fight for it then. This method is feasible. But what if some of them forcefully want us to join? Otherwise they will send troops. I've also thought about this. First of all, if they want us to join, we have to put forward conditions, which is to ensure our safety. As long as anyone is willing to ensure this, then we will join. In this way, even if someone threatens us, we will not necessarily be powerless to fight back. It doesn't matter even if they accuse us of impotence. As long as we reveal this information in the early stage, then these empires will definitely take action. After all, when we become the target of public criticism, whoever wants to take us down, will you also have to weigh the subsequent costs. After all, it's impossible for other empires to just surrender us. And while they are still struggling to win over us, and whether their efforts are proportional to their rewards, this period of time is the time for our development. We can secretly recruit troops. When the time is right, maybe we will have the strength to resist. At this time, after hearing this player's suggestion, everyone thought about it, and quickly discovered the problem. Old Tai, the method you mentioned seems to work on the surface. But you have ignored several important issues. That is, it takes time to recruit troops. At the same time, once our actions are too big, if we attract their attention, then the gain will outweigh the loss. And now they are also closely monitoring us here. They must have guessed that we might make such a decision. So it is basically unrealistic for us to secretly develop our power under such circumstances. The player before hearing this said confidently, "You don't need to worry too much about this. I have already thought about how to operate it. First of all, we are closely monitored here, but other players are not. We can completely hand over this task to other players. As for the reward, it depends on what other players need. If they want to join us, they can also join us. We only need to set a certain quota for joining, as long as it does not exceed this quota. Or we can also pay a certain hiring fee. Every time a person is recruited for us, how much do we pay them? Recruiting in this way will not be discovered." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard what this player said. After thinking for a long time, they decided to adopt this plan. As a result, several people immediately posted relevant posts on the official website. Naturally, when these questions appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of other players. Help them recruit people and bring them there. You will get rewards based on the number of people. When the number of people recruited reaches a certain level, you can join them. This group of people is quite good at playing. They won't suffer any loss regardless of what they do. According to the information I got, several major empires are now eyeing them in your area. Under such circumstances, it is definitely not possible for them to recruit troops. After all, the other party must be closely monitoring them. You don't need to worry about this problem if you leave this task to us at this time. Although on the surface it seems that we can make a profit by helping them. The problem lies here. If we do this, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. When they are able to withstand the armies of these empires, then we want to it's hard to catch them. Because the stronger the strength, the greater the total amount of resources it will obtain. And the distance between it and us will become wider and wider. Of course, people who think this way usually have a certain degree of power and are now trying to find ways to sprint into the rankings. Apart from them, there are many ordinary players who do not have so many ideas. Their careers are still in the establishment stage and have not even started yet. Joining the group of people at this time will undoubtedly save me many years of detours, rather than wanting to be inferior to others. Those who are betting can see their first pot of gold through this transaction. All in all, such an operation will not be a loss for them anyway. As a result, many players are also flocking to this matter. As time went by, Many players went here with the people they found. Of course they came without attracting anyone else's attention. After all, this place has been developed now. And there is an endless stream of people coming and going every day. So there is not much attention to the people brought by these players to the Empire. First of all, these people have no connection with the group of people inside. At the same time, the people they brought are all from the vicinity of their own village. And there are traces of their background. At the same time, these people did not have any interaction with the players here after they arrived. So the Empire did not find anything about this matter. In this way, as time goes by, more and more people live here. And a large part of the people here are Anzi who have been recruited. And there is a steady stream of people coming here. In this way, as time goes by, the number of people here is increasing. And it is very simple to catch strong men in this world. After all, most people in this world are hungry. These people have very low requirements. As long as they have enough food, they are willing to work hard for you. It is also for this reason that it is very simple for players to bring people over. But this time on the Empire's side. How's the situation over there lately? Everything is normal. Until now, they are still playing tricks on us and have not chosen a country to join. They are really ignorant and told the news to other empires. If not, we would have sent troops to take them down long ago. What should I do next? Our family is not the only one who is eyeing them. Now whoever dares to send troops against them will become the target of public criticism. But do they think it will be okay if they continue to drag it out like this? That's because they think too much. When our expeditionary army comes back, even if other empires have ideas, we can give it a try. Such high-level officials of the empire were discussing this topic with each other. For this area, they still want to win. After all, the income here is really exciting. Secondly, they don't want to lose too many troops if they win here, because this place is actually not stable. Even if the players have established a good level, it will not be of much use. Once they encounter strong requirements and cannot defend it, the city will be destroyed and the place will be worthless. After all, the manpower and material resources needed to spend on the first floor every year are too huge. So it is absolutely impossible for the Empire to pay for it on its own. As for the players, once this place is closed down by the Empire, and then the city is attacked by monsters, it is impossible to repair it stupidly. After all, they have been incorporated. If they continue here, they are just trying to make more money. Under such circumstances, spending a lot of manpower and material resources on urban security and urban defense will not be worth the gain. Therefore, many parties are very clear that this is a one-time business. And after winning it, they can only hope that the players will persist long enough. Let them get as much as possible. It is also because this place is full of various uncertain factors. So no empire has been willing to pay a high price so far. Of course, in addition to these reasons, there is another reason. That is, there is an immortal cultivator among the players. It is also for this reason that these empires did not push too hard. After all, once you push someone into a hurry and destroy their family, they might be beheading you. Although they also have immortal cultivators here. But it is impossible for the immortal cultivators on your side to keep an eye on you all the time. Wait for 3 to 5 years. If the immortal cultivators on your side relax, and the other party comes to mess with you, wouldn't it mean that you will be finished immediately? After all, even if you are vigilant, you can only be vigilant for a month or 2 at most. Not a year or 2. It is for this reason that I don't dare to push the players too hard in these areas. In this way, many parties now form a delicate balance in this form. But what these people don't know is that as time goes by, more and more people will be recruited, and the players' power will gradually grow. As time went by, everything seemed calm, but there was an undercurrent. After about a few months, the players were exposed. The main reason is that there are too many people recruited. Although these people do not show anything, a large number of people live in residential areas for a long time. And after a little investigation, it is found that these people actually do not have much money. In this place where land is at a premium, many problems arise if you can live for a long time without money. Once this journey was thought of, the identities of this group of people were naturally exposed. When the players received news from others that several empires had begun to reorganize their troops and were ready to send troops at any time, they knew that they must also be prepared. Brothers, we have called everyone here because the people we secretly recruited have been exposed. There are now 3 empires that are reorganizing their forces. It won't be long before we will confront them head-on. Now you can tell us what your plans are. How else can I plan to fight with them? How do we fight this? Although we have more than 30,000 people here now, These are ordinary people. Even if we equip them with sophisticated equipment, I am afraid they will not be able to withstand the cavalry of these empires. Chapter 663 talking about cooperation. Everyone can see clearly what is happening now. Although they also know very well that based on the current situation, they cannot withstand this wave. But it is impossible for them to watch their long-term layout being taken away by the enemy. At this time, in the players' chat channel, everyone was also discussing this matter. The Warcraft mountain range is about to be attacked. And I don't know if they can stop it. I guess it's quite surprising. This time it's a common disease in several countries. They seem to have decided after discussion to divide the income from these areas into public ownership equally among the empires. In this case, their empires don't need to fight with each other. They only need to conquer that piece of land. After hearing this, everyone was not in a particularly good mood. Damn it. Isn't this a typical case of bullying an honest person? Yes. This is too bullying. The territory we have worked so hard to build can be taken away as soon as they say. The immortal cultivators under them are unwilling to do this kind of work. So they still don't have a base here in the Warcraft Mountains. We managed to gain a foothold here, but they just took it away. In fact, many players are also very angry about the current situation. The reason why there are no strongholds of these empires in the Warcraft Mountains is actually known to players. First of all, it is very dangerous here because of the terrain. Secondly, it borders the borders of many countries. Once a stronghold is established here, it will inevitably attract the attention of other countries, causing unnecessary trouble. In addition, because this place is relatively dangerous, the land reclamation must be led by immortal cultivators. But these immortal cultivators are all very advanced from the beginning. Even if you eliminate external risks, you will eventually get stuck at this point. These immortal cultivators not only consume a lot of their resources every year, but the most important thing is that even if they want these immortal cultivators to help, it depends on their mood. These people are obsessed with cultivating immortals and improving their realm. They usually do not mess with the mortal world. Unless they encounter very big trouble, they generally will not take action. You want them to go to the Warcraft Mountains to open up Wasteland, which is even more impossible. It is also because of these reasons that that area is still undeveloped. And now that players have developed it, it will naturally attract the attention of these empires. There are not so many rules and regulations in this world, and strength is the last word. So when these empires learned about the situation there, they immediately communicated with the immortal cultivators on their side, and prepared to take over that area. What their country's immortal cultivators have to do is to intercept, or kill, the immortal cultivator on the player's side. There isn't much that needs to be done in this matter. So only those cultivators, who have been supported by them for many years, are willing to take action. At this time, as the army set off, the players in the Warcraft Mountains were also very anxious. Brothers, there has been movement over there. So what if they move? The most we can do now is resist. If we can bite off a piece of meat from them, it's best. If we can't bite them off, then we have to admit it. I can't bear to admit it or say anything. Why have we been in this world for so long and been in business for so long before we were divided up by them? I can't swallow this breath. So what if we can't swallow this breath? Now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, what else can we do? Regarding this matter, many players have also been talking about it. During this period, they have tried their best, whether it is to strengthen the defense layout or find ways to invite the immortal cultivators in the town to take action. All methods have been used, but basically without much effect. The immortal cultivators in the town themselves have a trading relationship with them, so it is naturally impossible for them to collapse in this muddy water. So after hearing this incident, many immortal cultivators also left here. For these people, no matter who is in charge of the management here, as long as it can be a place for them to stay, then it will be okay. All empires attach great importance to immortal cultivators, so no matter who is in charge here, if they want to settle down, they are still very welcome. It is also for this reason that it allows them to make conditional choices, so that they can protect themselves wisely. Sure enough, this world is where interests come first. In the past, when things were good, these immortal cultivators were all kinds of flatterers to us. But when things developed, they realized that there was danger, and ran faster than anyone else. In the final analysis, it's the benefits we can give them. And so do other empires. The requirements given by other empires are just to keep them out of the way. But we let them participate in this. This comparison immediately made the difference. Those hateful people. In order to let them stay here, we gave them a lot of rent exemption. But they did this to us. Brothers, it's useless no matter how much we complain. The top priority now is to find a way to deal with the current situation. What else can we do? Indeed, they are now considered to be at the end of their ropes. But just when everyone thought this matter was a foregone conclusion, one player thought of a good solution. Brothers, in my opinion, although the current situation seems to be a dead end for us, there are no absolutes in this world. It's really hard to say. As he said this, looking at the eyes of everyone looking at him, the player continued, first of all, although no one else is willing to help us in the current situation. After all, there are so many forces that are against the Empire. They are not stupid. They naturally know the stakes. But don't forget that there are other players here besides these forces. When they heard what the player said, everyone immediately understood what he meant. But they also knew that it was a dream to ask others to help you. Nowadays, everyone is in a competitive relationship. To put it bluntly, they all want to get the ranking. Who wants to see your family dominate? So at this time, there may still be many people who are eager to see themselves fighting with those people, and both sides will lose. Brothers, I know what you are thinking. At this time, you are thinking that other players may be waiting to see our excitement. It is simply impossible for them to help us. It's very normal for you to think this way. But I'm thinking that you have overlooked a very important thing. That is, if we change our thinking, if this matter of ours is extended to all players, then this matter may have another result. At this time, as the player finished speaking, everyone was a little confused as to what he wanted to express. It's very simple. Now so many players choose to wait and see what happens. This is just because our affairs do not have a big impact on them. But there are no absolutes in the world. Just because this matter has no impact on them now does not mean that it will happen in the future. So we just need to clarify to them the stakes of this matter, and that's it. As for how to operate it, I also have a plan. Otherwise, we will have a live broadcast today to discuss the topic with others directly, and promise them that we are willing to share part of the benefits. Then maybe there will be a turn for the better. At this time, after hearing what this player said, the rest of the people could only agree. Now they have no other choice but to fight. After all, everyone knows the situation of this matter. If they don't want to solve it, they can only wait to be destroyed. Rather than doing this, it would be better to give it a try. Anyway, the worst result for now is nothing more than this. After discussing it in this way, the players immediately started to prepare. At the same time, the live broadcast tonight naturally spread to everyone's ears. Have you heard, fellows, that the guys from Warcraft Forest are going to have a live broadcast tonight to discuss cooperation with us? I heard about it. But they are smart. Now they are at the forefront of the storm. No one is willing to help them when talking about cooperation. Yes, several empires are attacking them to help them. But if we don't do it, we ourselves will be completely wiped out. Isn't this nonsense? I guess they were forced into a hurry. At this time, everyone in the player group was also discussing this matter endlessly. Of course, most of the players are not very interested in the cooperation they want to discuss tonight. In this way, time passed little by little in the discussion among everyone. Soon it was time for the live broadcast. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room are ready. As the live broadcast started, a large group of players poured into the live broadcast room, and the entire live broadcast room became lively. Everyone must have guessed the content of our live broadcast today. First of all, thank you all for coming. Let's start today's main topic without talking about flowers. Everyone must know what has happened here recently. There are many empires that want to attack us, and we don't have much ability to resist them. After all, they sent nearly 200,000 troops this time. And these empires are composed of several empires with so many military forces. So even if we wipe them all out, the impact on the empire will not be big. It is not cost-effective to cooperate with us under such circumstances. Even if we drive out all the enemies or kill them all, the second and third batches of them will come over soon. No one can bear to consume it a few more times in the long run. Of course, this is also the reason why people are unwilling to cooperate with us. This is simply a thankless thing. Everyone naturally knew what they said. Although this seems to be the case on the surface, I would like to ask everyone, do you think what happened to us today will not happen to you in the future? After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. They knew very well that this was not dangerous and sensational. This matter might really happen to them in the future. You must also know very well that a big tree attracts wind. We have been targeted since we have developed to the point where we are today. I don't rule out that you will also be targeted when you develop to our point in the future. Don't underestimate the intelligence network of these indigenous people. In this world, They have their own intelligence bodies. When you develop to a certain age, you will inevitably be noticed by these systems. And I think many of us have already been noticed. The main reason why they haven't taken action until now is not that they are unwilling to take action, but because now is not the best time. The main reason why they are unwilling to take action now is because we are here to carry it. But have you ever thought that after we are destroyed here, their attention will turn to you again? And when you develop to a certain level, they will definitely send troops to eliminate you. This kind of thing will definitely happen to many players. So I would like to ask, under such circumstances, what do you think these empires look like? I feel like they are like a limiter, restricting our development. When we develop to a certain level, they will send troops to encircle and suppress us. But we have no power to resist. Under such circumstances, if we want to complete the mission, it is tantamount to wishful thinking. So for us, the most dangerous thing now may be these empires. As long as they exist, our power will always be within control. If we want to continue to improve, unless they disappear. And I also know that many people are eyeing our development. After all, we are already so far ahead of you. But have you ever thought that our mission is not to conquer this mortal world? Even to us, the mortal world is not important. It is just a stepping stone for us to go to the world of immortality. And everything we are doing in the mortal world will definitely be reshuffled in the world of immortality. To put it simply, our current vision is too low. So you feel good about our development when you see it. But when you stand in a higher perspective, you will find that our current development has no effect at all. But after hearing this, everyone thought about it for a while, and felt that what he said made sense. Indeed, no matter how we develop here, we cannot take things with us to the world of cultivating immortals. And when we get there, everyone starts from scratch again. To put it bluntly, this is just a stepping stone for them to go to a higher world. It doesn't matter how well developed it is here now. At this time, while everyone was still thinking, their voices came again. So my idea is that we can agree to cooperate now and solve these stepping stone empires first. As long as they are solved, then we can develop freely here. And no one can stop us. When we are almost developed and everyone has become immortal cultivators, then we can consider entering a higher world. After all, it's not good for everyone to be dragged around in this world. To complete the mission, we need to go to the world of Gao as soon as possible. So this time we were attacked. In some ways, it was an opportunity. An opportunity for us to take off. When they focus on our side, you can completely rise up and start to expand your power crazily. But we only need to resist for a period of time. And you can completely disrupt the internal affairs of these empires. Everything is turned upside down. When the forces are strong enough, we will integrate our troops, and then one empire after another will be destroyed. Chapter 664. The first cooperation of new players. At this time, after hearing this proposal, all the players started to communicate in a low voice. Brothers, I think what they said makes sense. Yes, although we are not controlled by the empire now, we will encounter the same treatment one day when we develop. But to resist, with our current strength, what can we do to resist? All in all, everyone has their own opinions on this matter. Indeed, judging from the current situation, everyone is not developing very well. It will take a long time to be targeted by the empire. So many people are not worried about this problem now. Therefore, many players are not willing to choose what to do at this stage. What the players didn't know at this time was that their every move was clearly seen by Jiang Yao. These people really don't think things through. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but complain when he saw all the players. Sure enough, this generation of players still has too little experience compared to the previous generation of players. And their personal selfishness is too heavy. In the past, when Xianyu and others encountered similar things, they would most likely choose to join forces without hesitation. But what about people now? He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Sigh. But fortunately, there are still many players who have certain training value. Jiang Yao can also understand the situation of this generation of players. After all, they have not experienced the difficult years before. Since childhood, Blue Star has been living a good life now because of the hard work of the previous generation of players and Jiang Yao's operation. So they didn't worry about anything. And Jiang Yao estimated that it was for this reason that they had such a mentality. In the past, everyone would unite to defeat the enemy and reduce losses. Although many of the players had selfish motives, they could still distinguish the priorities. So all the difficulties we had in the past were finally solved. And now this group of people obviously don't have such thoughts. All I see all the time is their selfish side. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Forget it. Let's memorize the names of these players who are willing to pay first. This way, we can have a training target in the future. After muttering something under his breath, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the players again. At this time, the players who didn't know that Jiang Yao was secretly observing everything began to discuss quietly again. Brothers, I know that many of you feel that even if you send troops now, it won't have much effect. And many of you may think that your sending troops has nothing to do with me. But I think you should also understand the truth of the situation. If you encounter such a thing today and don't send troops, then wait until you encounter such a thing in the future. Do you think others will think so? If you are unwilling to send troops in the end, the powerful tribes will be eliminated one by the enemy, and the weak tribes will be eliminated as they grow stronger. If this continues, then we will never be able to go to a higher world. We will only be trapped here forever. Although now that you have said so much for us, you will think that we may have our own selfish motives. But I will tell the truth about this. Indeed, we do have selfish motives. But if something like this happens to any of you, you will have the same idea. Although I have selfish motives, everything I said may happen in the future. And everyone must have understood the structure of this world, the area we are in now. To put it bluntly, these empires are our roadblocks. If the problems of these empires are solved, then it won't take long to completely rule this area. After we rule, we can each develop and quickly ascend to the upper world. But now that there is an empire here, not only is our development speed limited, but we also have no chance to grow. At this time, after hearing what these players said, the other players also looked at each other. It was obvious that they also knew that this was the truth. Brothers, I think we can really send troops to support this wave. Yes, the current situation in the empire is like this. If we don't provide support, we will encounter the same thing in the future. As long as the empire is solved, no one will care about how we expand. So I think we can really consider this matter. How do you say whether brothers will do it or not? Well, let me be fair. Now some players are willing to operate, and other players may not be willing. This will cause a problem. If the group of people who are willing to operate succeed, the other group of players will enjoy relevant benefits. In the final analysis, this is free prostitution. But everyone is not stupid. Why do you come here to have sex for nothing after we have worked so hard? So regarding the current matter, I will explain it first. There is no problem in sending troops out. We can send troops. It's even said that we can do our best to help. But when we really succeed in the later stage, only the guilds that have participated in the entire Warcraft Mountains will be able to enter other guilds. I'll stop here for the first time. Once we win, if those guilds that didn't participate want to enter the Warcraft Mountains, don't blame us for turning against them. Don't blame us for being killed in the Warcraft Mountains. At this time, as the player's words fell, many guilds began to communicate. No one refutes what this player said. After all, what he said makes sense. If those who have contributed cannot get the maximum benefit, then they will really be taken advantage of. So now no one will come and say why. Otherwise you will definitely become the target of everyone's attack. But this also posed a problem for them. You must know that the entire lower realm is currently the most valuable area in the Warcraft Mountains. If this area cannot be explored, then if they want to ascend to the upper realm, they can only come after all these players have ascended. When they all ascend, how many resources will be left here? So now they have to make a choice. Or go directly to help, so that they can get a share of the pie when the time comes. But once they help in the past, if they fail later, the loss will be huge. And the foundation they have worked so hard to build will be in vain. These newcomers are really stupid. They only want to guard your 1/3 of an acre of land. But they have never thought of expanding their own territory. If you stay here, no matter how much you develop, you will only be limited to yourself. This 1/3 of an acre of land will not allow you to qualitatively improve your strength. In this case, no matter how hard you play, you will never be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. If you want to survive, all you have to do is constantly improve yourself and try your best to reach a higher level. If you can't even do this and remain stubborn, you will be surpassed sooner or later. As expected, this group of people only learned how to use their hands and not how to attack. Think about it. It was their fathers who made so much money for them. They who have been directly exposed to this kind of Dayu have forgotten the feeling of hard work. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. This time, all the players who did not participate will be marked, and we will not provide them with any help in the short term. We will see if they change over time. If there is no change, these players will give up directly. These players Jiang Yao quickly made a decision. Although the fathers of these people have also helped him to build a stronghold in the country, he cannot always keep this group of moths. Players who can enter this world are under special care of Jiangyao. Otherwise, there are only 20,000 to 30,000 places in this world. How could they get it so easily? These people are either considered rookies and relatively capable, or their parents have contributed to the league. It is also for this reason that they can enjoy the care this time. I have given them the opportunity and the platform I have given them. If they are still stuck in the mud and cannot hold themselves up, then there is nothing I can do. When the time comes, for those who are willing to dare to fight hard, he can find ways to secretly arrange more opportunities for them so that they can develop better and faster. While for those who are stubborn and unwilling to develop, let them maintain the status quo without giving any special take care of. Now the population base of my entire player system is very large. Under such circumstances, if there is no special care, no matter how rich your family is, it will be squandered in the end. After all, daily consumption is very high. In addition, your income is still decreasing. Under such circumstances, how long can your family support 1 generation or 2 generations? For Jiangyao, what he needs are players who dare to fight and fight. Just thinking about him, he continued to focus on the players. After some discussion, the players also came up with a result. Most of them still decided to fight to the death. After all, as long as this empire is solved, the subsequent problems will not be a problem. Of course, about 20% of the players chose to continue to sit on their hands and did not intend to participate in this battle. This ratio is already very high. In the past, it might have been 1% to 2%, but now this ratio can actually increase to double digits. It can be seen from this that how much the mentality of today's players has changed compared to previous players. The players who had discussed it in this way also began to formulate the tactics for this game. Since the Empire has begun to recruit troops, naturally they cannot be idle. At this time, many players in the Empire also began to secretly recruit troops. In the past, when they recruited troops, they had to consider many factors, such as how long the funds in their hands could last. But in this wave, they didn't need to consider how much money they had and just used it all to recruit troops. After all, this wave they were going directly to attack the nests of these empires. Of course, these people who were recruited were shocked when they knew that they were going to do this kind of thing. However, these players have also received various educations. After a wave of blood, these people under them immediately he changed his mind and clamored to follow them. After all, people in this world don't actually live that well. The life they live is basically the same as that of the ancients of Blue Star. A full meal can satisfy them for a long time. Such people can be easily instigated. And in this way, the nails hidden in various areas of the Empire have begun to act. The main reason why they did not intend to support the World of Warcraft 4 side this time was because a head-on confrontation with the Empire's cavalry would not be particularly effective, and the losses would be huge. But once the Empire's lair is reached, and the Iron Cavalry here has been stolen, it will definitely return to its original state. In this case, the Warcraft Mountains are basically safe, so there is no need to worry. And this time's attack has a greater advantage than a direct head-on confrontation. That is, the players are all in different places, so they can often act as internal responders. After they were almost ready to go back, the Imperial Alliance troops also arrived at the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains. Brothers, the Empire has already taken action. You can start over there too. As the Empire's troops moved towards the Warcraft Mountains, the players immediately began to operate. For a time, people from many areas within the Empire rose up. Some of these people may only have a few dozen people, but some can reach hundreds of people. A slightly larger one can even have thousands of people. These people took weapons and began to attack various cities in the Empire. Although the Empire's cities were impregnable, there were internal forces within the human race. So one city after another soon fell. It was also because things happened so suddenly this time that many people did not react. And by the time they did, the number of wheel lines was still increasing. After these people captured the city, they directly began to recruit people on the spot, turning the common people inside into their soldiers. Then, they took the supplies and started heading to the next city non-stop. And when they came to the next city, the internal forces inside were also ready. So they cooperated internally and externally. Under this operation, one city after another was conquered, and the people who broke the city began to gradually gather together, and finally formed a huge force. At this time, when the news reached the ears of the various Empire commanders, the Empire had already lost at least 10 cities. This forced the Empire which originally wanted to attack the Warcraft Mountains, to withdraw its troops and return reinforcements. At this time, the players here in the Warcraft Mountains have just experienced several battles and even lost one of their strongholds. But at this time, they have begun to mobilize their troops. These empires are really having fun. They had a great time attacking us a few days ago. But in the past 2 days, they realized something was wrong inside and were ready to withdraw their troops. Then they sued for peace with us. We should be fools, waiting for them to resolve their internal conflicts before coming to trouble us. These people are really fun. They think too much. Our goal in this wave is to completely annihilate them, which is not a request for peace. This time, the players mobilize their troops mainly to pursue the retreating troops of these empires. They have to find ways to retain as many people as possible. Chapter 665 Internal Discussion. And this time within the empire. The leader of the empire was discussing what was happening with a group of people. How is the situation? At this time, the leader of the Xuanwu Empire asked his men. After hearing his question, his subordinates quickly told the leader about the situation here. These rebels first appeared from Tianlan village, but their size should only be 300 people. At this time, the leader nodded when he heard what his men said and asked, "What next?" Actually, we knew about the organization before. The leader was called Feng Qianyong, and then he established a Dauphin gang there. At the beginning, this gang conquered some ordinary farmers around it. After conquering it, he became the king of the mountain and became a bandit. The local county magistrate also sent troops to encircle and suppress them, but they were unsuccessful. The leader of the empire couldn't help but frown when he heard this. We have sent people to encircle and suppress them. The lack of success only shows that the other party has a certain strength. Why did I not receive any relevant memorials? Under normal circumstances, if bandits appear and the opponent's power is relatively large, the empire will send people to encircle and suppress them. If the encirclement and suppression is successful, then there will be no major incident. But once the encirclement and suppression fails, a report must be made according to the laws of the empire. Then the empire will send cavalry to encircle and suppress them. Only in this way can the other party be prevented from becoming bigger and stronger. This is also the method the empire came up with to avoid rebellion. Chief, it's like this. The main reason why this matter was not reported is because of the person's incompetence. The local county magistrate should have reported this matter directly after the encirclement and suppression failed. But the county magistrate over there was worried that it would be implicated, so he concealed the matter. And after the bandits took over the mountains and became kings, they didn't just go to the surrounding villages to rob homes like other bandits. They reclaimed wasteland and farmed it themselves. I have never done anything illegal. So the local magistrate decided to turn a blind eye. After hearing this, everyone present naturally understood the cause and effect. In the final analysis, the officials were afraid of being punished, so they decided to hide the matter first. Moreover, this incident did not cause any substantial harm. If someone goes to the mountains to reclaim land for development, it is nothing more than breaking away from your jurisdiction. In this case, if you don't care about him, then you and him can live in harmony. No shit. Once you send troops, it will be difficult for both sides. And once you report it, it will be difficult for you. Since they live in harmony, and there is no harm to the other party, it is naturally impossible for these county magistrates to come and report them at the risk of being punished. It was also for this reason that they were given the opportunity to develop and grow. By the time they rose up, their reputation had actually gained a certain foundation among the people around them. After all, I am in the mountains and do nothing. Maybe I will come down and interact with people from all over the country. In addition, many of the people who go up the mountain are from various villages, so everyone becomes familiar with each other. Under such circumstances, if the other party has some small ideas, it is okay to impart them to them. When they are about to take action, these people who have been cultivated for a long time will naturally join them immediately. These people are really good at it. After thinking about the cause and effect, everyone couldn't help but look confused, and then started to ask about other areas, because this time it was not one place that started to rise up, but hundreds of places that started to rise up at the same time. In the end, it didn't matter if I didn't ask. When I asked, everyone's expressions changed, because the operation was the same everywhere. It was almost based on the same template. Suddenly he led a group of people to occupy the mountain and became king, and then began to track his own development. He would go to the countryside to buy some things and come back to sell some things. The people on the mountain were all brought from all over the country. If it was a coincidence that one or two places did this, then so many places doing it at the same time can only mean one thing. And that is that all this was done deliberately. Of course, this was done deliberately by someone who clearly wrote down the routines in the players' strategy forums on how to start a business. From the psychological analysis of each villager to the operational details. All the details, including how to increase the favorability of surroundings and so on, are clearly written. Many players just follow the template, so their development history is almost exactly the same. However, such things have a different taste in the eyes of this group of people. These people may all come from a certain mysterious organization, and these organizations have a lot of hatred for the Empire. So they planned all this, based on the current situation. It should be like this. Only in this way can we explain why they rose up at the same time. But if they do this, it means that their military power is dispersed. Don't the people in this organization know that the dispersed military power can easily lead to some places relying on their military power to establish themselves as kings? Indeed, this is also a question for everyone. Maybe I was keeping you in mind at the beginning. But when I have a certain amount of military power, my ambition will definitely appear. After ambition is nourished, it is naturally impossible for these people with military power to continue to obey orders. In fact, the player's routine seems to everyone in the Empire to be flashy, because if it is really implemented, it is impossible to succeed at all. The final result may be that people in these places work on their own. It is basically impossible to unite them together, and then wait until they grow to a certain level and be eliminated by their own troops. This is also normal. But the fact is that after these people have their own power, they are still willing to obey the command of that organization. And in the follow-up troops said to attack, they also suffered losses. Don't they know that even if they continue to work for that organization, if the number of troops in their hands is greatly reduced, then their status in the organization will also decline in the later period. Anyone with a discerning eye can see these things. Since these people are able to win over their own forces, it is enough to show that they are not stupid. They must also be able to see the problem. But since they can see it, why do they still do it? No one knows this. But at the moment, they also know that such bizarre things are not within their scope of attention. What they need to focus on now is how they should respond next. Thinking of this, everyone continued to listen to the reports from their subordinates. After these people quickly gathered enough people, they gathered towards the surrounding cities. At the same time, people in other areas seemed to have received the news, divided into different waves, and gathered towards these cities. By the time they gathered around the city, the number had reached tens of thousands. Then, there were also their people in the city, and they cooperated internally and externally and easily captured the city. Because the cities they attack have been carefully considered. And they are all cities that support each other. They attacked these cities at the same time, which resulted in the cities being unable to support each other. Coupled with the internal seals, most cities were basically breached in a day or two. After the breakthrough, they did not occupy this place like other feudal lords. They just looted all the materials inside, and then set off to other places. Because the people in the city have no food, many people have no choice but to join them in order to survive. In this way, their power is growing day by day, and the speed of conquering the city is getting faster and faster. So far, these groups of people have successfully joined forces. Now their number is probably hundreds of thousands, and they all fought all the way, so they all have a certain fighting capacity. Hearing this, everyone could not help but frown. Obviously, they had never expected this kind of operation from the other side. After all, they conquered these places without occupying them, but continued to fight all the way. So what was the point of what they did? If you don't occupy these places, you won't be able to take them back before long. They are fighting all the way and giving up the city. Everyone is a little confused. But soon someone figured out the reason. What if their purpose was not to rise up in the first place? At this time, a minister in the DPRK expressed his thoughts. We have always been too preconceived, and everyone will be labeled as rebels. We have always thought that these people are rebels who want to occupy the empire. But when I think about it carefully, I find that things are not that simple. Everyone sneered at what this minister said. If they didn't have such an idea, why would they rise up? I wonder who in the world is not interested in that position. The official didn't know what the other people in the court thought, but he still expressed all his thoughts. Perhaps for them, their idea is to directly destroy us, not to occupy us. What's the difference between the two? Hearing this, Zhang Shengfeng asked, because what this guy said was somewhat contradictory. If the empire was destroyed, wouldn't they be able to ascend to the throne? When the time comes, they can take the position if they want to. Why is it not the occupation? If they really had such an idea, they would not do it. You must know that if they really want to replace it, then they also need to consider how to continue to maintain the operation of the empire after the war. Everyone must know very well that after the war, we will need manpower and material resources to solve the mess left by the war. So the smaller the movement that is exposed during the war, the less cost it will cost to do these things later. This is also why similar things happened in the past. After many generals took over the city, they began to continuously improve the lives of the people inside the city. Because by doing so, in addition to giving themselves a good reputation, it would also make it easier for them to practice in the future. Once you get that position, it will be easier to deal with. After all, if some things are not handled well, it is very likely that a second person or a third person will step forward. This is something no one wants to see. So under normal circumstances, the protection of the city after a disaster is very important. But look at what they are doing now. Every time they conquer a place, they grab everything they can eat. Wheat and wheat are not spared. So what will happen to these cities after they do this? I'm thinking that they will become a purgatory on earth. As the saying goes, those who win the hearts and minds of the people win the world. If they do this, how many more people can they win to force a large number of people to join them and fight for them? Although if you join them, they will send food to the relatives of these people. But after these people leave, what will happen to the relatives who were given food? If the soldiers were disarmed and returned to the field in the future, and they learned what happened to their relatives, what would they do? Following this man's words, everyone immediately understood something. What this group of people did was not to capture this place as their own in the future. Because if they did this, even if they captured it, the world would not be theirs. Because they have tortured those who can support them so much that when their soldiers know this information in the future, it is easy for their military morale to be unstable. How else do they manage under such circumstances? It is impossible to manage you, unless they never thought about managing these soldiers in the first place. Nor did they think about the aftermath, which means they never thought about getting into that position. And they didn't want to get to that position, but they still did it. And the answer to the whole thing was obvious. They didn't do it to get to this position in the end. Their purpose was just to make this place more chaotic. Their purpose may be to turn this empire into a living HL. Throwing the entire empire into chaos was their purpose. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. And everyone couldn't help but feel a chill coming over them. Because the players' goals are too incredible and too cruel. Their initial purpose was just to destroy. Nothing else. For this purpose, they can do whatever it takes to get into that position at the same time. There will be many restrictions that prevent them from doing something lavishly. But once they don't need that position, they don't need to care about reputation or anything else. Then, there are no restrictions on the methods they can use. Maybe many methods that seem harmful to Tianhe in their own eyes are normal in their eyes. If things really develop like this, the follow-up will be a disaster for my side. Thinking of this, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. So they immediately began to find ways to mobilize their troops and generals to kill all these people. But soon they received several more shocking news. These organizations are still using the same tactics to attack several other empires, challenging several empires at once. Everyone is puzzled by the opponent's crazy death-seeking behavior. Logically speaking, at this stage, one should focus on one place, and people from other areas can choose to come to support. Chapter 666 Players' Thoughts. What exactly is going on? Are these people in the same group? At this time, all the officials on the Empire side were dumbfounded when they heard what their subordinates said. In other words, it's just some of them who have pushed us into the current situation. Is our empire so unbearable? At this time, everyone in the empire was a little suspicious of life. They originally thought that their strength was not to say the strongest, but at least they could not be bullied by anyone. But now, this group of people suddenly appeared and almost made them doubt their life. The most important thing is to make them like this. Just a part of them. This is very outrageous. Everyone. In fact, the current situation does not mean how strong the enemy is. The main thing is that the enemy has no worries at all. If they want to seize the city, then everything is easy to say. They will definitely restrain their actions. But their ultimate goal is to cause chaos for us. So every time they pass by, they take away everything they can. They have taken away important things such as food and weapons. So the more they fight, the richer they become. In fact, many people can understand the current situation. The problem also lies here, because they can see clearly that there is no good solution now. You know, according to the way the players play, even if they take down the entire empire, They won't be able to hold on for long. Because of such a wave of operations, any place that has been attacked will be severely damaged, and it is basically impossible to recover within a few years. But will those people who don't have real objects make you wait for several years? It was obvious that they could not wait. Now there are two places they can choose. The first is the Imperial Court. It is not difficult for an ordinary person to join the army and get some food. The difficulty is that a large number of people want to do this. So does the court have enough food? It was obviously not enough. And at this time these people discovered that there was another option. And that was the players. And everyone knew that they had the food they had just snatched. Even if they didn't want to join them at this time. They had no choice but to join in order to survive. Joining them means standing on the opposite side of the Empire. Which means that if they fail, they will definitely not be able to escape. After all, the Empire also has its own laws. Therefore, if these people want to survive, there is only one way to go. And that is to defeat the Empire. Therefore, during the war, the number of people paddling will be greatly reduced. And players have also set up a special organization for this purpose to prevent those who want to fish in troubled waters from having such an idea. After such a wave of operations, the players' combat power has naturally been greatly improved. Everyone in the Empire knew very well that the other party relied on this routine to lure these people into the trap step by step. However, they have no choice. The current situation is that if they win, the players themselves will suffer heavy losses. At the same time, many areas need to consume a lot of food and grass to tide them over. And they simply can't produce so much food and grass. So these areas basically have to give up. And the people living here already have resentments. Plus their own. This situation. Maybe there will be a new wave of the forces will come out. In the past, when dynasties changed, everyone would stick to a certain bottom line. After all, once they succeeded, the world would be their own. So they would not go too far. But this time it's completely different. The players' operations are purely to draw money from the bottom of the cauldron. From the beginning to the end, they didn't think about the follow-up at all. They only thought about how to win this war. As for the rest, they didn't care. Although there will be big problems in doing so. For the players, they just want to clear the next level as soon as possible. Although after this wave of operations, big problems may arise. But as the saying goes, if the world is united for a long time, it must be divided. And if it is divided for a long time, it must be united. Once they leave the people under their control, they will inevitably occupy different places, and then establish small forces one by one. In the end, there will be strife in the world, and a new empire will emerge. As for whether this new empire will follow the old path of the original empire, no one knows. However, players know very well that officials are boats, and people are water. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. If these empires allowed their people to eat and drink well, then things like this would not happen here. The reason why they are able to discriminate is because the people under their management do not have enough to eat or wear. And they work hard all their lives for a mouthful of food. But they still cannot fill their stomachs. If everyone could really live a good life and have enough to eat, then they would probably report it if they encountered a similar situation. When the players recruited people, many of them chose to follow the players because they were about to starve to death. They had no choice but to wait to be starved to death. So they had no choice but to follow the players. So brothers, after all, by doing this we are helping them in disguise. These empires are not good birds. They use every means to oppress the people in order to stay in power forever. The main reason why we can be so relaxed this time is because most people don't have enough to eat today. For them, food is more important than life. It's a pity that they don't know that if the empire really does something, according to the resources of this world, there will be no big problem for everyone to have enough to eat. Along the way, players have also seen too many tragedies. Of course, the players' ideas are actually similar to those of the empire. They don't want to occupy any empire. Their purpose is just to make the empire chaotic. Letting the empire die in chaos is their purpose. And they don't know what new cases will appear after its demise. But what is different from what some people in the empire think is that although it is a game, players also want to change after seeing such tragic situations in the game. Although such changes may make the world more chaotic, players can at least ensure that these people will not starve to death. They recruited troops and horses along the way. And at the same time, they also began to open up land for farming in the rear. After all, this matter would take a long time. So supplies in the later period must be ensured. Sheeping will every time they enter the city until they are all gone will allow them to obtain a large amount of resources in the short term. But what about the long term? Ever since, they thought of a way. which was to pass on modern agricultural techniques to ancient times. After their observation, they found that the world was at a relatively backward stage in terms of planting or other aspects. So players would regularly hold courses for those in the military. Tell them how to farm. Tell them how to use farmyard manure. And tell them the principle of burning wheat straw. All in all, during this period, many players went out of their way to check information for this purpose, and then handed all these things to the people here. In this case, even if they are disbanded in the end, these people can rely on the skills learned here to avoid starving to death. At the same time, because they are reclaiming wasteland in the back, when it is time to collect, these people can also see whether the knowledge they taught is effective. When the time comes, they will know that what they taught is so useful, and they will definitely use it later. Study more carefully. And these people know this news, which means that as time goes by, everyone in the world will know this stuff. At the same time, the players also taught them how to make Chuyuan clay and how to make a water wheel. In short, the players were taught all the simple tools that they should use. When these technologies are widely spread, it means that when players leave these small examples in your place, they can also accumulate wealth. Then their strength will continue to grow. If the remnants of the empire want to regain these places again, you can imagine the difficulty. Of course, players have another trick, which is to play more ruthlessly and draw out the money from the bottom of the cauldron. There are a group of players who are engaged in finance. Firstly, they want to consolidate the knowledge they have learned. And secondly, they want to make these people understand some truth. Because of the participation of these players, people in this world with some basic knowledge have learned a very simple truth. Money is called negative money because it has a value assigned to it. If no one gives it or the organization that gives it value does not have the corresponding credibility, it means that the currency will have no value. Then the players use this as a basis and gradually use these people to let them understand the truth. You can buy food with silver coins, and it's the empire that gives the coins a value. But if you suddenly get food when you are about to starve to death, and others want to spend money to buy your food, you will definitely not be happy. At this time, in your eyes, the value of food is not as good as food. This is what happens when war breaks out. So these players tell these people that in the future, they will only follow barter. For example, you exchange grain for meat with me. All in all, what you exchange must be of great help to you. Those who can save your life at critical moments are valuable to you. To this end, they also gave many examples in order to let these people understand the principles. It has to be said that their effect will be very immediate in the future. Even in the later stages, general goods turned into some dried bacon, as well as food and weapons. As for things like gold and silver, they were left behind. Holy shit. You guys really know how to play. You're telling them everything. Hey, teach more things that others don't want them to know. In this case, it will be basically impossible for these empires to come back again in the future. And it's actually pretty good if we do it this way. At least these people won't be tricked in the future. Although the routine of exchanging things for things works well, there are also many problems in it, especially the control of quantity and many other factors. But fortunately, if such a world insists on this operation, if nothing else, at least won't starve to death. And even if others want to re-establish a new empire, it will not be easy to rule these people, especially during the early recruitment. They simply cannot produce so much food. Even if we forcefully attack every household, if every household is well fed and clothed, plus the various high-end buildings built in a mess, it will be difficult to take it by force. At that time, the world may appear in the form of cities, each with its own administrator. Actually, this is quite good. Most of the battles between towns break out on a small scale. Even if they are large scale, they are not that big. At least most people can live a peaceful time. Your analysis makes sense. As for what's going on here now, I think we've already won a lot of places. At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone also talked about the current situation. Our kind of operating empire was created for us. We have no temper at all. Unless they don't want this empire anymore. Otherwise, they have no way to play with us. But is it possible that they don't want this? If they don't want this empire, then what's the point of fighting us? So now they are forced by us to continue to consume them. As time goes by, we will become stronger and stronger, and they will become more and more uncomfortable. In the end, they will be eaten alive by us. I don't know who came up with this idea at the beginning. It's so unexplainable. Yes, regardless of the consequences, I will use all the tricks I can think of. Anyway, the aftermath has nothing to do with us. We only consider the fight. After all, we have no intention of being here with you. As the saying goes, without a burden on our shoulders, we feel relaxed. But because the Empire has a burden, they act fearlessly. As far as the players are concerned, there will only be two types of people after the game. The first type is the group of people who followed them and give themselves the post-game. The second type is after the Empire wins. And then the Empire wins. As for after they win, they immediately divided all the looted items equally and then disbanded on the spot. After all, their goal will be achieved after victory. And then everyone will organize to explore the Warcraft Mountains. Then find a way to the upper realm. In this way, under the operation of the players, the overall offensive pace is very fast. Especially after these people under my command heard that the war was victorious and that all the things obtained would be rated for everyone. They became even more enthusiastic. After all, they could now see their hope of victory. And after victory, they could get a large amount of wealth in exchange for it. Who can be unhappy? In this way, the players' morale is high. Looking at the Empire, they have lost many wars in a year, so their morale is also low at this time. The strength of immortal cultivators in the lower realm is actually not very high. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of a large number of videos, they will still collapse from exhaustion. In addition, players can also make some simple weapons. So these soldiers have various kinds of refined iron armors and a long knife. Even firearms players have come up with a lot of tricks. Even if the immortal cultivators came, they would not get much benefit from this. Especially later on, the players directly brought out the cannons to blast the immortal cultivators in the lower world. All they had to do was aim at each one. Chapter 667, Capture to work as a miner. In this way, as time went by, this battle gradually came to an end. In the later stages of the war, the economies of these empires have basically been scrapped, and players have no principles to talk about in combat. Many of the empire's granaries were burned down immediately if they could not seize them. Part of the food I received was used as reserve funds for my side, and the rest was distributed to me and the soldiers. When these soldiers saw that there was income, they were naturally willing to fight to the death. After all, they also needed to bring these things back alive. The war between the two sides has also entered a white-hot stage, but this time on Jiang Yao's side. He has also been paying attention to this battle. At present, several major empires have basically been destroyed. Even if they make a comeback in the end, it will not be of much use. A large part of the food is concentrated in the hands of these soldiers. Even if the empire turns over and wants to take things away from the soldiers, it is estimated that another war will break out. Even if they don't read it back, then they won't be able to command this group of soldiers. After all, they have food in their hands now, and there is no need to continue to fight, because all this food has been exhausted. The food supplied through planting cannot support subsequent consumption. In other words, even if the empire wants to restore the economy after the war, it is basically impossible. It will take time to rebuild, and it will take time to plant. The people under my command will not wait for this time. Without physical objects, it is basically impossible to gather the army again. After all, the players' comments have been spread everywhere, and many people have seen the essence clearly. So no one will believe it if no actual benefits are provided now. Jiang Yao already knows the final result of your battle. I don't know what they should do with the immortal cultivators in the future. After all, the next level is considered to have been cleared. It will not be difficult for the players to go up. After all, they also have a lot of technology in their hands. If they want to go up through various channels, they can do it. But if you want to recruit your own forces above, it's not as difficult as below. Jiang Yao is also very curious about the next development. After all, the difficulty of the fairy world is much more difficult than that below. Even if they can organize a force to achieve success in a place where the average is as high as yours, it will be very difficult. At least their current routine is basically impossible to use, because the system has completely changed a lot. The overall operating model has also changed a lot. Jiang Yao is still looking forward to this. Then what should you do next? As he spoke, Jiang Yao continued to observe with interest, and this time on the player's side. Brothers, these empires have basically been destroyed. Even if they can continue to fight, it doesn't make much sense. The next step is when I divide the spoils. From now on, all players who have participated can take their people to the world of Warcraft Forest to obtain resources. According to the information we have so far, there should be a lot of fairy grass here in the world of Warcraft Forest. After eating it, you can obtain spiritual roots and become an immortal cultivator. In addition, if you want to ascend to the upper realm, you need to use a teleportation array. At present, I heard that there is only one teleportation array deep in the Warcraft Mountains. If the rumors are true, this teleportation array will be shared by everyone. In addition, there are some powerful monsters deep in the Warcraft Mountains, and we need to work together to eliminate them. In this way, everyone discussed the subsequent operations one by one. After everyone had almost finished the discussion, everyone began to take action. Then another war began. Because of the defeat in the battle here, the Empire did not dare to encourage the players during this period. What they can do now is to try their best to solve the troubles in front of them first. At this time, the players have organized an army and set off towards the Warcraft Mountains. Because there are so many people, it is not difficult to invade the Warcraft Mountains. Originally, players had many strongholds. So all the players gathered here, starting from the strongholds and gradually advancing inside. For this expedition, the players chose to attack from only one direction, so that many of the monsters here would be driven to another area. Compared with the siege, their pressure will be much less. After all, this time they came in to find those elixirs, not to destroy the monsters. Of course, the monsters here are very powerful, and there are also many monsters that are too powerful for them to compete with. So for this expedition, the players have specially prepared a lot of firearms. Just like this, after everything was ready, the players launched their troops in a mighty manner towards the Warcraft Mountains. For a time, the entire Warcraft Mountains could be described as flying like chickens and dogs. Wherever the army passed, not a single blade of grass grew. They collected all the common medicinal materials that they could see in the places they passed. After all, these things could be distributed to their soldiers in the future. At the same time, their goal is not these things, but those magical medicines. In this way, as time goes by, many elixirs are gradually discovered, and the number of immortal cultivators among the players is also gradually increasing. As the number increases, the strength of the players is gradually increasing, and some powerful existences deep in the world of Warcraft Mountains are also desperately resisting the army of players, because of the blessings of many firearms and immortal cultivators. Although they are powerful, they still cannot withstand the artillery attacks of players. After all, if they were really strong enough to ignore these things, they might have ascended to the fairy world long ago, instead of continuing to stay here. After all, if you ascend to the fairy world, in addition to ascending through formations, you can also reach a certain point through strength. Because the formation is in an ancient ruin deep in the Warcraft Mountains, there are many mechanisms in the ruins, and these Warcraft are not sure to pass through. Therefore, the path through the formation is basically cut off, and the rest is to ascend through strength. It is obvious that they do not have such strength. Just like this, as the players attacked, these powerful monsters resisted desperately. But in the end, they were still unable to stop the attacks, and they had no choice but to retreat towards the periphery of the Monster Mountains. After some searching, the players finally found the so-called ancient ruins. This should be the ruins they mentioned. At this time, the players looked at the ruins in front of them, and couldn't help but chat in low voices. Brothers, this should be right here. The center of the ruins is a large teleportation array. As long as we go there, we can ascend. I heard that there are many institutions in the ruins. What should we do with these institutions? Aren't there people who specialize in archaeology? Let them come over and test the water first. In this way, a group of players began to explore around the ruins. I have to say that the various mechanisms in this ruins are very ingenious, and there are many dangers hidden in each mechanism. Brothers, we have probably figured out the principle of this mechanism. Next, if you follow our instructions, there should be no big problems. In this way, the players of the expert team led others, cracking one mechanism after another and moving towards the depths of the ruins. These mechanisms are relatively ingenious to people in this world, but it is different for players. First of all, they already have a lot of relevant knowledge reserves. In addition, after solving so many civilizations, they have also explored similar places. They are also very clear about the principles of many institutions. They have even seen institutions that are more complicated than these. Pass. As a result, as time went by, related strategies came out on the Discovery website, and this guide post has new updates every day. About a week later, this ruins has been conquered by players. Brothers, the current situation at the ruins is settled. This teleportation array requires the consumption of spiritual stones to teleport. The maximum number of people that can be teleported at a time is 200. We just happened to find a lot of spiritual stones in the Warcraft Mountains. And we just need them now. After some discussion, the players also came up with a corresponding operation plan. It takes 50 spirit stones to teleport each time. And 200 people can be teleported at one time. So players communicate with each other when teleporting. And see who gives out snacks, and who gives out spirit stones to subsidize some heavenly materials and treasures. Or the player who produced the spirit stone can bring a few more people in with him. In this way, the first batch of players heading to the fairy world were soon ready. As a dazzling light flashed, the group of players came to the upper world. At the same time, the players also understood the principle of this teleportation array. After all, this thing is similar to a space elevator. There is something similar to a track hidden above the teleportation array, leading the array to fly to the fairy world. At first, players thought that this teleportation array should use the so-called micro-wormhole technology or some other space technology. But now players find themselves thinking too much. In this way, as time went by, the first batch of players finally arrived at their destination after flying for about a day. And when they arrived, they found that for some reason, they were surrounded by people. And judging from the clothes these people were wearing, they should all be immortal cultivators. What's going on? I do not know. At this time, everyone who saw this scene looked at each other. But soon they understood the purpose of the visitor. The teleportation formation in the lower realm is activated. These should come from the lower realm. So many people came. It just so happens that Zero Mine is short of people. The confused players were led to the spirit stone veins by this group of people. Then throw them a pickaxe, and they become miners. Can anyone tell me what's going on? At this time, there are still many players who have not reacted, because the current encounter makes them feel a little incredible. They have worked hard to get ready to show off their skills, but they were caught and mined before they made any moves. At the same time, the situation here was also known to the players below. Worry. Isn't this a complete failure? As soon as we went up, we were arrested and taken to mine. How the I can we go up? Don't let the people above see how the other party knew we were up there. Also, take a look at the mining area to see if there is any chance of escaping. After learning the news, the players below did not dare to act rashly. Originally, the first batch of players also went up to understand the situation. But now that they understood the situation, they naturally did not dare to go up until they came up with a solution. As a result, players who were abducted to the mining area also began to try to escape from prison in order to avoid being reduced to coolies for the rest of their lives. However, after many attempts, they found that it was not that easy to jailbreak. The guards here are also relatively strict, and the guards are not weak. One person can easily torture more than 10 of them. The original idea of the player was to wait until they all go up together and escape together. In this case, the guards would definitely not be able to hold on. But later, they thought about it for a long time and finally gave up the plan. After all, who can guarantee that the other party only has one mining area? If there are too many mining areas, and they are assigned to different mining areas, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? And whether the other party has support, and whether the support is strong or not is also related to whether they can successfully escape from prison. In this way, the players are waiting every day for new information from the group of players who were captured as miners. During this period of time, in order to test the general situation here, the group of players who were caught were already half dead. They tried various ways to escape from prison and gather information, and then were discovered and executed directly. And their failure also made everyone feel that it was too risky to go up. Fortunately, hard work paid off. And finally one of the players successfully escaped from jail. After learning the news, everyone immediately asked the player to start a live broadcast, and made suggestions in his live broadcast room. After all, whether they can fly up safely in the future depends on this player to find out the situation here clearly. But I have to say that this player can be considered a very good thief. He first found an ordinary village, and stayed there for a while. Then he entered the city as a villager to do some business. In this way, he gradually integrated into this world. And then he began to understand the situation here. Through understanding, he learned that the sect that imprisoned the players was called Xiantian sect, which was a relatively powerful sect here. At the same time, Xiantian sect also has contact with the next formation they're in. Once that formation is activated, they will receive news. After receiving the news, they naturally came to recruit people. At the same time, they also learned that the next world was actually the world used by this sect to train miners and the like. After learning the news, the players were desperate. According to the information currently available, it is impossible to confront this sect. But once it flies up, it will definitely attract the attention of this sect. Chapter 668 Full of Wings. After understanding the situation, everyone paid more attention to the player with ID Tianqiong. Basically, they live in Tianqiong's live broadcast room when they have time. Anchor. Be careful. Although you have an identity now, you should try your best not to be promiscuous if you can. At this time, Tianqiong saw a group of servants bullying a little girl. He couldn't stand it anymore and went to help. However, his operation attracted many players' reminders. Don't panic, old men. These servants are all ordinary people. There is no need to worry. In addition, the new old men may not understand the composition of the fairy world. There are also ordinary people in the fairy world, and the number is relatively large. No matter how I am regarded as an immortal cultivator, there is no danger at all when fighting against these ordinary people. At this time, everyone was speechless when they heard what Tianqiong said. Anchor. I said you are so stupid. How did you escape? Yeah. This is outrageous. With the host's intelligence, I really don't understand why so many chicken thieves didn't escape. But he did. What we are worried about is whether you will be injured when you fight with the servants. What we are worried about is the forces behind these servants. If the forces behind these servants are immortal forces, and under the instigation of the servants, they came to trouble you. They were stronger than you and arrested you. Then they found out your identity. Are you going to be arrested again? Yes. Anchor. This is what we are afraid of. Although the behavior of these servants is certainly shameful, it is definitely not the time to deal with them now. Now your identity is sensitive, and it is our only chance. If you are not careful, you will be exposed by then, and our only chance will be gone. But after hearing what everyone said, Tianqiong couldn't help but sigh. Everyone. I know. I will be careful in the future. But you don't have to worry too much. The world of immortal cultivation is relatively peaceful. There are relevant provisions to restrain the immortal cultivators. Usually, even if I commit a crime, they will not do anything to me. The most they can do is ask me to compensate them with some spirit stones. And my identity is handled relatively securely. So you don't need to worry so much. At this time, everyone was speechless when they heard what Tianqiong said. Hey. No. This guy still doesn't have a clear understanding of his current situation. I feel numb. This is really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that there is no hope, sex players like Tianqiong naturally understand. After all, hating evil as much as hatred is actually not a bad thing. But the bad thing is that he can't distinguish priorities. Now he has placed the hope of the whole village on him. If you are discovered by others, the hope of the whole village will really be gone. In this way, time passed day by day. At the same time, players also have a clearer understanding of the situation here. To explain with a relatively simple principle, they will be discovered when they come up. This is like if there is movement below them in an elevator. There will naturally be a screen above to see it. Although in this world the form of expression is not a screen, but a ball. As long as the ball lights up, it proves that someone in the lower realm has used the teleportation array. It will take about a day to wait for him to come up. So people here can prepare in advance. In fact, the players also feel very magical about exploring the news along the way. Tianqiong can be regarded as a very reckless player, and he thinks less before doing things. But this is a player that no one is particularly optimistic about. And he actually got a position dedicated to managing the sphere of the Ascended Ones from the lower realm. In the final analysis, his position is that of a goalkeeper. But unlike other normal goalkeepers, he only manages a ball. His daily job is also very simple, which is to guard the ball with another person. Whenever this ball shines, then just report the situation here and that's it. There are 2 people per person, and 1 person is responsible for the day's shift system. It is also because of this shift system that players see hope. Isn't this okay? We have prepared all the things we need to prepare in advance. When the time comes, when the sky is with us, we can just fly away, and that's it. I never expected that he would actually accomplish this. This is outrageous. Ever since, with the cooperation of everyone, the players' migration team began to take action. At this moment, the sky is standing next to the ball and looking around. Everyone is safe. Everyone can move. As his voice fell, the players who had been waiting in the lower realm for a long time immediately began to operate. The next moment, as the lights lit up, the players were teleported up one by one. This day is Tianqiong's first day on duty here. This round ball has been emitting light throughout this day and has never been extinguished. But Tianqiong just chose to ignore it as if he didn't see anything. Although Tianqiong tried his best to cover up, he was still exposed in the end. But the reason for the exposure was not that there was a problem with Tianqiong, but that other players made trouble. Because the destination after teleportation was to randomly settle in a certain area. A group of players ended up in a very bad location and happened to settle in the main town. This frightened the people in the main town. They ascended for no reason. So many people came up. And the most important thing is that no one over there reported this incident. Things are naturally getting serious this time. The people above immediately went to investigate the matter. It turned out that it was better not to check. But when I checked, I was shocked to find that the light had not been turned off all day yesterday. As a result, the guard pretended not to see it. Needless to say, this thing must have come up from below. As a result, Tianqiong was arrested and tortured, trying to force him to find out what was going on. However, it was naturally impossible for Tianqiong to betray his teammates. He directly turned off his pain sense and did not say a word until his death. Boss Tianqiong, it was our tone of speech that was wrong and offended. Yes, Mr. Tianqiong, you are good. You sacrificed yourself to help us, and we will definitely remember you. Players expressed their gratitude to Tianqiong for his heroic actions. But now they will also face a big dilemma. Because this wave of events was really too big. Too many people came up illegally. So the upper realm also began to arrest these people. Many players were arrested. And naturally they were arrested directly after being arrested. To the mining area. After being caught in the mining area, these players were also placed under strict guard. The brothers have been hiding for a while without being caught. The grandchildren have been too strict during this time. The conditions here in the mining area are too bad. And for some unknown reason, they sent a lot of extra people to guard us here. Brothers, we have so many people coming up now. Although a large number of them have been arrested. As long as the people are still there, everything will be fine. Let's stay calm first, and then slowly figure it out. In this way, players who were not caught began to lurk in major towns, and then slowly integrated into the town. It wasn't until the wind outside stopped being so tight that they began to come out and prepare to grow. If we want to get people from the mining area next, it's definitely not possible to just break in. We have to think of a countermeasure. We happen to be considered people with spiritual roots. So we can consider joining some small sects now. And then find ways to get some people out. If they successfully join the sect, they will gain the status of a disciple. And if they continue to practice and climb up, their status will also increase. After they officially become outer disciples, they can go to the mining areas under their sect's jurisdiction to fish for people. As a result, many players took action. Of course, the corresponding strategies are also available. For example, what method should be used to enter a certain sect, and what should be done after entering to become an outer sect disciple as quickly as possible. With the help of these strategies, players who successfully joined the sect fulfilled their mission and quickly became outer disciples. Then related posts on how to recruit people also came out. What reason should be used to fish for people? And what kind of identity should the people fished over have? After having these experiences, many players have been rescued. Brothers, I have established a firm foothold in the Tianqiong sect. The sect has approved 10 places for me. If there are any friends in the Tianqiong sect mining area, I can come here tomorrow to recruit people. Boss, I'm here. And I. Finally, the wait is here. Fortunately, I did not give up. In this way, the same thing happened in many sects. The players who were caught in the mining area were fished out one by one. And after being fished out, everyone began their plans. They often do things like killing people and seizing treasures. After all, in this world of cultivating immortals, if you want to recruit people, in addition to your own cultivation level, the most important thing is to have resources. Brothers, now that most of us have come out, our next step is to recruit people. Recruiting people here is not as simple as recruiting people down below. We can obtain resources in various ways. But the most important thing is strength. Currently, the strongest one on our side is at the 7th level of the chi refining stage. No matter what we do, we have to have people with some golden elixirs or foundation builders in charge, so that we can develop our own power. That's what he said. But it's still very difficult to reach this level. I have an idea about this. We can pool all the resources we have and add 1 or 2 people with high cultivation first. Then let him establish a sect. We will join in. And then we will start to expand. After some discussion like this, The players also determined the next combat strategy. So they started to take action. In this way, a force in the world of cultivating immortals is gradually forming. After the first sect is established, basically all the players here have joined. Coming here is not as difficult as down below. They need to work together to gain a foothold. Of course, what they also need to consider is the issue of time. Because by using this method, they are actually overdrawing their potential life. In addition, they themselves do not have much combat experience. So they must achieve their goals as quickly as possible and unify this place. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone can be considered to have exhausted all kinds of methods. Fortunately, these methods are also effective. Many players have reached the foundation building stage. And with the addition of this force, the next step is to plot the fairyland. The players also adopted a steady approach, gradually expanding from 1 sect to 2 sects and 3 sects. And the number continued to increase. As more and more people were recruited, their strength also increased. In addition, they also earned a lot of capital from all walks of life. So some strong people seemed to come to join them. At the same time, because the fairy world is relatively large and controlled by players, they cannot put their eggs in one basket. So they have also developed considerable influence in other big countries. Because of the help of posts, their information is basically shared. So they also set up a special intelligence organization to provide intelligence for themselves. And at the same time, they can also sell some intelligence. In this way, as time goes by, a powerful force is forming in the world of immortality. In this way, another few years have passed, and the players' wings have become fuller. Although the top is not on your side, they have produced a lot of weapons that can threaten these people. The immortal cultivators in this world are not as powerful as imagined. Even those with advanced cultivation can still wield a sword. The power of the attack is much greater than that of ordinary immortal cultivators. It is far from the effect of moving mountains and reclaiming seas in myths and legends. Therefore, it was relatively easy for the players to start a war with it. So after figuring out all the general information here, the players started to take action. All the players began to gather together with other immortal cultivators from their search group. As the players gathered, a huge force emerged and directly went to war against one of the 3 major immortal kingdoms in the world of cultivating immortals. With the start of the war, the entire world of immortal cultivation has been in an uproar. The other 2 major countries are just watching the show and have no intention of intervening in the war of another country. Players have already expected this. After all, the 3 major stocks are all in competition. If one country's strength declines, the remaining 2 countries may find ways to divide it up. So when they see that the opponent is being attacked, they will naturally not intervene. They will only wait until the end. If they can't hold on anymore, they will come over and intervene. And then the fishermen will benefit. But how can the players get what they want? Therefore, their attack on this fairy country was not particularly fast. Their offensive pace is very slow. They collect resources to strengthen themselves while attacking. Their ideas are also very simple. That is to ensure that after defeating this place, one's own strength will not suffer much loss. At the same time, they also need to create more powerful weapons. In this way, the players implemented their plans step by step. Players are not very sure about this attack on the immortal realm. After all, the excessive combat power of the immortal realm is an unstable factor. Chapter 669, The Universe Connection opens. In this way, guided by various reasons, the battle between the players and the fairy world began. At this time, Jiang Yao was also watching all this. Jiang Yao is quite satisfied with the players' tactical deployment. At the beginning, the players knew that even if their side had some strength, it would be impossible to compete with the opponent. So at the beginning, the players' idea was very simple. That is, to support war with war. They set their targets on some small sects in the surrounding areas. As for the replacement of these small sects, the 3 major sects in the fairy world generally ignore it. Although on the surface these sects are all their affiliated sects. But the significance of the existence of these sects is clear to everyone. In the final analysis, their existence is just to ensure the balance of the world. Compared with the lower world, most of the beasts in this world are monsters. At the same time, there are also mortals in the fairy world, which means that they need people to protect them. At the same time, immortal cultivators will also be born among mortals. The existence of these immortal cultivators needs someone to manage them. Because even if many cultivators do not meet the conditions for joining the big sects, if they are not managed, they will form a considerable force. And these people will naturally be absorbed by the surrounding small sects. After absorbing these disciples, The sect will also need resources, so it will conflict with surrounding sects. Once a conflict occurs, there will inevitably be casualties, so some of these people will be consumed. For a small sect, this kind of loss is considered very large, so they need to replenish it immediately. As a result, they will continue to recruit people from the surrounding areas. At the same time, in order to ensure that they can recruit as many people as possible, they also need to help solve the chaos caused by some monsters. This can increase their popularity. So for these small sects, firstly, they help the big sects solve some troublesome little things. And secondly, their own competition and conflicts will create checks and balances on both sides, making it impossible for them to be the dominant one. Through this method, they can solve a lot of troubles without spending any money. And the most important thing is that even if a few become bigger and stronger occasionally, these large sects will take action. For them, what they need is a group of free labor. These are some of the operating methods of the big sect. It is also for this reason that when the players took action, these large sects did not react much. For them, this was nothing more than a conflict between some large and small sects. Anyway, they are all doing things for themselves, no matter who it is in the end. As long as they can do things, then that's fine. But what they didn't expect was that this was a premeditated operation. Although these things happened in different places, and for the sake of safety, the players took action in different areas and at different times. Although this will make their overall process time longer, fortunately it is relatively secretive, and usually no clues will be discovered. Just like this, as a period of time passed, most of the area under the jurisdiction of the entire sect belonged to the players. At this time, the players are like poisonous snakes hidden in the woods that have pointed their fangs at the enemy. When the time was right, they took action and launched an attack on the various administrative offices of the sect with the power of hiding their ears. By the time the sect reacted and began to organize a counterattack, the players had already occupied a large territory. At this time, the war in the world of immortality has officially begun. I have to say that after a period of training, their combat ideas have become more mature. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with the performance of the players during this period. In the end, no matter what the result was, his goal was achieved. For him, as long as these players dare to fight and have certain command capabilities, this is enough, compared with directly using battleships to let them practice. This method saves manpower and material resources. In a seemingly unwinnable battle, he uses various means to gain the greatest advantage for himself. This is the result he wants. This place is quite a good place. You can keep this place in the future as an exclusive trial place for players. Thinking of this, he immediately made arrangements. As for the next battle, he actually doesn't care much now, because there is a high probability that the final result will be the failure of the players. Although the other two will not care about a country that cultivates immortals now. If this country of cultivating immortals cannot hold on, the other two will join the battlefield to carve up this place. Even if the players support war in this way, they cannot resist the joint attack of the two immortal kingdoms. It is inevitable that he cannot stop it. So he knows very well that the players' operation will eventually end with their destruction. Although they can solve one of the immortal kingdoms before their own destruction, they have nothing to do with the other two. Method. After all, this is not a mortal country. There are many units with strong individual strength. In such a situation, if it does not have a great advantage, it is basically impossible to win. He already roughly knew the final result, so he didn't care so much about the process. Next, let's focus on the galaxy. It has been a long time since the space crack appeared, and at this time, the special galaxy before was completely covered by the space crack. At the same time, Jiang Yao and the others also saw the world outside the crack. This crack is like a transit station overlapping with other cracks, and there are similar scenes in other cracks. It is obvious that there is a special area there. After this period of observation, he can basically determine that the current area should be a transportation node that connects many universes. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it was also the first time he knew about it. So he was very cautious about it. The basic warship reserve currently in hand is completely sufficient. As for the insect swarm, due to the previous genetic modification, the strength of the insect swarm has also been greatly improved. In this case, when the battleship is destroyed, the bugs inside can come out and continue to join the battle. In this case, my combat effectiveness is twice as strong as it appears on the surface. Although many old players have retired, there are also many new players joining, and a large part of the simulation drills on the field are now able to conduct battlefield command. Calculating this, I should be able to dispatch a fleet of about 40 million at present. Coupled with the later supplies, I estimate that the entire army will be wiped out. And I can even bear 2 or 3 waves. In addition, there is a super flagship here as a backup. And the Starry Sky Beast has been completely transformed. Now I have 2 super combat units. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao felt a little more relieved about what would happen next. After all, his side was relatively strong now. If you have soldiers in hand, you will naturally not be so worried. Continue to observe the space during this period, the situation on the other side of the crack, and report the situation there as soon as possible. In addition, you must be careful when observing. Hide yourself as well as possible. If I'm not wrong, the situation of the universes connected to China Unicom should be similar to ours. They are all in the observation stage now. At the same time, we will send more reconnaissance units there, mainly to prevent the other side's reconnaissance units from coming to our place. Although he didn't understand why such a crack suddenly appeared at this time, he knew very well that no matter what the reason was, he had to make plans in advance. The deployed combat units must be deployed in advance to avoid being missed when necessary. At the same time, all logistical support must be well prepared to ensure that when the real battle begins, the supplies on our side can keep up. In addition, a defense line must be established as soon as possible in the safe area of the space crack. Jiang Yao centered on the area of the space rift and divided the surrounding areas into safe areas, which could not be found by ordinary investigation methods. At this time, he was preparing to establish defense lines in these places, mainly erecting some base buildings here. The main purpose was to prevent them in case the other party made a sudden attack. With these lines of defense, even if the opponent suddenly attacks, he can at least respond in advance, as long as they are held back. Then, the subsequent large forces will arrive, and basically there won't be much of a problem. Of course, just establishing a defense line is definitely not enough. For this reason, Jiang Yao also arranged several patrol warships there. As for some of Sohu's former subordinate civilizations, they also made arrangements. Their main purpose was to conduct reconnaissance in that area. All in all, he had prepared all the conceivable arrangements in advance. In this way, time passed day by day, but it was as if there was nothing in that area. Jiang Yao had not found any clues there from the time he appeared until now. They are really calm. But that's normal. Now that so many universes are connected, no one wants to be the one who stands out. After all, once the first one comes out, it will inevitably attract the attention of other universes. Although I don't know how many existing universes have discovered this place like me, but I think there must be a lot of them. In this way, many universes at this time are waiting for the first civilization to emerge with a similar mentality. At the same time, there are also many universes that are secretly observing the entrances of other universes, trying to figure out the situation there. Because just as he thought, not every universe has been discovered. There are many universes here, and there are many universes that have not been discovered at all. And these universes will naturally become the first choice targets of most universes. At this time, Jiang Yao actually felt that things were not easy to handle regarding the current situation. To put it simply, all civilizations now are like hunters hiding in the dark, and no one is willing to expose themselves in advance. If this situation continues to develop, many universes may be able to persist here for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, before these connections are closed. In the end, there may be a result. That is, the connection is opened, and then closed inexplicably, and nothing happens in the end. With all kinds of thoughts in mind like this, time flew by, and there was naturally no pause for Jiang Yao during this period. He continued to increase the number of his warships. At the same time, Universe finally couldn't stand it any longer. He took the lead in sending a detector to Jiang Yao. Although everything was done secretly, Jiang Yao still discovered it. I didn't ask for it, but someone actually dares to be the leader. Facing this temptation, Jiang Yao also felt a little baffled. He never expected that now that the situation was so clear, there would be people thinking of invading other universes. It seems that I still underestimated the temptation of this universe to other cosmic civilizations. This wave of operations by that big fool means that 2 civilizations were exposed at the same time. That big fool must have been noticed by other civilizations when he sent out the detector. And the detector never came back when it came to me. It means that he has been eliminated by me. This also means that these 2 connections should now be marked by the other party as the connection where civilization is located. And the fool who launched the detector may even be able to deduce the degree of civilization by the other party. After all, for them, The exposure of anything can be directly reflected in your technological level. If the technological level of some things does not reach this level, you will never be able to make it. Perhaps because of this beginning, other civilizations also began to test each other. And then Jiangyao naturally recorded these civilizations. Sure enough, as I thought, the strength of the civilization that can come here cannot be any weaker. If so many powerful civilizations really want to fight, I'm afraid they will. But this doesn't seem to have much to do with me. After all, my current purpose is very clear. Try to survive until the end before taking action. At this time, many civilizations have already begun to take action. They first targeted the universes that have not discovered this area. For them, they haven't even discovered this place. So naturally they don't know about the ancient battlefield. No matter how high your technology is, it can't be much better. In this case, they will give priority to you and plunder the resources on your side first. Let's talk later. With the actions of one civilization, many civilizations hidden in the dark could not sit still. They moved towards the goal one after another. At the same time, Jiangyao, the civilization who was watching these actions, also began to think. Stand up. Their actions look dangerous on the surface. But the world is about to be stormy now. If it really breaks out, it will be an unprecedented war. If there are not enough resources to support it, I am afraid it will be difficult to predict the later stage. So they are dispatched now to watch. It seems dangerous, but it is actually paving the way for the future. In this case, I need to carefully consider whether to send troops here. Sending troops now will more or less expose some of my own strength. But at least I can allocate some resources. If I wait until they come back and start the melee, and dispatch my troops, I can give them a surprise attack. Chapter 670 The Battle in the Universe begins. Looking at the current layout, Jiangyao also fell into thinking. Although their ideas are very good and pave the way for the follow-up, the problem lies here. You know this routine, and others know it. Under such circumstances, how do you ensure that your things can be brought out smoothly? Jiangyao never understood this. However, he knew very well that he was taking action now. If he was not prepared, the follow-up operations might be very complicated. This matter is difficult to handle. Jiang Fengqi couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Subsequent operations are becoming more and more difficult. It was also the first time for him to see the current situation. So now Jiangyao doesn't know what to do next. Otherwise, we should arrange for some people to go to that area to see the situation first. After much thought, Jiang Fengqi decided to do this. After all, those taking action now may be some experienced civilizations. Hey, this matter is really difficult to handle. After thinking about it, Jiangyao also started to make arrangements. Brothers have a new mission. This time we need to go to other universes to explore and collect resources. And I heard that there are civilizations from other universes over there. If we go there, there will inevitably be another war. It looks like something has happened again. At this time, the players who heard the news couldn't help but become active again. In this way, everyone began to make arrangements. The number of players dispatched this time is almost 1 million, which is basically the same as the fleets dispatched by other universes. At this time, at the connection point of the universe, the players' fleets also set off towards the universe they had previously selected. As the players' armies were dispatched, many civilizations also paid attention immediately. Universe 195 has also started taking action, targeting Universe 24. The technology test data of the opponent's warship has come out, and the technology level has also entered a super civilization. Can you determine the other party's race? It's currently impossible to determine. A technological civilization that has reached this level wants to know what's going on inside. But it's simply impossible for us to do so under our circumstances. In that case, let's pay attention first. At this time, many civilizations were also whispering about this matter. Under normal circumstances, by conquering a universe without gatekeepers, you can firstly obtain resources, and secondly, you can determine the opponent's strength. Usually, when the technological level reaches the level of the players, no civilization will bother them. After all, everyone's strength is about the same, and strength cannot be determined solely from the information obtained from non-combat situations. So now is an observation period for most civilizations. They will always be in a trial stage before each other. Just like this, as the players' fleets entered the universe, 5 civilizations in the entire universe have entered. Naturally, these civilizations also received the news after the players entered here. Brothers, we are already in. At this time, players are also excited after arriving in the new universe. Next, we will prioritize finding civilization in some mines. But please remember, after we find a civilization, don't take action immediately. Remember the place first. The situation here is a bit complicated now. Currently, we and several other civilizations are in the stage of testing each other. Now the main focus is on collecting resources. If we do it, we basically won't do it at this stage. The civilization that has entered here now is simply a strange circle. On the surface, everyone's technological level seems to be similar. But no one knows who is the dragon and who is the insect. In such a situation, no civilization would take the lead. Once the opponent learns his true identity, if he is a weakling, he may be attacked next. So now everyone has a tacit agreement to seize resources first for development. After the resources are almost captured, a war will break out directly. At that time, it will be a matter of taking over each other, or everyone will just wait for the war to end. But this time on Jiang Yao's side, he also had a general understanding of the situation in these universes. Then we just need to continue to develop and increase the amount of resources we obtain as much as possible. In this way, everyone is still in peace. At the same time, Jiang Yao also discovered many things that surprised him. The first is that half of the super civilizations here use battleships of the same series. This is the case even on my own side. I finally understand why the same products of ancient civilization circulate in several different universes. It seems that our civilization may have had similar encounters a long time ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for technology to spread to other universes. And the current situation is more of an exchange of technology than plundering the resources of other civilizations. The warships we had in the last era were very impressive. So many universes tried their best to acquire these technologies. When the connection closes, these technologies take root in these acquired universes. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking this in his heart. These warships were in the last era. And I don't know what kind of warships they will be in this era. In fact, Jiang Fengqi was still very curious about this matter. Because so far, he has seen many different types of warships. In this way, everything is developing steadily. And many civilizations are developing in each. Every civilization develops peacefully. A large amount of resources were transported back to their respective universes. And this peaceful development lasted for many years. During this period, Jiang Yao was exposed to various resource mining equipment from different universes. If I hadn't carried out large-scale resource mining in my universe and developed so many giant mining equipment to increase production, I would probably be underestimated by other civilizations now. Through overt and covert contact with these civilizations over the past few years, Jiang Yao also discovered something. Even these civilizations will compare the warships or other technologies of their respective civilizations. Of course, these are not meaningless comparisons. The mining equipment of civilization No. 269 is relatively low compared to the average level of other civilizations. Jiang Yao, who was observing at this time, discovered that the mining equipment of a civilization was relatively backward. At the same time, he immediately mobilized the data of other warships sent by this civilization. The technological level of the combat attack ship is about the same as mine, and the detection methods are considered to be at a mid-range level. The technology is basically average, but the mining technology is very backward. This also means that the rate of explosion is lower than average. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately recorded this data. There are many other civilizations doing the same thing at the same time. After this period of observation, many civilizations have also come up with their own civilization intensity scale. Over the years, hundreds of different civilizations have entered the universe Jiang Yao originally chose. As more and more civilizations enter, conflicts often occur. Of course, they are basically small-scale conflicts. And the native civilization in the universe is naturally very tragic, being constantly attacked by these super civilizations. Of course, everyone is very careful not to reveal too much strength when attacking. As expected, this universe is also a dark forest civilization. It is also for this reason that this universe has no resistance at all. Hey, sometimes things are like this. If there is a mistake in the development route of civilization, it will be a disaster for everyone if there is no corresponding correction. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the fate of these civilizations. However, because of this universe, Jiang Fengqi also obtained a large amount of resources here. Fortunately, his mining equipment can be regarded as mid-level, so the mining volume is quite large. In this way, as time went by, Jiang Yao saw that the connection between the universe was still expanding, and more civilizations entered. So a conflict broke out. There is a war between Universe 45 and Universe 356. This war originally started at the juncture of the universe. The two civilizations fought against each other. A large number of warships were sent to the battlefield, and the area was in flames for a while. It was also this war that made Jiang Fengqi understand the cruelty of cosmic war. As time went on, the battlefield slowly began to shift. Universe No. 45 was not as powerful as Universe No. 356. So the battle between the two sides ended with No. 45 being invaded. Another war broke out between the two sides in the universe. As time goes by, the battle ends. And in the later stages, many other civilizations want to enter. As a result, a problem emerged. Civilization No. 356 did not intend to let other civilizations share the cake. So several more wars broke out. This universe uses its strength to prevent other universes from daring to act rashly. Of course, Jiang Fengqi also made a very high evaluation of this universe. At the same time, he exploded troops faster. This battle made him understand that many battleships he thought were actually a drop in the bucket for these civilizations. After all, you represent the entire universe here, and many universes are joint civilization systems. And such a civilization usually has very sufficient military resources. And you may have to face off against this kind of civilization. Here it is no longer one civilization against several civilizations, but one civilization against the entire universe. So Jiang Fengqi also hurriedly and frantically increased the number of warship manufacturing factories and produced warships day and night. This encounter also made him understand that there was something wrong with his thinking. His pattern may not be adapted to the current situation. The troops I currently have are probably the few in these universes, mainly because my battleship technology is relatively high, and at the same time, my overall level is acceptable in other aspects. Plus, I am usually more careful. So players should be careful. It is also for this reason that I was not attacked by other civilizations. If we are attacked and they know that I only have so many warships, I'm afraid things will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to be even more obscene. At the same time, they are also desperately sending troops. Time continues to fly quickly like this. Finally, something went wrong with the universe he was mining. The leader has detected that there is something wrong with the space in the resource universe. Jiang Yao, who heard the news at this time, was also a little strange. What's the meaning? That universe may have fallen into an unstable state because too many resources have been plundered. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown when he heard what Brainworm said. You mean that universe might be destroyed? Hearing this, Brainworm nodded. If nothing else happens, it should be like this. At this time, Jiang Fengqi was dumbfounded after learning the news. What is the current situation in other civilizations? Many civilizations have begun to retreat now. Thinking of this, Jiang Fengqi also nodded. In that case, let's make some arrangements here and prepare to go back. Just like this, as the order was issued, the players all left here one after another. In this way, as time went by, Jiang Yao also saw the situation in this universe. First, the universe itself is becoming increasingly unstable. This phenomenon has become more and more serious as time goes by. The distortion of space is everywhere. At the same time, the connection began to become unstable. And then through the various equipment left there, Jiang Yao discovered that the size of the universe was shrinking at an extremely fast rate. This universe is constantly shrinking in front of everyone's eyes. And at the same time, the connections at the joints are also disconnected. And this universe has completely lost contact with this place. Everyone is well aware of the future fate of this universe. I never thought the universe would end like this. Jiang Yao, who saw this scene at this time, was also a little emotional. It seems that this incident is completely different from what I thought. The battle between civilizations has risen to the level of the universe. Your decisions here are a matter of life and death for your universe. If it fails, the universe may disappear as well. Jiang Yao also had various emotions about this result. He felt that his pressure was increasing. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. With my current strength, I should be relatively weak in these universes. After all, no matter how I develop over the years, I can never compare to those old civilizations. Those old civilizations that have experienced these things. Their reserves are I don't know how much larger. It's impossible to fight them. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao thought for a long time and decided to give priority to expanding his troops several times. Then defense facilities must continue to increase. Only in this way can we ensure that we are able to fight against some established civilizations. Just like this, on Jiang Yao's side, he is also very careful about exploring other universes. He will only send troops to places with weak civilizations based on the strength rankings he compiled. All in all, he now needs to hide himself as much as possible. Now he is a little transparent about his position. The situation with the same players is similar. Brothers, we must avoid conflicts with them as much as possible during this period. The strength of these civilizations is not weak. We are just little shrimps now, and must be careful until we don't have enough troops. In the resource universe, players now try to avoid even fighting with other local civilizations as much as possible. As for snatching resources from other civilizations that came over, it rarely happens. Their first priority now is to make themselves a little transparent. Of course, what they did is effective. At least so far no one has bothered them. Chapter 671 New Zerg. But sometimes you don't look for trouble. But trouble will come inadvertently. This time players enter Universe 336. As usual, after entering, players began to scan the surrounding area. Everything is fine at the entrance, guys. Send an advanced team to check out the situation first. They have been dispatched and everything is normal. Okay. The next step is to find resource points. By the way, fellows, how many civilizations have come here before? It seems like 27 civilizations. Understood. After such a simple exchange, the players dispatched a fleet to start searching here. As the search began, many detection equipment began to search around. As detectors enter one after another, the surrounding situation was quickly discovered. And everyone was very satisfied as more and more resource points were found. Hee hee. Not bad. Not bad. In this way, the players couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction when they saw resource star systems one after another. Damn it. Old guys are bad. And just when the players were still dreaming that they could make another big fortune here, they suddenly discovered that something was wrong. It stands to reason that when we went to other universes in the past, we were able to more or less search for information about other civilizations. But this time we found nothing. At this time, everyone immediately became alert after hearing this information. Usually there are only a few situations where you can't find any information about the other party. The first is that the opponent's technology is much higher than your own. The second type is that the other party deliberately hides itself. If the detection level on your side is relatively high and still cannot find the other party, it can only mean that the other party has begun to deliberately hide itself. And there is usually only one possibility to do so. That means the other party has thoughts about you and is ready to take action. So they hide themselves in this way and ambush you. Normally, everyone enters this universe with a tacit understanding. Many civilizations will arrange detection equipment at the connection so that they can know exactly how many civilizations are here. Everyone is tacit about this matter. After all, I know you and you know me. So we can all rest assured. Especially at this stage. It is not the time for civilizations to conflict with each other. At this stage, the deliberate hiding of these civilizations already shows that their intentions are impure. But there are more than 20 civilizations here. How come their motives are not pure? This is also where I am puzzled. 1 or 2 civilizations have ideas about us, and they have united. I can understand it. But with so many civilizations, there are certain problems in itself. After all these civilizations come from different universes. And they are also the best in their respective universes. They all know how bad there can be between people from different universes. It is basically impossible to unite under such circumstances, let alone so many civilizations uniting together. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Regarding the current situation, the players also instinctively realized that something was wrong. I suspect that the disappearance of civilization this time has something to do with the local civilization here. Of course, there is a third possibility when encountering such a situation. That is, all the civilizations that entered here were wiped out. After all, they are all here to mine. Therefore, the number of combat warships carried is usually not exaggerated. In this case, there is also the possibility of being counterattacked by the local civilization. It's just that this situation is relatively rare. And this wave is not just one civilization being counterattacked, but 27 civilizations being counterattacked, which is full of weirdness in itself. Is it possible that there is a very strong civilization in this universe, but they don't know the situation at the junction of the universe? At this time, some players made guesses. At present, it seems that this possibility is very high. After all, among so many universes, there are always several powerful universes. After all, if so many civilizations really unite to do it, we are unrealistic. Even if they want to do it, we can evacuate. Even if we have to lose the fleet here, we can afford it. So they are completely unnecessary. Doing such meaningless things. Because once they do it, then we will definitely go after them to cause trouble, which will actually slow down their progress in finding resources. Everyone nodded after hearing this. In short, everyone, please be careful. This universe is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Otherwise, let's withdraw first and take a look at the situation. We are not in a hurry to develop here. There are still many universes that can be developed. If it is not feasible, we can go to other universes. Furthermore, the fleets of these civilizations have mysteriously disappeared inside. I guess these civilizations have also received the news. At this time, they will definitely send their main fleets to check the situation. We can just use their hands to find out. Okay, let's do this. Brothers, we will retreat first and leave some more detection warships. And then we will see how other civilizations operate. After such communication, the players decided to leave here first. At this time, within Civilization 239, you are saying that our advance force was attacked by a large number of native civilization fleets and was wiped out. Yes, Commander. Immediately afterwards, the projection of the previous attack on the army came. All that could be seen in the picture were the mighty cosmic creatures swallowing up their battleships. What race is this that is such a huge number? Currently, we have not collected relevant information in our database. However, according to the data transmitted there, it can be determined that the opponent's technological level is slightly above the advanced civilization and has not yet entered the ranks of super civilization. One of the more difficult points to deal with is that they have mastered a special cutting technology. There is a unit among them that can cut and open the shield of the battleship. Such a cutting method can create a gap in the battleship shield. And it is also such a gap that allows them to have many other combat arms get into the interior of the battleship. Currently, for cruisers and lower-level battleships, such cutting cannot block higher-level battleships. But it is unclear whether they have other similar units that can cut higher-level warships. This is also the reason why their technological level was not as good as ours. But they were able to defeat us. Their individual combat capabilities are extremely strong. Inside the warship, our warship is no match for them. So our warship was not destroyed from the outside, but was disintegrated from the inside. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, the commander nodded thoughtfully. Now for most of the universe, cruiser-class battleships are the main battleships. If such a class of battleships cannot resist, then it will be somewhat troublesome to fight against this race in the future. You can try to strengthen the internal defense of the warship. At the same time, similar things are happening in the remaining 24 civilizations. But not every civilization does not understand this race. At this time on one of the civilizations, looking at the densely packed army on the projection, the fleet commander couldn't help but frown. The Tyranids. How is this possible? I remember that in the records, this group was wiped out by all the universes after the first cosmic war began. I didn't expect that they still exist and have resprouted and taken root in other universes. Things may get into trouble now. The commander thought for a while and then said, we don't have to worry about the situation in the universe over there. Since it's the Tyranids, they will definitely find the connection between the worlds after devouring the universe. The headache then will be other universes. And if I guess correctly, of the 28 civilizations that entered this time, except for the last civilization that found something was wrong and left, the remaining 27 civilizations including us have all suffered to the Tyranid attack. There should be many civilizations among them that are unaware of the existence of this ethnic group. So they will definitely send fleets to look for trouble from the Tyranids when the time comes. At that time, the Tyranids can follow the route of their fleet to find the cosmic connection. In that case, let them try the water first. In this way, some informed civilizations immediately made the most correct choice at the first opportunity. For this race, only civilizations that have experienced it know how terrifying it is. This civilization has extremely strong reproductive capabilities, and the production time of many of their soldiers is very short. Basically, they can hatch in a few hours and grow from cubs to adults. This race has an extreme need for biomass, and they will devour all organic matter they can see. They range from various creatures to as large as the entire planet. Wherever they pass, not a blade of grass grows, and not a scrap of armor is left behind. And they also have a special method to find a special space node. This space node is the node where the gate of the universe is formed. Before the gate of the universe appears, they will devour the universe to the critical point before the universe collapses. Value. Then he leaves here through the gate of the universe, and in this way cannibalizes one universe after another to strengthen his own tribe. For any universe, the existence of this race is a disaster. There are few civilizations in the universe that can withstand the pace of their army. Since this group exists, and through previous projections, we can roughly understand their current situation. Their current status should not be bad. This time is also a challenge for other universes. Regarding the current situation, this civilization is naturally happy to see the results. You must know that when the cosmic war develops to the later stage, many civilizations will be dragged down. Because after most of the resources of the universe have been plundered, they can only plunder each other. In this case, their civilization may also be affected. But now that there is such a race, it would be a good thing for them to attract firepower here. At least before this race is eliminated. They should not be targeting each other. With the combined efforts of multiple cosmic civilizations, no matter how powerful this race is, no matter how many troops it has, it will not be able to sustain it. As long as the time is delayed long enough, the next thing will be easy to handle. However, this time everyone may have underestimated the power of this ethnic group. The existence of this ethnic group will actually bring unexpected changes to this cosmic battle. Because we are in universe 336 at this time. There is also a galaxy about the same size as the Milky Way. At this time, next to this week is the Tyranid swarm. The total size of the entire Tyranid swarm is actually larger than this galaxy. The overwhelming, densely packed Tyranids formed a large galaxy. At the same time, this galaxy is moving closer to the normal heart system in the distance, and then begins to engulf it. At this time, there is a commanding civilization planet in universe 336. An ordinary person in the barren civilization. During this period of time, he found that something seemed wrong about the situation around him. Strange sounds often came from the city's underground pipes. And at the same time, he found that many people around him had disappeared inexplicably. And more people disappeared. Until finally the official could no longer deal with these matters. However, what is surprising is that after disappearing for a period of time, these people reappeared and continued to live as before. This made him feel that something was wrong. At this moment, as a veteran, he received a call to return to the army. And many countries in the civilization have begun to recruit troops like crazy. Anyone who is recruiting or returning to the army must go through a series of various inspections, and can only enter after making sure they are in good health. This made him even more confused about the current situation. And this time, the conscription was completely different from any other time before. To put it bluntly, this time it was like a forced conscription in ancient times. As long as you reach a certain age, then you have to go. Otherwise, they will be charged with treason. What on earth is going on? Could it be that a new world war is about to start again? At this time, everyone in Varen's team was discussing this matter. And as time went by, things gradually became more complicated and confusing. There are all kinds of bizarre videos on the internet, some of which were shot by some authors at home. The subjects photographed are also my neighbors or people living nearby. But through the windows, they found that there seemed to be deformed humanoid creatures in these people's homes. At first, everyone thought it was a prank. But as time went by, more and more similar videos appeared, which made Bailong have a vague feeling. What exactly is going on? At the same time, military deployments were becoming more frequent. They were transferred near a base. And when they were transferred here, they found that a tall wall had begun to be built at the base. And they are all built with hard metal. At the same time, many places in the world also received the task of building new bases at almost the same time. All resources must be given priority to serve the construction of the base. Varen became increasingly confused about the above measures. Although he had thousands of questions in his mind. Under the arrangement from above, he also joined the construction of the base city wall. Chapter 672 Zerg Attack. Over time large quantities of building materials were transported. Countless steel was processed into the material of the city wall. Because there were so many bases built, resources quickly became insufficient. When encountering such a thing, not only many factories began to work day and night. At the same time, some other factories have also been transformed into steel plants to continuously provide steel here. At the same time, many unnecessary buildings began to be gradually demolished. Varen became increasingly confused about the above measures. Why did they do that? What are they preparing for? Although there are many monsters appearing now, these monsters can be eliminated. There is no need to be like this. Although hiding inside the base can prevent ordinary people from being harmed as much as possible, you can also be careful at home and clean up the monsters around you. And as the number of people gradually shifts, the space on the base side is no longer enough. Thinking of this, Varen also felt a little helpless. This time he finally discovered it. And the whole world went crazy. At first, only some people were transferred to the base. But later the higher-ups issued a forced transfer order. And compared to the previous transfer, The attitude was very tough, and it even became mandatory later. Anyone who is not transferred within the stipulated time will be regarded as treason and directly shot. This attitude makes everyone panic. Naturally, many people were dissatisfied with the above decision. But even so, the higher authorities have been insisting on this decision. Varen also felt very uncomfortable about this matter, because sometimes even he had to do such things. Although he couldn't bear to do it, he could only obey the order. At the same time, many ordinary people also gather together to form resistance organizations. Those people think that by following the example of forming a resistance organization on TV, they can make the people above them compromise. But what they don't know is how ridiculous their behavior is. The resistance organization they organized did not fight back and forth with the people above them as they thought in the movie. Countless missiles of various types are the response given to them. And this missile bombing is different from any previous war. In the past, missiles were only used to defeat and kill the enemy. But this time, the people above came to wash the floor. So these people are miserable. It was even said that they were directly hit by saturation before they could even organize a meaningful resistance. Such an attitude occurs almost everywhere in the world. With this kind of operation, even if those monsters are eliminated in the future, what will be left of civilization? This is the same thought of everyone in the base now. Things have developed to the point where everyone can see that what they are doing above is destructive. The true sense of despair. At the current stage, facilities were demolished to build city walls, and now even buildings are being demolished. At the same time, the base is also overcrowded. The entire base is similar to a dormitory, and everyone can only live in capsule rooms. This is also torture for these people. A large number of people live in a place where the sanitary conditions are not very good, even though many people clean them every day. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The key thing is not only the poor sanitary conditions, but also the most fatal problem is the food. Today's food is all obtained from outside. Although the research on growing crops here at the base has never stopped. Scientists are trying to find ways to develop food that shortens the ripening cycle as much as possible every day. But the effect is still not very obvious. The food in the base is obviously unable to meet the long-term needs of so many people. If the various foods brought from outside are eaten, the people waiting here may starve. Many people know about the situation here. But there was nothing we could do. What are the people above doing? What's the point of continuing like this? Their actions have set civilization back decades, or even centuries. If this continues, the foundation of civilization may be severely damaged in the end. Varen asks himself this question every day. He didn't have an answer to this question. Now he is like a machine that only knows how to execute orders. All he can do every day is to carry out the tasks issued by his superiors. He is now numb. Do you think there are any soldiers among them who want to resist because they think what the higher-ups are doing is wrong? The answer is yes. Many soldiers had this idea in the past. But the answer was ruthless killing. The actions here are so infrequent that even life, which was very important before, seems not so important here. Many people who wanted to imitate the movie Pig's Trotters and disobey orders and rely on personal heroism to change first were sent away immediately. Reality is not a movie. Without the halo of pig's feet, a bullet can kill you. It is also because of these lessons learned that many people can only tolerate it even though they know that their behavior is problematic. But things like this have changed at some point. The reason is that their team leader, who complained and cursed every day, suddenly changed his tune one day. Let them avoid the above difficulties in executing orders. As for why the captain suddenly changed his tune, he did not say. In this way, with the passage of time, coupled with the tough measures taken by different countries around the world, the current situation here has begun to change. Those monsters that appeared out of thin air were quickly wiped out. However, Varen knew very well that the reason why they were able to do so quickly was because they did not care about any cost in the process of annihilation. As long as they encounter a living person who is not in the base, they will deal with it as soon as possible. There is no hesitation, no matter who the other party is. Anyway, just do it right away. In this way the situation was calmed down. But just when they thought the matter was over, they received a confidential document. To be precise, this document may have been classified once, but it is no longer the case. This document is no longer confidential. To be precise, it will no longer be confidential. At this moment, Varen looked at the contents of the file and understood. He understood why the world was so crazy. Because there is a creature called the Zerg that is coming towards their planet. So far, according to the observations of astronomical telescopes, this race has cleared away many star systems. It's even said that 3 planets in our own star system have been swallowed up by this race. That's right. It's devouring. These planets have been eaten clean by these creatures, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, his scalp felt numb when he saw this. At the same time, he also knew the monsters that suddenly appeared and which race these monsters were caused by. After that race came to this star system, they discovered that it was an intelligent planet. So they immediately dispatched a vanguard team. And everything they encountered here before was just done by one of the vanguard teams. How is this possible? Although it is impossible for the people above to lie about this matter, they still don't believe in such bizarre things. It's not so much that they don't believe it, but that they still have the last illusion in their hearts. That's right. Final Fantasy. The fantasy is all false. But how could this be false? Everyone has seen Wen Wenming's desperate actions during this period. The development of civilization during this period gives people the impression that it is completely desperate. So, at the same time, there was also a very scary content written in the document. That's when this race takes action tonight. Tonight is the time for the decisive battle. Because according to the information from the satellite, as of now, the opponent's fleet is very close to here. There are densely packed creatures in the picture. And these creatures are all Zerg. And among them, there is a very terrifying huge insect, which is the biological mothership of the Zerg. Now they are very close to themselves. It was also for this reason that the higher authorities decided to announce this matter. Because tonight is the decisive battle. There is no need to hide everything. Just like that, night fell amid everyone's panic and anticipation. Maybe it's because they have been desperately preparing for the invasion of this race over the years. Or maybe it's because of other reasons. All in all, it had been a long time since they had looked up at the night sky. Today, all the soldiers standing at their respective posts unanimously set their sights on the sky. But the sky they saw this time made them feel a little confused and afraid. Because the sky now is no longer the sky they saw at the beginning. I don't know when the stars in the sky disappeared. Then darkness began to cover the world. Coming! This is what everyone is thinking at this moment. At the same time, a large number of bugs in space are flying towards this planet at extremely fast speeds. At the same time, on the ground, as darkness fell, countless searchlights shot their light into the sky. At this time, looking at the sky dragon illuminated by searchlights, you can see the black color moving as if there is life. But it is accurate to say that they are alive. The battle is about to begin. At this time, the comrade next to him murmured, as if to confirm his words. As his words fell, countless missiles flew into the sky almost simultaneously, dragging long tail flames. The fires caused by countless missiles taking off illuminated the entire base. The originally dark base suddenly became like daylight, and other bases were doing the same thing at the same time, which allowed everyone present to see dense red light spots on the horizon in the distance. These views have only one purpose, and that is to attack those black insect swarms in the sky. As time goes by, the missile is stimulated to reach its destination, and then detonates. The next moment, the missile detonates and the light directly lights up the sky. The sky curtain formed by the huge number of soldiers was also torn open. But the sky curtain continued to rejoin. Nuclear bomb. At this time, everyone had this thought in their minds. It was true that what had just exploded was a nuclear bomb. The most destructive weapon they could now use. At this time, everyone's eyes changed when they saw those light shops. Because if they guessed wrong, all the missiles launched in that area were nuclear bombs. This made them feel a little numb. This was really terrible. So many nuclear bombs were used against that race in the sky, which showed how terrible that race was. The next moment more missiles arrived. And then the nuclear bomb erupted with a dazzling light, turning the entire Earth into daylight. Such a huge light was only stronger than the light of stars. They tore apart one black light after another. But not long after, these black lights gathered again, as if they could never be killed. Among the swarms of insects that were torn apart, everyone could vaguely see the insects staying in the sky. Huge battleship. This is a group of mothers. According to the intelligence, mothers are parked in space in this life. At this time, everyone can see their looming and huge bodies with the naked eye. How big is it? Nobody knows. It may be as big as a city, a province, or even a country. This is really terrible for them. After everyone present saw the huge biological battleship, they all had a thought in their hearts. That is, can such a race be defeated by themselves? Perhaps at this time, some people will think that we can really defeat this enemy? I can only tell you that I don't know much about this matter. But I know that we have to face this thing. And I can only tell you about this thing. In fact, I don't know, but I know that we have to do this thing. Because behind us is our planet. If we fail, then our home planet will be like those planets that were devoured by these damn guys, and nothing will be left. As the commander's words fell, everyone present stared at the sky. They all knew that the commander said that they knew they could only fight to the end. At this time, for the insect swarm, perhaps the nuclear explosion just now was the signal to start. After the nuclear explosion ended, the black sky curtain composed of the Zerg army moved. They pressed down from high in the sky and kept getting closer. They're coming! At this time, everyone who saw the scene knew that the enemy was coming. At the same time, all the forts in the base have been activated, and the soldiers are pointing their guns at the sky. At the same time, various combat units also began to take action. Fighters took off, and tanks and artillery were fully prepared. As the insect swarm approached, all combat units on the ground launched an attack. Countless artillery fire began to fire, and at the same time, the soldiers below began to pour in this way. Immediately afterwards, a large number of bugs fell from the sky, and at the same time, there was a rain of blood from the Zerg race in the sky. But even though they were fully prepared, the result was not very ideal, because there are too many insects. As time went by, some bugs finally broke through the defense line, from the first one to the second one, and then many more bugs landed. At the same time, the ground troops were also ready to launch an attack as soon as the bugs landed. Of course, the bugs also started hunting. This is destined to be a battle where the enemy is strong and we are weak. Chapter 673 I can also explode troops. But at this time, the people on this planet certainly know what they will face next. But they still fight for it. There is always an unbridgeable gap between low-level civilization and high-level civilization. Even if the Tyranids release the lowest level of sitting soldiers, it will be a disaster for this civilization. Some low-level Tyranids carry the various turrets and missiles of these civilizations and launch one charge after another. In the first round of charge, they actually suffered heavy losses. But the dead bugs were transported back to the mothership by a special bug not long after. And then the mothership absorbed these bugs and regenerated them. Lots of combat bugs. And as time goes by, the number of these combat bugs not only does not decrease, but also gradually expands. Because while they attack, they also eat away at all organic and inorganic matter on the planet. As the battle began to the present, this civilization finally realized the gap between the two sides. The only thing they can do any harm to these bugs is nuclear weapons. Trying to kill these bugs with conventional weapons is like fighting a boss with the lowest level weapon. It takes a long time to kill one with such a huge gap. And the number of the opponent is completely overwhelmed. You have no chance of winning. At the same time, during the attack, these bugs were constantly evolving based on the circumstances of this civilization. In just half a day, they had evolved targeted defenses. At this moment, basically all the weapons of this civilization are ineffective against these insect swarms. One base after another was destroyed. The resistance of this civilization seemed so ridiculous. And at the same time, a lot of thick tubes were born in the Zerg mothership, which were inserted into the planet and began to absorb it crazily. At the same time, an even larger number of insects fell from the sky and joined the harvesting team. In less than a week, this planet was completely submerged. And this time, it was just an ordinary fleet of the insect swarm that attacked this planet. In fact, this civilization has always thought that it would fail no matter what. But they did not expect that it would fail so fast. So fast that they felt unbelievable. So many people in civilization can no longer be called human beings. Even if they were all pigs, it would take days and nights to catch and kill them. Yet they perished so quickly. At this time, after solving this civilization, the swarm did not attack the surrounding planets. Because at this time, many Tyranids had begun to rise at the connection of the universe. Yes, the Tyranids discovered this place. And there are also densely packed warships attacking them here. These are the civilized universes that previously caused trouble for the Zerg. As a swarm consciousness, a message only needs to be known by one insect. And then the entire insect swarm will know the news. When they knew that the universe junction connected so many universes, they no longer looked down upon the current universe. Of course, we can't blame them. After all, this universe has been almost completely taken away by them, and it doesn't have much value anymore. However, it is much more difficult to invade the universe connection than those low-level civilizations. At the connection between the universe, the progress of the insect swarm was stopped for the first time. After all, Their enemy was also the strongest civilization in the universe. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. Jiang Yao naturally witnessed the battles of the insect swarms there through the detector that stayed in that universe. He also had very deep feelings about this battle. First of all, the opponent took the route of maximizing numbers. This route was also considered by Jiang Yao. But due to population restrictions, he also had to change my thinking. What are my chances of winning against this ethnic group? He is also very concerned about this issue. However, based on the strength of the troops he currently has at his disposal, his winning rate is very low. It's not because the bugs in his hand or other combat units are weaker than these bugs. It's mainly because the numerical suppression is too exaggerated. The mighty reunion. The total number actually exceeds a large galaxy. You must know that the unit of a large galaxy is billions of light years. With such a huge area covered by dense crowds of people, one can imagine how exaggerated the number of this ethnic group has reached. Although their method is indeed the route that the insect swarm should take, sometimes things are far from as simple as imagined. I can create a swarm of insects on such a scale, but the resources of this universe don't support it. By constantly searching for resources in the universe, we can get enough bugs here. Such an operation is actually not difficult for the entire universe, because the total resources of the universe are here. But you need to consider a question. That is, how long can this universe support you according to this operation? The total amount of matter in the universe remains unchanged, and the amount will decrease as a little bit is used. He doesn't know whether the resources of the entire universe can sustain such a huge insect for 1 year or 2 years. After all, bugs also need to be consumed. But if they use up all their resources and do not go to other universes in the short term, then death may be waiting for them. Because when there are no resources to obtain in the entire universe, the daily consumption of the insect swarm cannot be maintained. The resources that the insect swarm wants to digest every day are massive. If your insect swarm has reached the size of a galaxy, the total amount of resources it consumes every day is no longer something that an ordinary person can afford. And if you want to do this without worrying about the follow-up, there is only one way. That is, you have a way to lead to other universes at any time. Only in this way can he plunder unscrupulously. It's just a pity that he doesn't have this technology yet. So how did this Zerg master this technology? Jiang Yao was also very surprised about this matter. You must know that compared to which insect group he is now, he has an advantage in everything except quantity. The first is the reproduction speed. He is confident that if his side really wants to explode troops, the speed will not be worse than it. The second is the technological level. These Zerg have no technological level and cannot compare with themselves. As for the last point, it is the individual combat capability of the Zerg itself. The first is the ability to adapt to the environment. Although the top combat strength of both sides is similar, their side can evolve. And in terms of low-end combat power, the springtails on our side are equivalent to some of their mid-range combat units. The difference in strength between the two is not even the slightest bit. Although the upper limit is similar, the lower limit is obviously much higher. Under such circumstances, it is because of a core technology that I have not dared to follow the explosive style until now. I have never experienced the advantage of being crushed by a swarm of insects in sheer numbers. After all, the Zerg in his hands had conquered a universe before they came to this universe. Their numbers there were absolutely crushing. And when their numbers reached a certain level, he knew the subsequent series of problems that would be affected. The problem is that the other party is basically inferior to me in many aspects. But why have they mastered this technology? This is unscientific. Jiang Yao was also puzzled by this. Forget it. It's pointless to think about it so much now. Let's put our energy and time on other things first. Thinking of this, he continued to focus on the Tyranids and other civilizations. Jiang Yao doesn't believe that this race himself knows its dangers. But other races don't know. Under such circumstances, how will other races behave? He is also very curious whether to work together to solve this race, or let him attack other civilizations here wantonly to clear obstacles for himself. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Just when he was about to watch the show, he suddenly reacted. I'm really out of my mind. I've been thinking about developing technology and building more warships to defend against enemies. Why haven't I considered increasing the number of insect swarms? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse himself for being stupid in his heart. Sure enough, if you rely on one thing for a long time, your own thoughts will be affected if you rely on it for too long. In the past, I was worried that if we increased our troops like crazy, we would run out of resources. But now that so many universes are connected, why should I worry about this? The most important thing is that I still have this Tyranids to help me attract firepower. Damn it. It's not difficult for me to develop a race at this time. Thinking of this, he decided to take action immediately. First, he chose a universe. 7 or 8 civilizations had entered this universe before, because after the Tyranids appeared here, no civilization had entered it. As long as we solve all the civilizations inside, then this matter will be easy to handle. It seems that there is no need to solve it. You can avoid them and find a large galaxy where they have not set foot for development. By the time they find their way here, I estimate that my fleet will have been formed, and it shouldn't be a big problem to eliminate them. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to take action. Just like that, he immediately summoned all the players and brainworms. Everyone's current situation must be very clear to you after observing it for such a long time. The civilizations that can be at this node in the universe are basically standing at the apex of their respective universes. Most of these civilizations are similar to the United Universe civilization, which is the entire universe union. There are very few civilizations, like ours, that stand alone and stand in this place. But many civilizations have not started wars now. But after the resources are almost consumed, I am thinking that wars may start. Facing the United Universe civilization, you must be very clear about how low our chances of winning are. After all, you also saw the strength of those civilizations in the United Universe. So what we need to do now is to find ways to improve our strength as quickly as possible. But according to conventional warship production, I estimate that at our production speed, when a war breaks out in the future, our military strength will still be at an absolute level. Disadvantages. So I thought about it for a long time and decided to change the previous combat strategy. You also know the number of Tyranid swarms. As a swarm, we are no weaker than them. However, due to resource constraints, we have not increased the number of Zerg swarms crazily. It is also for this reason that we are currently focusing on battleships. But now that multiple universes are connected, we don't need to worry about resources at all. So I decided it was time to expand our insect swarm. After hearing this, everyone naturally understood what Jiang Yao meant. Otherwise, the number is not a problem. But the number of people we control is not large. So in terms of numbers, we won't send too many troops at one time. At this time, a player said. Jiang Yao is naturally aware of what this player said. Indeed, the flaw here is that there are too few players who can control the insect swarm. I have already thought about this. I can slightly change the psionic energy node genes of the insect swarm. Change the target to the Hive Lord, so that the Hive Lord can also release independent ghost nodes to control some surrounding bugs. It's just that the bugs controlled in this way can only attack instinctively. After the attack order is given, they will not have any tactics and will just rush directly towards the enemy. At the same time, when there is no order or they are in another area, they will also be eliminated according to instinct. All threats around. In this case, these controlled bugs are not suitable for evolution, because they will still be like this after evolution, and their combat power will not be fully utilized. So it is best for these bugs to be in their most basic form. The players also nodded after hearing this. Well, if it's this kind of operation, it's really quite limiting. Chief, if you do this, how many swarms can one Hive Lord control? About 100,000 or so. At this time, the players were also shocked when they heard this number. 100,000. After hearing this number, everyone began to discuss quietly. One person can reach 100,000. 10 people can reach tens of millions. And 100 people can reach tens of millions. Now we basically have more than 1,000 people in a guild. This is a small and medium-sized guild. That is to say, a small and medium-sized guild can directly attract hundreds of millions of insect swarms in the future, while some large guilds may have billions or tens of billions. If it's this kind of quantity, I think even if we retain the most basic offensive instinct, it's actually enough for us. Because this kind of army can just crush it without any skills at all. But if you do this, as for the cost, you only see the bright spots, but you don't see the costs. It is true that if you want to fill up this quantity, the cost will be very exaggerated. But now there are so many, and there are a lot of resources on the universe connection. Under such circumstances, it is not a big problem to make up the cost. If we throw all the resources into building this, won't we not be able to make a penny this time? You are stupid. If we have such an army, we can invade other universes, and even control most of the universes. In this case, we will not be able to make money. The reason why we feel that we can't make money now is because it is just like that. How much can we squeeze between two universes? Chapter 674, Reaching the Destination. As he spoke, the player continued to add. In the past, Our situation here was that we didn't have enough resources. So we couldn't afford it if there was a disorderly explosion of troops. But it's different now. We can harvest the resources of the entire universe. And we don't have to worry about other advanced civilizations, because we ourselves are advanced civilizations. Under such circumstances, do you think we can't do it this time? With only the resources of 1 or 2 universes, we can completely launch a huge fleet. As long as we have such a fleet, we can invade more universes in the future. And those universes will be our gains. Hearing this, everyone also nodded. With the current sufficient resources, there would be no problem if the Zerg wanted to explode troops in a disorderly manner. Thinking of this, they immediately began to make arrangements. They sent a fleet to the universe. But unlike the previous fleets, this time their fleet was filled with worker bees. In fact, since players set foot in the universe, they have basically never built Zerg buildings. Because all Zerg buildings have been integrated into a Zerg nest by Jiangyao. So there is no need to go far and near to create some messy things. But this time it is different. They need to settle down in this universe. After these warships entered here, they first inquired about the situation here. After learning about this area that had previously entered civilized activities, they set off towards other areas. After a period of time, one of the battleships arrived at his predetermined location. This is a very ordinary planet. But compared to other planets, this is a planet that has given birth to life. The vegetation on the planet is dense. And there are all kinds of pre-death creatures that have never been seen before. The huge dust raised as the battleship landed scared away a large number of wild animals around it. After the hatch was opened, a worker bee slowly crawled out. Then a hive lord also climbed out of it. According to the information I have so far, this place, plus the fact that several surrounding galaxies have energy ores, can be considered an area rich in resources. At this time, the player with the ID Fengchi looked at the information in his hand and said to himself, this player is a member of a small guild. Although many small guilds can barely survive in this version, it can only be said to be barely surviving. If they want to make big money, it is basically not their turn. When participating in large-scale battles, the combat units in their hands are simply not enough to support large-scale battles. As for some small-scale battles, the profits are not high, so their life has been relatively difficult for such a long time. And this time, the reason why he went here was because he wanted to give it a try. The players prepared a total of 20 fleets and divided them into 20 batches. And he was lucky enough to be selected into one batch. The first batch of players who entered here can naturally choose some better positions first. So he is very satisfied with his luck. At the same time, he also knows that this may be his opportunity to rise. Made. This piece of information will cost me a total of 300,000 points. These people who sell information are really shady. After complaining in a low voice, he looked around. There is an energy vein not far from here. I have to say that this planet actually has energy veins. Fortunately, I have been reading this information for the past 2 days. And finally I found a good place. Thinking of this, he controlled this worker bee and headed to an area not far away. After arriving at this area, as preparations were completed, the worker bees were covered by a thin layer of special mucous membrane. And then as time went by, the covered area became larger and larger. Worker bees can be directly hatched into insect nests. These cordyceps can produce larvae, and the larvae can hatch into the soldiers he needs. But each hatch requires a certain amount of points. And for this time, he specially borrowed more than 10 million points. In addition, he still has more than 10 million in hand. So he has prepared a full 20 million for this wave. Except for purchasing some necessary bugs. The rest is all planned to be invested in subsequent building incubation. At this time, he was relieved to see that the insect nest here was about to take shape. Next, after the caterpillar fungus hatches, all the larvae produced will be used to create worker bees, and then continue to hatch insect nests. When the number of insect nests here reaches 10, some soldiers can be hatched. But then he thought about it, and felt that there might be something wrong with this plan. No. This planet has energy ores. And it also has life. It means that many creatures on this planet have mutated and have strong combat capabilities. In this way, after the cordyceps is completed, 20 or so springtails will be hatched as guards. And then the remaining 9 insect nests will be hatched. After it's done, produce a few hundred worker bees and start mining. When the mining is almost done, we can start expanding the number of cordyceps. The number should be around 500, which should be enough. After giving the relevant instructions in this way, the player returned to the spacecraft. As the spacecraft started slowly, he headed to the next area. As for the follow-up matters, because once the order is issued, the other side of the nest will execute it on its own. So there is no need for him to take care of it. What he has to do now is to occupy as many good places as possible as quickly as possible. Although this universe is rich in resources, if you choose a relatively wealthy area for the start, it can effectively reduce the initial capital investment. Therefore, players like him basically give priority to the calculation of surrounding resources and start in a good place. In this way, he soon came to the second planet. This planet was about 0.2 light years away from the previous planet. Different from the previous planet, this planet is a lava planet. The surface is covered with a layer of lava, and the temperature inside the planet is also very high. According to the detection of this planet, there are also ores in it. Find a place that is not so hot and make a home first. As he said this, the player immediately deployed again. Although the temperature of the lava was high, it was not a big deal to the bugs. And these are just the bugs that have just arrived here. When their own insect swarms gain a foothold here, they will also evolve corresponding resistance based on the environment here. After making arrangements here, he immediately headed to the next planet without stopping. In this way, it was done in 1 year, and nearly 20 galaxies were finally stopped. Finally, we have finished laying out all the galaxies. The next step is to patrol between these galaxies and choose different mining methods based on the actual conditions in each place. Just thinking about it, he soon returned to the first area he arranged. At this time, somewhere in this heart, there were already 10 insect nests, and a large number of worker bees could be seen at the same time, constantly transporting various things into the insect nest. Whether it is surrounding creatures, plants, or even rocks, they are all transporting them into the insect nest. Although the biomass converted by these things is far inferior to ore, the players are here to destroy the troops. So they all adopt a desperate plan. They will invest in 10 or even 100 insect nests on a planet. And these cordyceps cost points, so they must devour the planet completely before they are willing to leave. At this time, around these arranged insect nests, a large area has been covered by the unique carpet of insect species. Naturally, there are many animals around. When they first saw the insect swarm, they fought with each other. Later, when they realized that they were no match for them, they all fled away. So there are no other animals around these cordyceps at this time. And at the same time, the cordyceps are constantly producing larvae, and they hatch immediately as soon as they emerge, turning into worker bees and joining the gathering army. Because these worker bees are not controlled by anyone, they will only retain their original collection state, and will automatically counterattack when encountering danger. They will not take the initiative to attack. But for players, as long as they have the collection function, it is enough. The scale here is already small. Once the number of worker bees reaches 10,000, we can consider continuing to establish insect nests in other places on the planet. He doesn't have to worry about the safety of these worker bees. After all, they have been transformed, and the current strength of the worker bees is not low. At least there is no living thing on this planet that can be his opponent. After seeing that the first area had begun to develop steadily, he immediately went to the second area and rearranged it. In this way, he needs to take turns taking care of these areas during this period of time, and begin to accumulate his own original capital. After all these areas are emptied, he will go to other areas. Everything is relatively perfect so far. When these planets are gradually put into production, I will be able to gain a lot of points in the future. After I have these points, the next thing will be easier to handle. I can go to places like the asteroid belt or other places to start collecting resources. There is more where there. I can collect them to get there will be more points. His idea is the same as that of most players. Because all the resources have been invested, he needs to produce a large number of miners in the early stage. As long as there are enough miners, it is easy to hollow out the entire galaxy. And these resources can be compounded, allowing one's points to grow geometrically. Once you have enough points, you can directly purchase a behemoth. Behemoth is the latest unit launched by Jiangyao specifically for this plan. This type of soldier is about the same size as an adult Leviathan, but its biggest flaw is that its attack power is very weak. However, his transportation ability is very powerful. The main reason for purchasing this thing is to facilitate the transportation of his miners. As long as there is a creature that can travel freely in the universe, its miners can be transported to anywhere. The people who came in with him almost all had the initial capital for this big plan. As long as he purchased this thing, he would be able to collect resources among various galaxies. Seeing his growing strength at this time, He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. According to this efficiency, I can raise 50 million yuan to buy one in a month at most. He was also a little excited when he thought of this. 50 million was not a small amount for him. You must know that he had only collected 10 million after staying in the guild for 4 or 5 years. But now it only takes a few days to make more money than in previous years. No wonder some old players like to open up Wasteland so much. It turns out that it is so profitable to open up Wasteland. At this time, there are many players in this universe who basically have the same idea as him. But I have to keep my pace. After all, the inventory in this document must have been sold to more than just me. I was one of the first batch to come in. So I have an advantage and can choose a planet with ores. When the next few batches of planets with ores are selected, they may choose those asteroids and galaxies with energy ores. The asteroid belt with ore and the planet with ore. The amount of resources obtained in the early stage are two different concepts. The asteroid belt looks relatively dense. But when you get closer, you will find that the distances between different meteorites and meteorites are actually very far. As the distance increases, the travel time for collecting resources in the early stage will also increase a lot, which will also cause the efficiency of resource collection to slow down. So under normal circumstances, places like this that can have ores on the planet are relatively rare. But it is not only found on the planet, but also in the surrounding meteorite belts, which can be considered a very good place. It's a good thing that I got the one that came in earlier. Otherwise such a good place would have been taken by someone else. As he spoke, he began to plan the next arrangements for the troops. Their ultimate goal is to explode troops in a disorderly manner. If they want to obtain resources in a disorderly manner, they also have to consider a problem, which is the attack of local civilization, although they haven't made much noise yet. So basically no local civilization will notice them. But they must also take precautions in advance. Currently, the more useful one is the Flying Dragon. Not only is this unit capable of combat, but it can also fly in space. The most important thing is that it also has an advanced state. But the only drawback is that the price is indeed a bit high. If you choose the second best option, it is not impossible to consider the more convenient Hydralisk. But I feel that this thing is not needed to attack most living planets. And the Hydralisks need additional things for transportation. This will virtually increase my costs. After some questioning, he decided to choose Phylong. In fact, this unit is also the first choice of most players. After all, compared to other space units, this unit is relatively cheap. As for some ground troops, because they would wander around in different areas, they had to find something to transport them after choosing them. In the end, many players simply gave up on this choice of troops. Chapter 675 Rapid Development. It has to be said that the insect swarm explodes very quickly. As insect nests appeared on planets one after another, these insect nests increased rapidly in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, these insect nests began to incubate crazily. Basically, as soon as the worker bees had points, they immediately devoted themselves to the incubation of the worker bees. And these hatched worker bees immediately joined the resource-gathering army. The collected resources can continue to be incubated. And the three-like policy adopted by the players has resulted in the place where the enshrinement is located. It can be said that there is really no grass growing. Even after the vegetation and animals on the entire planet were cleared away, they set their sights on the land they were stepping on. Although the points obtained by collecting these things are very few, if you can swallow the entire planet, it will still be a good income. Because there are not many worker bees in the planet, the first batch of players to move in can already ensure that each of them has tens of billions of worker bees. However, Jiang Yao took a brief look at these worker bees, and had to say that their strength was indeed a bit touching. What is hatched through this kind of cordyceps, and what is hatched on your own side, are completely different concepts. And their combat power is not at the same level at all. Even if I have made so many changes, I still have no way to ensure that other insect nests can hatch insects with similar strength as mine. He was also helpless about this. Previously, he used various means to increase the intensity of insect birth. But in the end, he found that only those hatched from his own insect nest could retain such a level, while the levels hatched from other insect nests had dropped dramatically. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, these are used for mining and have little impact. As for the subsequent units, although their strength has also been weakened, as long as they are in sufficient quantity, it will be fine. I didn't pay much attention to this in the past. Firstly, my own resources were completely insufficient. Secondly, I always believed that quality was more important than quantity. When fighting in the past, he was more concerned about whether his gains were proportional to his efforts. When fighting the enemy, he relied more on his own resources to bring down the enemy. In fact, this is what long-term warfare is like. The competition is about who has more resources. At the same time, the comparison is still about cost effectiveness. For example, if I spend 1 million to buy you something worth 3 million, and I have more resources than you, you will definitely lose if I fight like this. This is the current mainstream battlefield mode that relies more on quality than some quantitative suppression, especially after reaching advanced civilization. If the quality is not up to standard, the opponent's warships can easily clean up a large area of you. In such a situation, even if you have a large number, you will be easily consumed by others. However, after meeting this Zerg, he knew that he was too naive before. Even if your single combat ability is very strong, what use is it? As long as my number reaches a certain level, even if you use a 1:10,000 strategy, you will still lose, as long as I have enough numbers to support it. The disadvantage of fighting like this is that the resources you consume may be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times that of others. For any civilization aiming to survive in a single universe, this is simply a suicide attempt, because this universe doesn't have many resources at all, allowing you to fight in this way. In this way, you can destroy a civilization, 10 civilizations or more. It is estimated that the resources in your hand, or the resources in the universe, are not enough for you to collect. In addition, it is impossible for others to look at you stupidly and unscrupulously. Gather resources, especially when your ethnic group develops to a certain number. Adopting such a collection method will inevitably attract the attention of other civilizations. Under such circumstances, it will be very difficult for you to expand again. And this Zerg is an exception. No one knows how it developed to be so strong. After reaching his size, even if there is a civilization that wants to stop him, it is already powerless. The scale of the entire heavy cruise has exceeded that of a large galaxy. What is the concept? This has to be calculated based on how many billions of light years there are. Even if you can destroy such a huge scale, how many can you destroy? Under normal circumstances, the only ones that can reach this scale are insect swarms, or similar to insect swarms, which have extremely high reproductive capabilities, and are also group-conscious biological populations. When conventional intelligent life forms expand to a certain extent, many internal problems will inevitably arise. Once there are more people in charge of each area, they will work independently, and then they will start to want to be independent. Under such circumstances, even if you are willing to expand, you are unable to find this kind of collective consciousness. This kind of collective consciousness is in a completely different ethnic group. Only one voice is enough, and the other units basically act as an auxiliary role. This is also the advantage of the insect swarm. At the same time, he also knew that there would be many hidden dangers in his plan. But now, he could only continue. Although every universe is now connected, it stands to reason that you can have a lot of resources to do this. But there will definitely be two questions involved. The first question is, when will you be discovered by other civilizations? There are Tyranids now drawing firepower for him, so he is unlikely to be discovered in the short term. But when you grow to a certain extent, you will definitely be noticed by the other party. However, as long as the size of your insect swarm reaches a certain level at that time, there should be no blind civilization that will come forward. As long as they don't get stuck during that period, then they can continue to expand their scale. If they get stuck at that time, they must also expose some strength to support. It is impossible for him to see his peers on that scale being destroyed. But once exposed, you will most likely be attacked by multiple civilizations in this universe. Because you are considered an uncontrollable factor, they will definitely not allow such factors to exist for a long time. So the risk is very high. If risks are avoided, then the long-term management of the players will be in vain, which Jiangyao does not want to see. After all, once the losses are huge, this group of players will definitely be the first to be unable to bear it. In addition, the losses will also be very exaggerated. If he did this, Jiangyao could guarantee that even if he managed to save himself before the connection to the universe was closed, he would probably not be able to keep the swarm of insects that he developed in his hands. After all, once the door to the universe is closed and the resource supplies from other universes are lost, it is impossible for him to bring these bugs back to his own universe. After returning, these bugs may not last long in this universe, and they will destroy the universe. The resources were completely consumed. After bringing it back under such circumstances, he was tantamount to forcing himself to death in this universe. Or just let them not eat, continue to consume, or enter a dormant state to delay their existence. Although Chongqing has such ability, The time it can support is limited. Jiangyao doesn't know how long it will take for the next universe junction or universe gate to open. If the time interval is too long, then these bugs will die in his sleep. Especially like the gate of the universe. The gate of the universe is very difficult to find. And if you want to find this portal in the vast universe, except for good luck, it is too difficult to find it with real strength. If you can't find it, the insect's final stage of dormancy will have passed, and it will be over. Therefore, it is very unstable to maintain the operation of the entire insect swarm in this way. Naturally, he is not happy with it. If he wants to keep these insect swarms stably in this way, he must master the ability of another insect race to freely travel through the universe. I don't know why a race like that can master such a heaven-defying ability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. These things are not what I need to care about at the moment. What I need to focus on now is how to develop next. Indeed, for him, what he should do next is the most critical thing. After all, with the emergence of the Tyranids, the situation here has become more tense than before. I don't know what the situation will be like in the future, but judging from the current situation, it won't be long before many civilizations will unite to fight against the Zerg. Although the Zerg are now restrained by several civilizations, judging from the current situation, these civilizations are becoming more and more reluctant to restrain them. After all, the number of these insects is too exaggerated. Not only are their numbers exaggerated now, but their supply speed is also exaggerated. These bugs also know that they must break through the defense lines of these civilizations now, and then go to other universes to continue to obtain resources for expansion. Otherwise they will continue if they go down. They won't get any benefits. At this time, when Jiangyao was still worrying about future plans, it was on the player's side. At this time, they have established a foothold in this area with many players, and the number of insect swarms in the area they manage is also expanding rapidly. From the beginning it might take them several weeks to devour a planet, but now it only takes them a day to devour a planet, because the number of their offerings is already very large at this time. Any planet only needs to release these worker bees, and it will not be long before they are devoured by these worker bees. Each of the first batch of players who came in basically had it in their hands for about 10 weeks. And so far, almost all the galaxies in their hands have been swallowed up. Such disordered development will also be a disaster for the entire universe. Although players are not devouring these planets fast enough now. As time goes by, this speed will gradually increase. I never expected this wave of money from land reclamation so soon ago. I might earn 100,000 to 200,000 a month. But since I came here to open up Wasteland, my monthly income has been in the tens of millions or even more. It's calculated in billions. And as time goes by, my income will continue to increase. Because the reason why my income has not increased currently is because I don't have good transportation tools. Although the newly evolved worker bees can fly in the universe, the speed is always here. Especially interstellar flight takes too long. When I finish the transportation, my efficiency can be improved again. At this time, everyone in the Space Pioneer group was chatting excitedly. By the way, brothers, how are you doing now? Everything is fine here. At present, I am mainly investing all my resources in worker bees. Then I bought 4 behemoths for transportation. Upstairs, your place is developing so fast. I haven't even bought a transportation company yet. Obviously, the one upstairs should have chosen a better place to be born before and started faster than us. I envy those who can find good places right from the start. I was in the 3rd batch. By the time I came in, some good places had already been taken. The place I was looking for was not good at all. Upstairs, you are joking with us. The 3rd batch is already relatively advanced. If you go back dozens of batches, you will know where we have chosen. How bad. The first to come in has a huge advantage. But those like us who are at the lower end of the draw will suffer the most. Yes, after I came here, I could only do it in the asteroid belt. If I hadn't been lucky and found some places with mineral veins, I feel like my current wave of desire has gone by forever. By the way, brothers, have you developed any troops so far? Think too much. As of now, most people are still expanding their worker bee colonies. Let's fill up the number of worker bees first, and then consider other things. As long as the mining volume is large in the later stage, it will not be difficult to explode tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of troops every day. So many explosions? Hasn't this exceeded our control limit? What's the matter? We can hire brainworms to help later on. Those things have more control. And with such a large force, do you still expect that you can control it every time? In fact, with such a large force, We can only give him a rough attack target and leave the rest to them themselves. The most important thing is that the hatched combat units are much less powerful than what we purchased from the leader. But the price is the same. It's really a shame. If you buy it from there, you need someone to control it. You don't need to control it here. You just need to understand the arrangement of our nether energy nodes. That'll be fine. Actually, we can build more Hide Lords and King Insects. These two units can be used as a connection to the optimal node. What do you mean upstairs? Actually, the operation mode is very simple. These units serve as nodes, and then each of them controls a large number of troops. We only need to give them orders, and they can immediately convey them to the bugs under their control. If you use this method to create more nodes, not to mention hundreds of thousands at once, but even if you control hundreds of millions, there won't be much pressure. Chapter 676, Each Other's Plans. This kind of operation by players is simply an infinite matryoshka. They do not directly control those ordinary bugs, but directly control those bugs with psionic energy connection. In this way, by controlling other bugs through these psionic energy connection bugs, the number of bugs they control will increase geometrically. Jiangyao naturally acquiesced to their operation. After all, my idea here is very simple. That is, to improve as much as possible the number of bugs that players can now control. Of course, it would be much better for him to directly let the brainworm control it than the players, because the processing power of brainworms is not comparable to that of players. But he did not do so for the time being. The main reason is that he wants to know the impact of player control and brainworm control on the Zerg's combat power. When this batch of soldiers is closed, he estimates that he will have no choice but to give up. But if you ask him to give up, he won't let it go. So in the future, he will leave these bugs in a certain universe and then be controlled by the brain bugs. This is his future plan. What the brainworms need to do now is to observe players controlling the bugs in battle, and then learn from their experience. When the brainworms control them themselves, they will know how to operate them. At the same time, players can also accumulate some command experience for themselves when controlling. This is his plan. For Jiangyao now, he needs a lot of talents. Although many things can be solved by one's own brainworm, the training of players cannot be left behind. Although the brainworms have done well in many areas, the biggest problem is that they do not have the same level of thinking as the players. This is the biggest problem with brainworms. All their decisions are actually the result of many calculations. They are very rational, but the problems are also obvious. That's why many things like this operation have become inevitable. Players don't think so much about their operational inputs. But there are also advantages. The success rate is not as good as that of brainworms. But when facing brainworms, and they feel that there is no chance of winning, players can always hand in unexpected answers. Jiangyao himself understood the reason for this. Sometimes a little change and luck may lead to unexpected gains. This kind of unexpectedness cannot be achieved by any formatting operation. This is just like various technologies. If all robots are used to operate them, although they can do a good job, they will lack a lot of discoveries, because a lot of things are established. But human operation is different. Although the efficiency is not as good as that of machinery, the quality is also much worse than that of machinery. However, human operation may lead to something else as a blessing in disguise due to certain operational errors. This is creativity in a nutshell. And this is where Jiangyao is more interested in players. Brainworms prefer that everything must be shrewdly calculated, while players tend to take more random paths. You must ensure that both of these are present in your team. Only in this way can you develop quickly. In this way, as time goes by, at the junction of the universe, with the arrival of the Tyranid swarm, basically many civilizations have focused their attention on the situation here. In fact, many civilizations are very afraid of this race. After all, the ethnic group of this race is too large. Because of their appearance, the situation in the entire region has also undergone great changes. Most civilizations want to rely on this race to help them eliminate as many potential opponents as possible. But at the same time, they are afraid that this race will continue to grow. After all, the current number of this ethnic group has made them very afraid. At present, no universe can be completely sure of the eradication of this ethnic group. So now for the entire universe in the connection. The best result is that the Tyranid swarm will also be hurt after helping them clean up many civilizations. When the time comes, I will send troops to wipe out this ethnic group. Jiangyao can naturally guess a thing or two about these civilizations' thoughts. Not only Jiangyao, but even the Tyranid swarm can analyze the situation after they understand the situation here. After all, this group also has brainworms. After devouring so many intelligent creatures, these brainworms naturally have high intelligence. So now they have been fighting near their own galaxy and have not gone to other universes. At the same time, when the opponent attacked, the Tyranids did not crush them forcefully, but instead dealt with them. Sure enough, the insect swarm that can develop to this level is not stupid. Not only are they not stupid, they are even smart. But this is normal. After all, I am also a Zerg, and I understand the Zerg. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao continued to pay attention to the battlefield. Any civilization that underestimates the Zerg will not end well. To be honest, there is nothing we can do about these civilized attitudes. After all, no one wants to let others reap the benefits. But it is very unwise to allow a swarm to develop like this, especially if you still want to use them. But you may not have thought about who is using whom. Regarding the current situation, Jiang Yao can probably guess a thing or two in his mind. He knew very well what the Tyranid Zerg wanted to do next. And he could also guess why this Zerg had not launched an attack on other universes so far. It won't take long for you to know that when you use others as gun users, others are actually plotting against you. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. After such a long time, he also had a rough idea of the situation of other civilizations. To put it simply, many civilizations immediately pointed their finger at the insect swarm. Jiang Yao was not surprised by such an operation. After all, the insect swarm can be regarded as an alien species in the universe. At the same time, as a group consciousness, other insects except the brainworms have no intelligence. And this is also the reason why many civilizations despise them. But they have never been exposed to the Zerg, and they don't know what is really scary. Because this group of people has very strong executive capabilities. This ability is the most precious ability on the battlefield. They are large in number and obey orders. And the entire team is strictly disciplined so that no individual voice will affect the overall situation. The most important thing is that the entire group does not need to consider entertainment and psychology. And there will be no troublesome problems such as the war exhaustion formation that require a large investment of resources and talents to solve. This kind of ethnic group was originally born for war and to devour other civilizations. But now these civilizations actually want to use this kind of ethnic group to eradicate dissidents. In this way, time passed little by little under Jiang Yao's observation. The next time is still the same as before. The Zerg are still entangled with the civilization that first fought. Perhaps it is because after this period of entanglement, the previous civilization also realized that this insect swarm is not as easy to solve as thought. Or it may be due to other reasons. All in all, they retreated after a period of fighting. Jiang Yao is not surprised by the retreat of this civilization. After all, continuing to fight against the Zerg will only allow other civilizations to reap the benefits. But it will not be so easy for them to retreat. The Tyranids will definitely not let them go. Sure enough, it was similar to what Jiang Yao was thinking. On the second day of this civilization's retreat, the Tyranids began to head towards the universe where this civilization was located. On the surface, it seemed that this time the Tyrannosaurus swarm was out for revenge. However, he knew very well that this time the other party went in, and it was not as simple as revenge. Thinking of this, he nervously began to observe other civilizations around him, wanting to see if any civilization came out to stop them. If you send troops to stop it at this time, maybe this will be a good thing for everyone. But as long as you dare to choose to ignore it at this time, I'm afraid things will be serious. Do you think the insect swarm will know about the suppression or control of this insect swarm? Jiang Yao couldn't help but shook his head when he thought of this. During this period of time, he also learned about many civilizations through observation, and also discovered the size of this group and their reproductive capabilities. Therefore, many civilizations of this ethnic group may have their own arrangements. For example, when this ethnic group expands to a certain extent, they will send troops to clean it up. And if they do this, not only will this group be able to eliminate their opponents all the time, but they also don't need to worry, because the group will be too large and eventually become uncontrollable. But the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. They will also pay the price for their arrogance. They are just too self-righteous. They believe that the technological level of this insect group is so much lower than theirs, and that they are fully capable of controlling the total number of this group or other things. This is the contempt of high-level civilization for low-level civilization. In this way, they watch these insect swarms enter another universe. After these insect swarms enter, Jiang Yao knows what will happen next. Through the previous battles, Jiang Yao knows that the insect swarms are showing weakness. In the previous battle, the two sides seem to be fighting back and forth. In fact, If the insect swarm really wanted to attack, Jiang Yao estimated that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long based on the strength of their troops. However, the two sides were able to maintain a stalemate for such a long time. It was obvious that they had been in a stalemate in the past. While paddling, not only is paddling done, but the insects are also evolving. They are constantly adjusting the defensive capabilities of their insect swarms through battles. Through the battle, the opponent's attack methods have been basically eliminated. Then a large number of bugs were killed, and many bugs with specific resistance were hatched. However, these bugs were not sent out to fight. The bugs were constantly sent. Insects that were not specialized in this area were left to die in the past. Their purpose is very simple. Naturally, it is to conduct a major replacement of all the troops in their insect swarm. Now Jiang Yao estimates that at least 30% of the insect swarm has been replaced. And the insect swarms born in the future will have relative resistance in this regard. As this goes by, this ability will continue to increase. In this case, the survivability of these insects will be greatly improved. You dare to do this without understanding this race. You are simply looking for death. This is Jiang Yao's evaluation of these civilized acts of seeking death. There is a reason why the same race is called a natural disaster. If they are allowed to develop disorderly, no civilization can resist it. And this area is so rich in resources and connected to multiple universes. It is simply a pure natural granary. Under such circumstances, if you really want to eliminate this ethnic group, you must act as quickly as possible, not as fast as possible. This is what you do. As a Zerg, he knows very well what is the most important and what is secondary to the Zerg. He can clearly see the essence of his race. At this time, the long skirt did not disappoint him. It was basically what he thought. When these insect swarms entered the universe and escaped the sight of other civilizations, the insect swarms immediately began to show their fangs. In the previous battles, except for replacing some of their units with higher resistance, these insect swarms almost invested most of their creatures in the production of miners. There is nothing wrong with the thoughts of these civilizations. Song Chuan naturally knows. Under such circumstances, they know very well that if they want to suddenly emerge, then there is only one way, which is to increase their strength in a short period of time to a level that they simply cannot to the point of shaking. This opportunity is very short-lived, and there is only one opportunity. After you enter this universe, it is estimated that it will not be long before other civilizations send detectors to explore the situation inside. And then your situation inside will be immediately exposed. If other civilizations find that their side has become an uncontrollable factor, they will definitely come over and reduce the number of their own groups as much as possible. Therefore, they must increase their numbers as quickly as possible to a point where they cannot easily eliminate them. If they want to do this, they must devour these resources as quickly as possible. So they started a crazy explosion of troops, creating various devouring bugs and mining bugs. In addition, their own group was very large. So the number of their type of bugs during this period has reached astronomical figures. In the previous battles, they deliberately introduced the enemy at random, hoping to use this method to confuse the enemy and make the opponent think that their combat effectiveness was not high. In this case, even if the opponent was suspicious, the time they sent in the detector might be slightly longer. Although I don't know if it is useful. The insect swarm has basically done everything they can think of, and Jiang Yao can naturally guess it. At the same time, he was sure that the plan of his comrades would definitely succeed, because after throwing the players over there, he had a profound understanding of what the effects would be if the Zerg invaded in a disorderly manner. This is simply too terrifying, especially when the number of various arms is increased geometrically through such operations, and it is even said that it will devour a large galaxy later, as long as the number is sufficient. It may only take a day or two. Of course, it is unrealistic for me to achieve this, because the current base of players is very small. But this is different from the past. Their own base is very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, they do not care about the cost. If soldiers devour the universe, how terrible will it be if their population expands? Jiang Yao is not clear about this, but he knows very well that when these civilizations send troops in later, they will be shocked. Chapter 677 released the ordinary Leviathan. But what happened over there at this time was just as Jiang Yao thought. The Tyranids were indeed what he thought. The Tyranids had already shown their cruel side as soon as they entered the universe. The fleet sent by the civilization here was instantly destroyed by the Zerg army. None of the civilizations in this universe had imagined that they could fight this race successfully before. But this time, just at the moment of the battle, they discovered that the Zerg on the opposite side was completely different from the ones they had fought before. The first is the gap between arms. In previous battles, it was easy for their troops to kill a large number of Zerg on the other side. But now, even if they try their best, they can't do such a thing. It's not that they are not strong enough, but that all the Zerg's fighting methods have changed a lot at this time. The first is that the damage caused by attacks to them is higher, and the defense power has been completely improved by several levels compared to before. In fact, for the insect swarm, all they need to improve their strength is genes. In the constant devouring, they collected too many genes. These genes are generally stored. When fighting the enemy, they will choose different genes according to the opponent's situation, and then optimize their insect swarm. In the later stages of such a wave of operations, they will be able to evolve different resistances and attack methods. For the Tyranids, after devouring so many races, they have no shortage of genes at all. So it was too easy for them to come up with the corresponding genes. Naturally, the civilization here does not know about this matter. The opponent's strength has suddenly increased so much. The most important thing is that not only has the opponent's strength improved, but their numbers also seem to have changed. Therefore, even the first round of impact is already unbearable for the universe here. At this time, they also reacted. But after reacting, they had no way to stop it. It is definitely impossible for them to come up with weapons against the new Zerg in such a short period of time. And not being able to get such a weapon means they can't stop them at all. In this way, in the despair of all civilizations in this united universe, the Zerg destroyed all their main fleet groups in just the first round of attack. After doing all this, the Zerg began to devour and clean up. The Zerg, which had been prepared in advance to collect resources and devour the planet, swarmed out like a tide, begins to devour galaxies at extremely fast speeds. This speed is staggering. No planet can survive the army for more than a day. The most important thing is that this kind of devouring occurs on hundreds of millions of planets at the same time. The large amount of biomass swallowed was immediately converted into combat arms by the Zerg. And after fighting these civilizations during this period, the insect swarm collected data and judged the most effective unit to deal with these civilizations. Sometimes things are just so bizarre. Originally, all civilizations thought that the civilization over there should be able to sustain it for a period of time. They only needed to wait until after the war over there. Both sides suffered losses, and then they would just sit back and reap the benefits. But now it seems that they have thought too much. They didn't stand a chance, because the civilization on the opposite side couldn't hold on as soon as the swarm entered and collapsed. No one may be able to accept such a result. At the same time, it was impossible for them to think of this. So the insect swarm bought time for themselves. The devouring speed is so fast that only Jiangyao knows how fast it is. And he was doing the same thing here. And it was precisely for this reason that he understood that this wave of civilizations must have miscalculated. Regarding this matter, it was only after he started to send out troops vigorously that the first thing he saw was that the number of his insect nests was growing exponentially. At the beginning, players may only have 10 or so cordyceps in their hands. But before long, these 10 or so cordyceps become more than 100. And then continue to increase. The speed of this increase is simply too terrifying. And the most important thing is that unlike the Tyranids, the cordyceps on our side need a foothold. So many planets have been used as footholds. Using these planets as bases, they began to expand outwards. And the Tyranid insect nests were directly inside the mothership, and could be moved at any time. They exploded troops faster than others, and collected resources faster. For this, Jiangyao can naturally do the same. Behemoth among the swarm. This giant beast can not only be used as a transportation unit, but of course cordyceps can also be placed inside. It can also provide some of the materials needed for cordyceps. It's just that players don't want to use this thing as a mobile base. More often, they like to use this thing as a transportation base. Although the cost is very expensive, the transportation capacity is sufficient, at least to meet the current needs of players. In fact, we can consider using Leviathan directly as such a base. However, the number of Leviathan currently produced through the system base is extremely limited every day and cannot meet the large-scale needs of players at all. In fact, after unlocking Leviathan a long time ago, Jiangyao had two ways to recruit Leviathan. The first way is naturally the most basic way to create it through the system insect nest. This kind of levet has great development potential. And the second way is to hatch it directly from the ordinary insect nest. The cost of making the two Leviathans is the same, but the difference between the two is huge. This is why he has not opened up the manufacturing of ordinary Leviathans. Although he has been making more Leviathans now, He knows very well that this place will definitely not be able to meet the needs of players. If he really wants to be the same as Tyranid, then ordinary Leviathans must also be released. This thing can't evolve, which means its upper limit is right here. This is the most painful thing. In this case, players can also see that the gap between the two Leviathans is so huge. After seeing such a huge gap, I guess they don't have much thought to buy this ordinary Leviathan. So things are in trouble now. And that's why Behemoth is so popular. The size of this thing is much smaller than Leviathan, but it can be regarded as the only two giant beasts among the insects. Although this Behemoth is expensive to build, its transportation volume is worthy of such an expensive cost. At least in terms of cost effectiveness. It is more cost effective than buying an army of king insects. In fact, Jiangyao has had this kind of giant beast for a long time. But he has never released it. He has always had a choice in releasing troops. Basically, he selectively releases some troops based on the actual situation. Although Behemoth can be regarded as a giant beast and has strong transportation capabilities, its functionality is very weak. The most important thing is that its own combat effectiveness is very weak. This Behemoth was originally a relatively docile Behemoth. It was later incorporated into the Zerg camp and underwent a series of genetic training. In addition to the preservation of this giant beast, the genes of this giant beast and other giant beasts are fused. And the final giant beast cultivated is Leviathan. Although Leviathan was cultivated from this relatively docile giant beast, the Leviathan after cultivation is completely different from this docile giant beast. First of all, Leviathan itself has a very powerful attack power. He is covered with tentacles, and there are many spores in these tentacles. These spores can be fired as ammunition when necessary. At the same time, there are a large number of nidus worms crisscrossing the interior of Leviathan in various networks. And the purpose of these nylon worms is to clean up uninvited guests who enter Leviathan's interior. At the same time, Levit also has its own nest hatching pool. This nest hatching pool can hatch pterosaurs and many other anti-aircraft units. Although these units are weaker than those hatched from normal cordyceps. And the most important thing is that after hatching for a period of time, they will die on their own. But the moment these arms are hatched, they are in a state of burning potential. The strength that can be unleashed is very terrifying. Although the basic attributes are not high, it will remain in this state until it dies. During this period of time, their actual combat power may be stronger than the troops hatched from Jiangyao System's insect nest. The only drawback is that the time is relatively short. And hatching these also consumes Leviathan's energy. This unit usually exists to protect Leviathan itself. In addition to these layers of defense, Leviathan's own offensive capabilities are also very powerful. Simply put, through long-term combat and evolution, this Behemoth has become a kind of weapon that can retreat, attack or advance. The perfect form of keeping. He has corresponding methods for all the enemy's methods against him. No matter whether you send small fighter planes, interfere or sneak into the body, there is no way to pose much threat to him, because his own internal defense system is also very complete. Plus there are various special groups that can fight against the air. Under such circumstances, this giant beast is basically invincible. There is only one way to kill him, and that is to defeat him head-on. However, it is not easy to defeat him head-on. Among the many civilizations, there are very few who can do this. And this is also the biggest problem, because all defensive types of Leviathan hatched from the insect nest can evolve. This also means that when Leviathan evolves to a certain level, the various arms in his body will also be improved accordingly. If an ordinary Leviathan encounters some powerful civilization and wants to clean up some warships approaching them, or invade some special combat units inside, the price to pay is very high, because it cannot evolve all the internal combat unit attributes. And it is basically stuck. If the interior is basically composed of advanced civilization level troops, and encounters an invasion by a super civilization, the price to be paid for cleaning up will be very serious. But after Leviathan has gone through several stages of evolution, even if a super civilization comes in, it can be easily eliminated. Players are aware of the gap between the two. After all, players already have more than a dozen of these Leviathans in their hands, all purchased by those big guilds. Therefore, Jiangyao also felt a little complicated about the subsequent operations. Now, to put it bluntly, the development of his own insect swarm has entered a bottleneck. Many players have to abandon some planets full of insect nests and go to other galaxies with more resources. Now that they have enough Leviathan in their hands, they can use this thing as a mobile base. And there is no need to rely on the insect nest on the planet. As for Behemoth, because it is not aggressive in nature, Players feel that it is too unsafe to place it in the insect nest. And the most important thing is that this thing also has the task of transportation. Carrying the insect nest everywhere consumes a huge amount of energy. Taking the insect nests away also takes up a lot of space, wasting some of their subsequent transportation space. At present, the best cooperation is naturally to include Leviathan as a means of transportation for the insect nest, and Behemoth is still used as a transportation tool for miners as before. If it doesn't work, we can only lower the price of ordinary Diviton. This should at least attract a group of players to buy it. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yao finally made up his mind. In fact, he didn't want to lower the price at all from the beginning, because the price Leviathan gave was the original price without any rebate. Because the price of this thing is too high, and you are getting rebates. Who can afford it? But even so, there aren't many of them in the entire player team at present. But now if you want to sell it, you have to sell it. However, there is nothing that can be done about it, as the development speed becomes faster and faster. If we still put Cordyceps resources as before, the amount of waste will be too much. If we take the insect nest away, there will not be so much waste of resources. Forget it. Let's do this for now. Thinking of this, he directly gave a 10% discount on ordinary Leviathan, and then also marked the difference between ordinary Leviathan and evolvable Leviathan again. Come out. Mainly he is worried that some people are not clear about the situation and make the wrong purchase. Otherwise, his policy has attracted strong attention from the majority of players. After all, these players are often paying attention to the situation on Jiang Yao's side. When they saw the ordinary reverse game with a 10% discount on the announcement, they all started discussing the matter. Why did Leviathan suddenly drop the price? The price has been reduced. Okay, it's a normal thing. Now we need some transportation tools for land reclamation. Although Behemoth is capable of doing the job. However, it would be unsafe and cost-effective to place an insect nest inside. Behemoth's own energy reserve is not high, and it would be difficult to maintain it after too many insect nests are placed. With such a discount at this time, it is obvious that the leader wants us to buy Leviathan and put it in the insect nest. The idea is good, but although the Leviathan sold at hand are discounted, the evolution is a big problem. It is true that it can be used to install insect nests if it cannot evolve, and its strength is always stuck at that stage. However, Leviathan, whose strength is stuck at that stage, may only be used to install that thing. But for such a transportation tool, what do you guys think? Is it cost-effective enough? After hearing this question, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, this is the biggest problem. Chapter 678 began to unite. They wanted to buy Leviathan before because of his strong strength and potential. But now the potential is gone. Although it is powerful enough, it is at best a stronger means of transportation. But the cost of this means of transportation is too high. Actually, I think we can buy it. In the end, we are just a bunch of little shrimps. Although it is open now, and everyone has made a lot of money, don't forget that there are taxes and fees that need to be paid when opening up Wasteland. And the taxes and fees for land reclamation are not low. After counting these taxes and fees, I calculated that the actual income we can get is only 70%. Now we basically invest all the income into explosive troops. It's still early to actually generate profits. But through this period of development, you must have discovered the problems. Although the current price of a single insect nest is not high for us, how much does it cost to store so many insect nests on a planet? If we go through this, it is feasible to abandon the insect nest directly when the distance is too far. But in the future, I estimate that the number of insect nests we abandon will become an astronomical number. If we buy this Leviathan now, although the cost will be equally high, it will at least save us a lot of Cordyceps placement costs. After roughly calculating, a Leviathan can release tens of thousands of insect nests if it is released to the limit. It is even said that hundreds of thousands of them can be released in a year. This number may already be the limit of Leviathan's energy endurance. Considering combat, I estimate that the maximum number is 10,000. That's enough. With a few dozen, we can actually have hundreds of thousands of mobile insect nests in our hands. These insect nests can basically meet our needs. Because now the worker bees we need have basically exploded the troops. And the rest will start to explode the combat units. For the explosive combat units, the requirements for the number of insect nests are not that high. After hearing what this player said, everyone felt a little lost. Indeed, the current situation is that they are beginning to vigorously develop combat arms. And combat arms require much more resources than worker bees. Under such circumstances, It is indeed possible for them to place a large number of insect nests. But because the amount of resources consumed has increased, they will change galaxies more frequently. And once the distance is relatively far, these insect nests can only be temporarily used. Give up. For them, this is also a very troublesome thing. Forget it. Now that I think about it, I feel like it's not a loss at all. After all, we will definitely adopt a nomadic devouring method in the future. Even at our current stage, fixed points are no longer realistic. This thing is that the sooner you buy it, the more benefit you will get. Because the earlier you buy, the fewer insect nests you give up, and the less you lose. And just when the players were still struggling with this matter, Jiang Yao thought about it for a long time, and then made a bigger move. He directly changed the purchase rules. For every 50 ordinary Leviathans purchased, players or organizations can purchase one evolving Leviathan. This will not only maximize the number of top combat capabilities within the insect swarm, but also allow players to reduce resource consumption as much as possible. In the past, because there were relatively few resources, it was difficult to purchase Leviathan, and you had to achieve a certain achievement before you could purchase it. Even the Thunder Beast is like this. Later, he put his root on technology. After the technology layer was established, he didn't care much about Leviathan or Thunder Beast. Of course, after seeing the extremely cost-effective root of technology, many players no longer care about the insect swarm, and now they need to expand the size of their insect swarm as much as possible. So at this time Leviathan it's time to relax. It is even said that the purchase conditions for Thunder Beasts will be relaxed. He used to be short of crystals, but now he has no shortage of them, because there are so many energy races in the universe. Under such circumstances, there was no pressure at all for him to get some crystals. With this mentality, Jiang Yao also started to take action. With the emergence of this policy, it also caused an uproar among the players. When they learned about this, many guilds began to make preparations. Although the pre-purchasing conditions for these Leviathans were really astronomical, they were still excited when faced with the final unit that could evolve. And the most important thing is that during this period, Jiang Yao has also revealed intentionally or unintentionally the main direction of future development, which may be a group direction. At this stage, there has not been much progress in technology. If you want to break through the upper limit, you can only increase the number of insects in the swarm. It is also for this reason that after learning the news, many players came to inquire about the situation. Finally, after understanding the general situation, they also decided to take action. Now that so many people in a guild have gone out to open up Wasteland, everyone has accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. It is not difficult for everyone to pool their resources together to get enough. The purchase of Evolvable Leviathan will naturally become the main training target of the Union in the future. All in all, after playing for such a long time, players also know very well that they need to follow the version. Since the version is now biased towards the swarm, they must be prepared in advance. Of course, the battleships cannot be left behind. Although the battleship is very cost-effective, it is still not enough to face the insect swarm army with many violent troops. After seeing the situation on the Tyranid side, they also understood the power of the insect swarm's explosive troops. For a time, most players stopped incubating combat units and began to hoard resources, preparing to buy some Leviathans directly. After all, the number of Leviathans with limited incubation capacity in Jiang Yao's hands is still very small, which cannot meet the needs of a large number of unions, so they can only gather the purchase conditions as soon as possible. After all, the quota is first come, first served. At this time, while the whole family was still busy buying new units, there was the Tyranids on the other side. After this period of stable development, their number has once again experienced a qualitative change. Compared with before, their number has expanded 2 or 3 times. Now the entire insect swarm combined is at least the size of 2 or 3 galaxies. At this rate of expansion, if not stopped, their area may directly exceed the size of a super galaxy. It's just that other civilizations naturally cannot allow them to develop so smoothly. For a period of time after the insect swarm entered the universe, everything was peaceful. However, after waiting for a while, everyone felt that the time was almost up, and many civilizations sent out detection warships to enter. Although the swarm of insects waiting here were wiped out as soon as they entered, but they still brought out the news inside. And the news inside caused an uproar as soon as it was brought out. It was really too shocking. The number of insect swarms inside expanded 2 or 3 times. This kind of expansion speed made even a civilization that was confident before feel numb. And there is no need for other civilizations to explore this news. The civilization inside has released this information itself. After all, they are not stupid. Now the number of the other party has exceeded their controllable range. And this news is still hidden. When the time comes, only everyone will die. So they directly revealed the news in order to let other civilizations also work together to eliminate this ethnic group first. It's just that after learning about this incident, Jiang was a little nervous. Because now through this incident, everyone has a deep fear of the insect swarm. If his side of things were exposed, he estimated that he might not have developed enough yet and would be liquidated by these civilizations. Fortunately, he was relatively lucky this time. The civilizations he had explored in the same universe before received the news and immediately withdrew their troops to help, leaving some detectors and collection equipment there. After knowing the news, he naturally did not dare to neglect, and immediately began to deliberately guide other civilizations inside to destroy these things. Although there were many fleets among the remaining fleets, he also sent fleets here, and then disguised themselves as local civilization fleets, and cleaned up these fleets one by one. In this case, as long as they no longer send troops here or conduct large-scale inspections here, they should not be exposed, and they want to send troops to investigate themselves. But they don't have the time now, because at this time, basically all civilizations have joined the crusade against the insect swarm here. After all, this matter is related to the life safety of many other civilizations. If they continue to let it go for their own selfish desires, they will only suffer in the end. So this time most civilizations have rarely united. But what they didn't know was that this matter played into Jiang Yao's hands. When all civilizations turned their attention to the Tyranid swarm, it was a good time for him to expand himself. As long as he is given enough time, he can become the second Tyranids. So now he can only silently hope that the Tyranids can sustain it for a long enough time. Fortunately, this ethnic group did not disappoint him. When the United Civilized Army appeared, this ethnic group also realized that the situation was not good, and they withdrew all ethnic groups in the universe to fight with each other. At the same time, a large part of the ethnic group took advantage of the large army to be held back and went to other universes. At present, the size of the entire Tyranid swarm has reached 3 galaxies. At this time, they used the troops of 2 galaxies to directly hold back the armies of other united civilizations, while the troops of 1 galaxy directly entered the other. A universe began to develop crazily again. This side was held back, so there was no way to stop the development there. It was also because of Tyrant's operation that all civilizations immediately became vigilant. This ethnic group in front of them was out of control. Before, a group of people the size of the Milky Way entered there, and it didn't take long for it to grow so strong. But now they have all the people. When you are dealing with the alliance of so many civilizations, you can also go to other universes to develop. At this time, basically all civilizations are very clear that they must use all their strength to kill this ethnic group. But they will not do this in a short time, because each civilization has its own evil intentions. This time it seems that everyone is uniting, but in fact they are secretly figuring out the bottom. Through this kind of war, everyone can figure out each other's approximate technological level. To put it simply, if this ethnic group is successfully wiped out, the aftermath will be a war between them, and they will also pick on weak civilizations. Therefore, in this alliance, all civilizations did not dare to use too high technology, because in this case, the other party would still have room for imagination. After having room for imagination, they naturally dare not act rashly if they are not absolutely guaranteed to win the opponent. All in all, the battle between civilizations and the universe has been clear to everyone from the beginning. So even at this time, no one has shown their true strength. But they also know very well that it will only be a matter of time before they show their true strength. If one day this ethnic group really develops and cannot be defeated even if they try their best, these civilizations will let go of their temporary small thoughts. Everyone knows this clearly. But no civilization now would propose to directly use its strength and then destroy the Zerg with the power of thunder. It's not that they don't want to mention it, but they are worried that if you mention it, dependence may become a target of public criticism. Secondly, the most troublesome thing is that the other party may not necessarily listen to you. So instead of doing this, it is better to wait until things really force everyone to become so. In this way, the days pass day by day. And I have to say that these civilizations are worthy of being the civilization standing at the end. Even if they face such a huge army without using their power, they still easily wipe them all out. The swarm of insects in 2 entire galaxies was so huge, but they were still wiped out in this way. and the corpses of the Tyranids in the bush were also divided among these civilizations. Naturally, there were many on Jiangyao's side. At the same time, in order to collect more of these things, Jiangyao did not hesitate to directly dispatch his super flag formation. The moment this thing came out, it naturally attracted the attention of many civilizations. At the same time, after seeing the size of this fleet, they also knew that this civilization may have only used a small part of its own strength. Among their civilizations, there should be a more terrifying existence. So they are also very afraid of this. But what they don't know is that this is already the entire scientific and technological route of Jiangyao. However, he deliberately made these civilized misunderstandings. At least, he pretended to be an elephant by pulling on a tiger's skin. This behavior is still very useful for the current situation. If we do this, we shouldn't have any trouble with him in the short term. Of course, there are some writers who have the same idea as him, but they can't produce such a powerful battleship. So they make others think that this is all their strength. After all, when everyone's technology level is 1, if you bring out something with a technology level of 10, the other party will only think that you are stronger. But when everyone is 1 and you take out a 2 or 3, they think differently. Chapter 679 Weird Civilization. The corpses of these bugs may just be research materials for other civilizations. But for me, these are ready-made gene pools. And they are also a very important source of points. So he is very happy to collect these things. Although other civilizations are also collecting this stuff, their collection of these items is not as useful as Jiangyao's. Secondly, Jiangyao is very powerful. At least what he is showing now is relatively strong. So not many of them are willing to seek bad luck with Jiangyao. It is also for this reason that he has collected a lot of resources along the way. And over there with the insect swarm, the situation there seems to be suitable for the joint forces of many cosmic civilizations. And a relatively stable relationship has been formed here. That is, after the insect swarms of the other 2 large galaxies are eliminated here, which one of them can enter the other universe's insect swarms and destroy the entire large galaxy. All in all, both sides seem to have formed a tacit balance. But Jiangyao knew very well that this so-called tacit balance was just intentional. At this stage, in fact, for most civilizations, barely can be considered a good thing. In this way, they consume each other and reduce each other's strength in advance. This is the reason why the 2 sides are evenly matched. The civilization is not only plotting against these insect swarms, but also plotting against its own allies. Jiangyao likes your united civilization very much for being so united and friendly. The longer we delay, the faster our development will be. Especially when oneself are preparing to invest in ordinary Leviathan. One's own resources instantly become scarce. After all, the cost of this thing is not low. And the demand is also very high. Now I urgently need to start developing more and more continuously. Just like this, as the days pass, many civilizations in the universe can no longer hold on to this point. These bugs are naturally not as useful as those ores. At least for most civilizations here. The long-term consumption of insects and bugs has made many civilizations' resources relatively tight. At this time, they cannot quit midway. Once they quit, they will become the target of public criticism. At the same time, when you quit, people can immediately guess why you quit. All in all, no civilization is willing to be the first to do so. At present, almost all civilizations are still gritting their teeth and insisting on it. At the same time, while some more powerful civilizations persisted in this battle, they also sent spaceships to other universes to prepare for a 2-front battle. Firstly, it is to collect more resources. And secondly, it is to show one's strength. The result of the current battle with these insect swarms is that civilizations with higher technological levels have come up with some high-level battleships. With these battleships, the casualties will be smaller when fighting these insects. And then, they can free up more high-level battleships. Many hands go to other universes to obtain resources. In this case, not only will they not lose money after the battle, but they can also make a lot of money. And this is the way these civilizations are developing now. For advanced civilizations, after a battle is won, they will not only not lose money, but also make profits. For some with lower technological levels, this kind of transcendence may occur. To combat the situation of getting poorer, Jiangyao also admires the way these civilizations screen opponents from the bottom of his heart. During this period, he has seen too many temptations and various routines to eliminate opponents. Regarding their actions, I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, it is impossible for wars between civilizations to break out until later. But the longer it takes, The more resources the swarm of insects you arrange there will be able to collect will become more and more terrifying. And this time on the player's side. After this period of development, many players on their side have already obtained some of the leviathans they need. With this kind of giant beast, the hive will no longer have to worry about it. And then they will continue to create pterosaurs and other space combat units. For the players, what they need to do now is very simple. Since they have collected enough units, and there is no shortage of other units, the next step is to develop combat units desperately. There are many resources that have been marked by them before. But where there is civilization over there, players have begun to get involved. At first, their idea was to avoid war as much as possible. But now that they have gained a certain strength, they need to attack some places occupied by advanced civilizations that are rich in regional war resources. After the players started taking action, it was a disaster for the local civilization here. When the overwhelming, dense swarm of insects appeared on the opponent's radar, almost all civilizations were startled. Immediately afterwards, the insect swarm invaded on a large scale. The capable civilization desperately resisted, while the incompetent civilization could only be reduced to resources. Some low-level civilizations are naturally the most miserable compared to those high-level civilizations that still resist. But they are also the most bizarre, especially in places where the entertainment level is relatively developed. One of my players encountered such a civilization. The overall technological development level of this civilization is not high, and it is probably about the same as that of Blue Star. However, in terms of entertainment, they are much richer. There are all kinds of things. And when the players invade, many people know that aliens are invading. But most people don't panic at all. Regarding this incident, the attacking players were also taken aback. For a moment, he also doubted the authenticity of the information he obtained. After all, the other party's civilization level is so low. Under such circumstances, an ordinary civilization would have been frightened when faced with its own insect swarm army. But this civilization was so calm. If the other party can do this, it means that they are confident. And being confident means that there is a powerful civilization behind them. In order to determine this matter, he specially called a detector to conduct detailed exploration of the surrounding far distances, but in the end found nothing. This made him think of those super civilizations hidden in the dark. But if he thought about it carefully, this was impossible. If there were super civilizations in this universe, then the connection should have been discovered. After all, the connection has been open for a long time. It would be nonsense to say that the super civilization cannot be discovered even after it has been open for such a long time. This also means that there is a high probability that there is no civilization of this level here. And the other party without this level of civilization actually dares to be confident. Thinking of this, he became angry. He was not kidding himself. So he immediately ordered an all-out attack. After he actually attacked, especially after catching some people, he immediately understood the reason for the whole thing. And this incident also made him a little bit dumbfounded. First of all, the planet he is on now has average technological level. But the development direction of this planet may be a bit skewed. This planet attaches great importance to the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry has developed to the point where both the elderly and children have their favorite little fresh meats, old bacon ladies, etc. In particular, the entire process of chasing stars and ranking is also very clear here. All in all, the entertainment atmosphere here was many times higher than what he knew in Blue Star. In Blue Star, selling a house to support his brother would be considered weird. But there are many people here who voluntarily sign contracts to sell themselves into slavery. It was for no one else but his fan brother. And in this world, there are countless people who do stupid things for the person they pursue. Especially after the other person's house collapses. People here really dare to jump. To put it simply, this world is a world that is completely poisoned by the entertainment industry. Each of them has become a die-hard fan that only exists in legends in Blue Star. But what does this have to do with these people not being afraid of themselves? He didn't understand it at first. But later he understood it. The reason is that there are many science fiction film and television works in this world. And many of them have been filmed by my brothers. In the script, their brother can be said to have fought bravely and bravely to kill the enemy. The most important thing is that his hair was not messed up even after an interstellar war. All in all, you can throw away anything, but your hair can't be messed up. I have to say that this persistence alone makes this player extremely admired. The reason why these people are not afraid of themselves is because they saw that their brothers can easily deal with aliens. So they are not at all concerned about alien attacks on their side. No matter how powerful he is not as powerful as his brother. The aliens coming here may not be enough for his brother to fight with one hand. This is the concept of most of them. Although the managers of this planet are also desperately calling. This is a real crisis of civilization. But there are too many fans. And not many people will listen to them at all. I really can't imagine how such a civilization developed like this. This is this player's evaluation of that civilization. You know, this kind of development is obviously skewed. And the higher authorities have the ability to correct this trend. Why doesn't this civilization do this? He remembered that in Blue Star, the tolerance for these so-called elder brothers was very low. Especially if they led away their own fans. There was a high probability that something would happen. However, the control here is not that strict. And many things have happened. But there are still no too tough measures from above. Later, he finally understood. It turns out that compared to Blue Star, there are so many brothers here. And many of their models are actually similar to those at Bangzi. Those who are in charge are not those who are seen on the surface, but those who secretly want to obtain more benefits. So they can only indulge and cultivate them through various methods. All in all, what controls a civilization has long since changed. For players, this is a very abnormal development direction. Their development can indeed control most people, but they have not thought about invasions from other places, such as Tianwai. Even if they don't attack and follow their development model, they will still have problems in a few years. This is a deformed economy that will lead to many subsequent problems. Although their technological level is advanced enough, they can meet the needs of both physical objects and other industries. On the surface, this structure seems to be relatively stable. At least there will be no situations like famine. But players have seen similar civilizations before. When the level of technology has developed to a certain level, productivity and other things have also been greatly improved. Under such circumstances, everyone can easily achieve adequate food and clothing. However, the problem is that these civilization technologies have reached a bottleneck and have been unable to enter the next stage. Therefore, most people in the civilization focus on entertainment, these spiritual and material enjoyments. But these civilizations all have a certain degree, including spiritual and material enjoyment, where 100 flowers can bloom, and even some scientific research can be put on it. In short, one industry will not be dominated by one industry. In this case, entertainment may also account for a large part, but other industries will also account for the remaining part. After your own technology breaks through this bottleneck, you can immediately use the remaining heat in the remaining areas, and then try your best to use the technology you just acquired as quickly as possible. Such a system is what needs to be done in the real transitional period. And judging from the technology they currently master, they have also entered this period, and their technological level cannot improve much in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, material and spiritual enjoyment has become the mainstream. But the biggest problem is that they have not strongly stopped the entertainment aspect. They even say that when a person has enough fans, he can even influence some things, especially under the influence of this planet. Fans can do much crazier things than other civilizations. After knowing this situation, this player was also extremely surprised by everything about this planet. Watching his army attack, the people above tried their best to attack and used all kinds of weapons. But the people below didn't panic at all. I even feel that those people are making a fuss out of a molehill. No matter how powerful the alien civilization is, as long as they dare to come here, they can only be eliminated by their righteous brother. This is typical. After watching too many dramas, you can no longer distinguish between reality and fiction, because this wave of their operations has caused the entire planet to have a very insufficient defense force. Because the general situation of the planet determines that their military strength is very small. Later on, there was another group of fools who trusted those brothers unconditionally, and did not choose to join the planetary defense. As a result, all the defense forces of this planet were wiped out in less than an hour. And the remaining time was for the insect swarm to devour the planet. At this time, many people are still imagining the scenes they saw in the play. As a result, these scenes did not appear, and they were instantly swallowed up by the swarm of insects. As for the faith in their hearts, God knows when. They were accidentally given away by which insect? Chapter 680 Calculations between different universes. And when these people saw the scene in front of them, they realized how ridiculous their previous ideas were. It would be okay if I had no brains before. But now the invasion of the insect swarms has awakened them. It wasn't until this moment that they understood what was most important. Life is more important than anything else. Only when they face death can they wake up. But the awakening at this time no longer has much effect. Of course, players on planets similar to this have naturally encountered many Similarly, players quickly understood a truth after experiencing these things. There are many civilizations in the universe. These civilizations have different strengths and weaknesses, but they all have one thing in common. That is, if they encounter certain bottlenecks during development, if they can overcome them, their civilization can continue to move forward. But if they don't cross over, their level may stay here forever. My dear, I now understand why so many civilizations used to fight each other with swords. In their free time this day, a group of players gathered together to chat. Isn't that right? I used to think that the setting of this game was a bit unreasonable. After all, if effective communication can be established between civilizations, there won't be too many problems. But now I think it is too simple. Although the law of the Dark Forest can be cancelled through communication, although it is very difficult, it can be completely realized after the technology reaches a certain level. However, many civilizations are unwilling to do such things. I didn't understand it at first, but now I know it very well. Through this period of observation, the players also understood it. First of all, when so many civilizations in the universe fight against each other, it is usually because of the laws of the Dark Forest. It is also for this reason that various problems occur. But as the level of technology improves later, it will become much more difficult to form a chain of suspicion. There is absolutely no need to continue in the Dark Forest under such circumstances. Logically speaking, there are many such civilizations in the universe, and there are many with joint ideas. So it stands to reason that it would not be difficult for them to unite. If the most critical chain of suspicion in the Dark Forest law is broken, then it stands to reason that the problem of the Dark Forest law will be solved. But now it seems that they took it too much for granted. After experiencing these civilizations, they understood the reason. First of all, the chain of suspicion between these civilizations is not limited to what they see now. There are many other reasons besides these. The first point is resources. Many battles between civilizations are due to resources. This reason is critical and important. The second point is technology. Apart from resources, the most critical thing for a civilization to develop is technology. After seeing so many civilizations, players can finally understand that a civilization's technological improvement requires breaking through many bottlenecks. These bottlenecks can only be overcome by luck. If you break through one technology, there will be another. You can really guarantee that you can break through in every technology. No civilization can guarantee this. But it's different if you're plundering other civilizations. Maybe other civilizations already have what you need. All in all, let's take the player's own technology as an example. It has developed very quickly, and has not encountered any bottlenecks. It is also for this reason that mutual suspicion has taken a new direction. That is the conjecture about the other party's technology. Whether others will come up with technology that is stronger than mine, and then secretly destroy me. The sum of these various suspicions makes the laws of the Dark Forest monolithic. Only then did players understand how difficult it is to turn a universe into a unified universe. Faced with such a situation, who would dare to join if there is not a strong civilization taking the lead? If more civilizations are not cleaned up, who would dare to join? The difficulty of the united civilized universe is the early start. It requires too much energy and time. And the benefits it brings to itself are also very limited. Only when it is established in the later stages, many problems can be solved. All the efforts before this need to be borne by this civilization, which is not something everyone is willing to do. This is why the United Universe civilization they saw in this incident was only a small group. It was so difficult at the beginning of starting a business. And only then did the players understand what the swarm actually represented. The reason why the universe is united is simply to expand its own productivity, expand its fleet, and make its universe stronger and stronger. However, there are too many problems that need to be solved at the beginning of starting a business. The subsequent massive expansion will lead to resource allocation issues, trust issues, and so on. It is difficult to solve these things. But the Zerg have no such worries at all. He can detonate troops infinitely. And there is no need to detonate troops too quickly so that future generations cannot keep up with their education and other issues. All in all, there are too few problems that need to be solved. It is for this reason that the Tyranids have expanded to such an extent. Of course, players have also realized how simple the expansion speed is for the Zerg. All the new bugs hatched basically have no thoughts of their own. They just follow orders. If there is no need to expand, only in this way can we not be disturbed by other problems. And only the insect swarm can meet this condition. At this time, the expansion speed of the players is also very fast. Although it is not as exaggerated as the sun, the base number is also increasing crazily. And the players are expanding. Compared with Tyrann, the players directly create some high-level units. After so many wars, players also know very well what kind of arms can take over which kind of arms. Although it is strong in some places, it also has great limitations. Therefore, all the players' units are concentrated on the pterosaurs, and the other units are basically not hatched. Facing some planets with intelligent civilizations, players directly use pterosaurs to crush them, which is much faster than the Tyranids' various and used bugs. Although their method can earn the maximum return with the minimum loss, the speed is not as fast as that of players. What players need now is to solve the enemies in front of them as quickly as possible, then plunder all the resources here. In this way, everything is proceeding steadily according to the player's plan. Although the expansion speed is fast enough, reaching the scale of Tyranids does not happen overnight. And as the number becomes larger and larger, there will naturally be a lot of noise here. If it weren't for other civilizations, all the energy is now focused on the Tyranid side, and the players would probably have been exposed long ago. At this time, Tyrann's side was not safe. As the war progressed, Tyrann soon discovered that something was wrong. After all, they are desperately trying to expand, but the total number of ethnic groups has been well controlled. Soon they discovered this incident, and through this incident, they naturally thought about which civilization was probably responsible for this. So in the middle, they adopted many methods to change the current ending, but it was obvious that their methods did not work very well. With so many civilizations united, if they really solve it, then these civilizations will really have a problem. In this way, as time goes by, everything is proceeding steadily according to the plans made by those advanced civilizations. In the war, one civilization after another cannot hold on due to various reasons. And once they cannot hold on to the universe in which they live, they will be patronized by other civilizations before long. When a civilization withdraws from other civilizations, it will send similar troops to fill in, so that the entire ecology always maintains a balance. Now almost most civilizations are thinking about how long they can persist and how to persist longer. After all, everyone can see that this plan for Chongqing is basically a test of the strength of each civilization. The attacking civilization is simply divided into two parts. The first part has sufficient resources and strong enough strength. Those who are willing to continue fighting are naturally unwilling. Those who are unwilling do not dare to quit. Once they quit, they will become the target of public criticism. It is even said that it is useless even if they join forces and quit collectively, because once they quit directly, their situation will be clear. For such things, these civilizations were not particularly strong, so they naturally refused to continue. So they began to unite in secret. You must have noticed the current situation. Some of the more powerful civilizations want to use this method to clear us out one by one. If we continue like this, it won't be long before all the civilizations and universes present will become their resource supply field. Of course we can see this. But what can we do if we can see it? After we all withdraw, although they will not take action against us in the short term, we will also be included in their list of weak civilizations. After that, they will definitely settle with us slowly. So now we have only one solution. That means we withdraw collectively and unite. In this case, our strength will not be weak. Those powerful civilizations that want to unite will face a main force that is much larger than us. And after joining forces, we can attack them directly. As this civilization finished speaking, everyone already guessed what he wanted to do. It's very simple. Once they withdraw, they will definitely be targeted by other powerful people. However, these powerful civilizations are definitely not their opponents unless they unite. What they have to do is to unite to attack these powerful civilizations. Their purpose is not to wipe out these civilizations, because they know very well that they will definitely not be able to do this. But they can hold off these civilizations and give the Tyranids enough time to develop. Yes, their idea is also very simple. Just let the entire Tyrann army go out of control, and then see who can survive to the end. Through this period of fighting, they also saw that the Tyranids did not have any power tendencies. They would only devour the universe one after another. In other words, who will be selected and who will not be selected is an unknown. Whether you can survive to the end depends on your own luck. Ever since, after the discussion, these civilizations immediately began to take action. For them, they did not know how far the Tyranid swarm could develop. But they know very well that once they are screened out, they will be eliminated immediately. Being eliminated immediately and having a slight chance of survival, everyone still has a clear idea of how to choose. Although such a choice is a disaster for many universes, the affairs of other universes have nothing to do with our own universe. After formulating the plan in this way, suddenly nearly half of the civilizations in the United Civilization Army withdrew directly from the army. At this time, those advanced civilizations naturally received the news. Immediately before they could react, they were attacked by the combined armies of lower-level civilizations that had withdrawn. So the combined armies of both civilizations immediately fought together again. Although the low-level civilizations were retreating steadily, they still held back these high-level combined civilizations. This also gave the Tyranids a chance to breathe. When the Tyranids discovered that these civilizations were in civil war with each other, they naturally could not let go of this opportunity for crazy development. Jiang naturally knew about the current situation. At present, the entire system is divided into 3 different camps. The first is the powerful civilizations, and the second is the weaker ones that have just left. As for the last one, they are some neutral civilizations. The strength of these civilizations is neither strong nor weak, but they do not want to participate in such a war, so they have become neutral. At the same time, they also knew very well how much trouble the Tyranids would cause without checks and balances. But what does it matter? Since they dare to stand in the neutral camp, it proves that they already have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, no civilization would be so stupid. Of course, Jiang Yao is among them. He also stood on the side of the neutral civilization. Under normal circumstances, the two sides would not care about the neutral civilization. Unless the battle between the two parties entered a certain stage, they would drag the neutral civilization into the water together and prevent them from watching the fire from the other side. But such a thing will definitely not happen, at least at this stage. For Jiang Yao, being able to preserve his strength and delay time is what he wants to do, and nothing else matters. Just like that, the great melee in the universe began again. Countless battleships were thrown into the war, and many universes perished in the war. At the same time, the expansion rate of the Tyranid swarm is becoming more and more exaggerated, devouring 7 or 8 universes in a year, without anyone restricting it. The number of the entire Tyranid swarm has reached the level of a super galaxy. It wouldn't take long for a quantity of this level to swallow up a universe. It was not until this moment that the previously warring civilizations united with a tacit understanding to discuss how to deal with the Tyranid swarm next. Yes, they are fighting again, because if they continue to fight, they will really be unable to control it if they are not controlled. Even those powerful civilizations feel that if they continue, they may not be able to suppress it even if they use all their methods. Moreover, Jiang Yao also received news that the universe connection may not last long.